Listen, what are you gonna do if I say to you, the true church isn't the papal church or whatever? The true church is Chicano church, bro.
Cholo church.
Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever? It's exclusivism, bro. Chicano church, bro.
Cholo church.
Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever? It's exclusivism, bro. What's up, bro? Hey, fool. I'm new or whatever, dude. Hey, dude, like I went to Victory Church one time or whatever, and I seen the holy tamale in the sky, bro. And it converted me. Chicano church, bro.
Cholo church.
Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever? It's exclusivism, bro. Chicano church, bro.
Hey, fool.
Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever? It's exclusivism, bro. Chicano church, bro.
Cholo church.
Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever? It's exclusivism, bro. Chicano church, bro.
Cholo church.
Cholo church is the only true church. Listen, what are you gonna do if I say to you, the true church isn't the papal church or whatever? The true church is Chicano church, bro.
Cholo church.
Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever? It's exclusivism, bro. Chicano church, bro.
Cholo church.
Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever? It's exclusivism, bro. What's up, bro? Hey, fool. I'm new or whatever, dude. Hey, dude, like I went to Victory Church one time or whatever, and I seen the holy tamale in the sky, bro. And it converted me.
Hey, piggy. Hey, piggy. Don't make me go back to that 9 to 5. Wage clock ain't no way to be alive. Don't make me go back to 9 to 5. Wage clock ain't no way to be alive. Ooh. Hey, piggy. Just give me one more super chat. Hey, piggy. Just give me one more super chance. Hey, piggy. Just give me one more super chance. Hey, piggy. Just give me one. Ooh.
When I'm with my boo, 1 and 1 makes 2, then it makes 3. Yeah, we had the baby. She want Versace, she want Gucci. Gotta lay down all my bands on the Lambo, cause she don't like my Volvo, no, no. Yeah, she got a diamond grill on her baby teeth. Coolest kid in the nursery, but you know, I'm not a materialist, an idealist. I flow with the transcendental argument. Reading Wittgenstein, investigate my girl philosophically. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? I just want the money.
Hey, piggy. Just give me one more super chat. Hey, piggy. Just give me one more super chance. Hey, piggy. Just give me one more super chance. Hey, piggy.
Yeah.
Just give me one.
Yeah,
ooh.
straight up, I'm simple for you, girl. I want my heart, want you in my world. I see you in the super chat, I see you wanna go from me. I see you on the OnlyFans and you got my heart in your hand. Please don't crush it, girl, understand that I'm a simp, but I'm proud. I'm a geek, but I'm proud. And I wanna feel your breath at a convention. I want my picture of you groping my ass to be on social media. I want my friends to see it on Discord. I'm gonna upload it to my subreddit and they all gonna see it. My friends, they gonna like it, they gonna retweet it. But I think that it's gonna be the greatest moment of my life, and I want you to be a part of it, girl. Yeah.
Don't make me go back to that 9 to 5. Wage clock ain't no way to be alive. Don't make me go back to 9 to 5. Wage clock ain't no way to be alive. Ooh. Hey, piggy. Just give me one more super chat. Hey, just give me one more super chance. Hey.
I need 7 fingers. I need 7 fingers. I need 7 fingers. I need 7 fingers so I can grab more cash. Oh, it's that time again.
Moment and space lives. Let's create lives. Moment and space lives. That's a body. It's a very tough body. He looks good. Yeah. Moment and space lives. Moment and space lives. In your eye. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right. Face it. Space it. Space it. Moment and space lives. Space lives. Let's create lives. That's a cool space lives. I would like to have intimacy with you on the planet of Naboo. Moment space lives. Magic underwear. Where's the magic underwear? Right there. It's right there. Moment space lives. Space lives. God, that's a body. It's a very tough body. He looks good. Let's create lives. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right. Face it. Space it. Face it.
Of course it has Cure vibes. Of course it has New Order vibes. Of course it has the vibes that you all... David Bowie vibes, right? David Bowie vibes. I want to have intimacy with you. Welcome everybody to another insane Crazy Debates live stream. It's open forum. It's feral insanity. It's people with rabies. It's people with scabies. That's the usual. That's the norm. And we welcome it. I ain't got no problem with the insanity. In fact, we embrace it, dog. And we magnify it to the higher little tiny integers. You know, we raise it to the third power, son. That's what we're all about over here. I got a lot of things on my mind. Not really. Actually, I have no things on my mind, but I wanted to open it up for the goobers to call in. If you are a confirmed, certified, internet-approved goober, This is your day. You can call in and refute me. Put me in my place. Show me that I'm a pay piggy grifter man. You can refute me at any level. You can expose me as a KGB CIA Mossad wizard. You can, what else am I? You can expose me as a satanic wizard, a sorceress. You could expose me as a BIPOC E-diva celebrity queen sorceress on the internet, tempting all of the husbands because I'm beautiful. You can do whatever you want today. What is going on here? Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right. Today is your day. Treat yourself. It's your day, son. You can bring whatever things you want to the table. I know a lot of y'all are struggling. You're having a hard time right now. Ooh. Well, today's your day to call in and whine and bitch. It's the special whine and bitches day. It's tea and crumpets for whiny bitches. So grab your box wine and whine at me, bitches. Oh! Drax, Dr. Alex Fitness says for $5. Super heavyweight orthodox boxing champion. You sick? He did it again. Check him out. Yeah, I saw he went to church. He went to church to pray. That's a good move, dude. I assumed it was, or it looks like an Orthodox church. It didn't look like a Coptic church. I didn't call you, but you're welcome. What a providential, fortuitous situation. Jamie just appears thinking I called her. How are you today?
Good.
Welcome to the voiceless Agent Diane to Cooper.
Did you psychically summon me for coffee?
Diane, this is a amazing cup of Joe. You can be Laura Palmer and do some Meals on Wheels, baby. You're Shelly, Meals on Wheels, baby. Who was the hottest Twin Peaks girl outside of Jamie? Because if you guys didn't see on Instagram, there was I put the Jamie picture back up. She was the hottest Twin Peaks girl. But you got your Laura Palmer, you got your Shelly, you got your Donna, and you got your Audrey. So pick who you want. But I guess technically Amanda Seyfried's is also part of the universe. Also there's Peggy Lipton, right? At the diner. She would count. She was I think she was a model back in the day. So actually you got like 5 or 6 Twin Peaks ladies to choose from. Anyway, all right, what are we going to get? Everybody says Madge and Amex. Everybody thinks it's Shelly. All right, what are we going to get into today? Well, I want y'all to call in, and I've had so many things saved in the to watch later, you know, that it just keeps piling up. So we're going to watch all 1,000 videos in my watch later. It would be funny to go back to the beginning and see like what did I put in the watch later category in 2008 when I joined YouTube. Maybe I don't want to go back there. Maybe it's some kind of cringe shit. I don't even know. Y'all just, oh, let's expose him, dude. Look what he had saved in 2008. I have no idea what it would be. I don't even remember. It's like when you get to be, 17, edge of 17 like I am, and you think back to what it was like 10 years ago when you were like, a 10-year-old or whatever. You're like, it's like a different world, a different person. I don't know. Who knows what I was thinking back in 2008. It would be funny to see, though. I wonder if you can. Are y'all ready for some cringe? Let's see. You can look up the oldest. This is a little fun experiment. This is how I don't care. So all the clippers are getting ready. Oh, we're going to expose him. I mean, I don't think there's like, strippers twerking or anything like that in here. I don't remember. That has never really been on YouTube, I don't think. But let's see what it was. Okay, so the oldest things I shared, World War III simulation from War Games. You know what, though? I think I probably didn't even notice that you could save videos for later until probably not that long ago. So this is probably from about 2011 or 12. This looks like stuff from then. There's a George Soros lecture. I never watched that. I'm not sure what the Peter Schiff doing a debate. So this was pre Bitcoin. This is when I was listening to Peter Schiff about the gold standard. Stanley Kubrick interview from a long time ago. I remember I was living at an apartment. I remember this when I was watching a lot of these videos. I sold Big Chungus to GameStop. Okay, I don't know what that is or why the hell I would ever watch that. The classic CNN reporter on a green screen. That one's in there. Russian Orthodox chant. Critique of feminism. TV on the radio. Florence and the Machine. Ooh, deep underground military bases, dude. Dumbs. Check this out. This was back when dubstep too. There's a bunch of dubstep songs. Remember this deep underground military bases? And then they would play Massive Attack song Angel. Let's see if this is it. Yes. I'm not going to play it because it'll ding the copyright, but this is some old school conspiracy right here. This was like peak, right after Endgame had come out, and you in the conspiracy world. I can't believe this video is still on YouTube. This was uploaded 2008, so this is old school, right? And then it's like, yeah, dude, put some Massive Attack behind a bunch of images of deep underground military bases, and then misspell half of the shit in the text. That's classic conspiracy stuff, dude, right? Oh, here we got NORAD. You are about to see government's best kept secret. Please download, repost this, and thus it can't be stopped. Even though all of these entities could like shut the internet off at any moment, right? So, nah, dude, it can't be stopped. Put on a Guy Fawkes mask, bro. We're gonna expose the system. Let's see what it says. They have been quietly preparing for something very major. So not something just kind of normal major, very major. I'm talking like Major General, Major General Mills over here. We're getting full on, apocalypse with the very major preparations. Look, they're putting in ice machines, vending machines. You got to have Fanta on tap. The deep state's all about Fanta. Got to have it on tap. Got to have it ready, fresh when everything collapses. Look, they even say right here, 2012, dude. This right here, this vending machine is located at NORAD at one of the underground bases, and 2012 is the year, dude. Look at that stuff. Ooh, it's a wall of a vending machine. So you got your cold drinks, you got your Snapples, you got your Fantas, you got them all ready for when the SHTF shit hits the fan, right? Look at this. Here's an underground railroad, and this ain't for Harriet Tubman's. Spare me the Harriet Tubman's. Okay, if you're a Captain Crackrock fan, this underground railroad, this underground railroad is for my boy Henry Kissinger. More like Harriet Kissinger, not Harriet Tubman. Okay, that's what this underground railroad for. They have advanced transportation systems down there. The dumbs can reach Mach 1. Okay, I don't know how this conspiracy dude knows that dumbs reach Mach 1, but it could be from that Rand Corporation. There is actually a Rand Corporation white paper. By the way, there are deep underground military bases. It's just that usually the conspiracy retard videos are over the top ridiculous. Yo, they've been stocking these bases with massive amounts of food. I just want to know, is it good food? You know what I mean? Is it stocked with Bill Gates's Beyond Meat? Or do they got, a nice couple cans of Hormel chili down there? What do they got down there? Is it all ramen? Is it Funyuns? Is it Bugles? What do they got down there? Look at that. What is that? They growing weed? Or are they growing freaking, what does that look like? That looks like wheatgrass. That's so all the yoga chicks, the Instagram girls can get wheatgrass shots, which is disgusting, by the way. You ever had a wheatgrass shot? Ugh. Look at that, dude. There's an exit to the basement. Damn, son. Look at that. That's a Denver airport right there. Remember the Denver airport conspiracy? Which is halfway true, by the way. There is a underground base underneath it, but and look, that's Lord of the Rings right there. Fly, you fools! Drums in the deep. Check that out. And there's a little black man right there. He's about to get run over by the orcs. You should have listened to Gandalf. All right, what do we got? We got kind of rustic looking swimming pools down there. This looks like a club in Sweden. Like it would be some kind of a weird club in Sweden that you would go to like a gay Finnish rave, but it's in an underground base, you know. Welcome to Cheyenne Mountain Complex. You got to throw in a little bit of Cheyenne Mountain in there. What else do we got? Randos, dudes just sitting around playing Minecraft on the computer. I mean, this is miles underground, dude. That's where the aliens is at. Look, here's the thing that drills the holes. This is how they jet Henry Kissinger around. You think Henry Kissinger's dead. That's what you think. That's what that's the cover story normies are given. Look at this underground base. We got meemaws down there, boomers. Dude, this is the elite of the boomers. They're already in the underground base, and the apocalypse has already happened. Dude, check it out. It's all boomers already. It's boomers all the way down. It's an infinity of boomers. That's our hell. Our hell is an infinity of boomers all the way down. And I mean literally all the way down in the infinity of the underground bases, which are the backrooms. Look at that. Oops, hold on. Dude, it's meemaws all the way down, dude. You thought the boomers were the worst generation. You didn't even know half of it. The boomers are already in the underground bases. They're down there playing Baccarat, dude. Or I don't just mean Burt Bacharach. They're playing Burt Bacharach while they're playing Baccarat, whatever those stupid boomer board games are. What's that board game? Is it Baccarat? And then there's a lounge singer, Burt Bacharach. They're playing Burt Bacharach while they're playing Baccarat and backgammon. And a lot of old people are sleeping around too. So they're probably on their backs playing Baccarat, listening to the Burt Bacharach. That's not bingo down there. That ain't bingo. What's that game? Cribbage? Yeah, that's a boomer game for sure. That's a grandma game right there. Cribbage. What the hell is cribbage? Boom roasted. What's the game I'm thinking of? Baccarat? Baccarat, that's it. Nigga, you gotta Baccarat or you gotta back out. You gotta choose. You can't play both sides. Baccarat. What the hell is Baccarat? Damn medieval games, dude. You roll out a board and you got a couple sticks and a couple idols that you stick on there. And then you throw some bones, right? Like medieval shit. Medieval games. That's what I'm talking about. The bones tell me nothing. The bones. Right? You're talking like the wizard in Willow, right? The bones tell me nothing. Drinking Bacardi, playing Baccarat, listening to Burt Bacharach on their backs. That's what I'm talking about. And they're listening maybe to Baby Got Back. Just for the hell of it. Because they thought, we're going to destroy these younger generations. So let's play one of the Gen X songs of the hip hoppers. And they listen to Baby Got Back. And then they remix it with Burt Bacharach. How does Burt Bacharach go? Look how stream of consciousness we got on this. Somebody realized the other stream was all, I'm like, yeah, dude, we've been doing stream of consciousness streams forever. They were like, dude, your backroom stream is like stream of consciousness. Yeah, dude. That's what we've always done. All right, we're not gonna do see, this is how we just go crazy with it. It's kind of schizo. It's all over the place, but in a fun, loving schizo way, not in a dangerous schizo way. So yeah, there's the underground bass video that I had on my playlist from ages ago. We won't keep doing this. High-tech weaponry used in Iraq. That's pretty crazy. I don't remember that. Fidel Castro, the CIA's man in Havana. Oh, that's a Gonzalez interview. Here we got Jonas Salk in here. I got my own videos in here. Interesting. Are you okay? She's bumping her knee, bumping her toes. You do that for fun or you do an accident? Anyway, here we go. We've got 10-year-old interviews with higher side chats. All right, let's go back to the newer stuff because this is kind of weird. We got some good Hollywood stuff here. Let's take some calls since we've been kind of holding people on. Pulse, what's up, Pulse? You guys are already being generous. I've been exposed as a grifter, if you didn't know, because I made a Pay Piggy song. Yeah, dude, the song has been up for like 5 years, dummy. So, yeah, of course, a live streamer asks for super chats. Every live streamer on the internet asks for super chats, dummies. What's up, man? Pulse, unmute.
Yo, what's up?
Yes, sir.
It sounds like you've been fully retorted by them, by the way.
Always. When was I not?
Okay. Yeah.
I've been retard maxing before when y'all was still drinking lattes and shitting your diapers, dude.
Damn, I never thought about retard maxing.
It's a thing.
Yeah, that's nice. Question. I just started going to, are you doing catechumen shit at all today or just conspiracy stuff?
I don't care. You call in about whatever you want, man. Which means it's going to be all catechumen questions.
Orthodox, an Antiochian Orthodox church for the last couple months, which has been great. Big change from like my past and like random Protestant and like Calvinist bullshit. But what would you say are some of the things that I should try to understand or grasp before I feel like it's interesting trying to feel like I've fully committed to the church, coming from a place where like I believed in nothing, other than Jesus saves.
Well, I mean, when you get going to the church, you're going to have, a catechesis, and your catechist will, I'm sure, recommend certain texts to you. We have ones that we usually recommend. Myself being a Calvinist, I found the Christology of St. Cyril of Alexandria, Christological Controversy. That book was very helpful in getting rid of a lot of Calvinist ideas that I retained. Mystical Theology of the Eastern Church by Losky was a great one for helping to kind of cleanse my palate of Calvinism. Meyendorff's Byzantine Theology is a good one. And then maybe something a little more fundamental if you're kind of new to the overall Orthodox ethos. I would say Pomazanski's Orthodox Dogmatics would be good. So those are all good reads. But also remember that like it's more important to be active, in the local church and not just reading. Reading's fine, and I'm not saying you're going to do this, but people have this mindset that somehow we're all about just intellect or just abstractions when we've always been telling people you got to go to church.
Yeah, and that's one of the main things I've been trying to focus on is like, don't try to intellectualize it too much. That'll kind of come as I choose to or not choose to read saints and whatnot, but just enjoy the life and getting into the body of and the a group of people.
Sure.
Could I actually recommend in terms of priority of reading too?
Please.
Read the Lives of Saints. I mean, it's great. Like, it's great to read the kind of heavy hitting theology stuff too, but you want to form a relationship with the saints and know what orthodoxy produces if you work the program and pray and repent. So I think that's on the top of the reading list. I'm always going to recommend that. Like, start reading the Lives of Saints, and then you can go down into the other stuff as well. But
thank you. Yeah, I'll pick up Lives of Saints here. I'm just finishing the dialogue between Orthodox and the Barlamite. I think that's what it's called, the St. Gregory Palamas.
Yeah, that's a classic. Yeah.
Yeah, you suggest that.
That's a great one that more people should do that one because it would actually help them avoid a lot of the traps that later come along. So people in the chat, but great questions, Pulse. Appreciate that. Glad you're checking out the Antiochian Church. Guys in the chat, like the way you call in is through the Twitter space. Okay, I'm still a ghetto. I'm probably always going to be ghetto. It just takes too much of a bunch of energy to somehow make this into some fancy thing. So listen, you got your fancies this weekend. Okay, we went and did a full production, real podcast interview with Kat Von D. We had a great time. I don't know when I'm going to put it up yet because it's got to be edited. I paid, actual crew people to come do it. Our good buddies. Shout out to Mark and Scooter and to Nick. So it's going to be a great interview. It was a lot of fun. It was a good mix of serious and silly. So that'll be coming out soon. And I think, we might try to do more of that when I've got those kinds of opportunities. High quality, high produced, fully edited type fancy pants interviews or whatever. But, for live streams, it's just so easy to do it ghetto, dude. And it's kind of fun too. Because you guys call in. It sounds like a phone call kind of, I mean, I guess I could hook up the computer to do calls through Discord, but I don't really like Discord that much, so I don't know if I want to even do that. But Will, what's up? By the way, I got my nice shirt on. Look at these fun-loving Zooland creatures. You got whatever this is, gay porcupine right here. You got a happy little fox with heart glasses. You got this cookies and cream chocolate bear right here. So I can't be mean today if I'm wearing this shirt. Dude, what are you doing? Swallowing? You swallowing more than me. What's up? Will, what's up?
Hey, son.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Speaking of serious and silly, there's two things I wanted to tell you. I sent you the link to my Order of the Phoenix analysis because I think that in particular is the Harry Potter that deals with the most conspiracy stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like the Department of Mysteries, the prophecies, the psyops and the mystery. Right? Like Voldemort's not back.
Yeah, but don't spoil my thesis, dude.
Trust the experts.
Don't spoil my thesis, bro. What's on your mind? Is that it?
Shit, dude. I guess it's just like what do the atheists say about like the like the congruent evolution or whatever?
What do you mean? What are you talking?
Or whatever.
What about it?
Well, like it's just like I just watched it and I came to those conclusions.
But,
Oh,
so you came to my conclusions after.
I do mention that I'm kind of coming at it from that kind of perspective. But of course, I imbue my Catholicism in it.
Oh, shit.
On certain things, we wouldn't agree. But I think you'd find it interesting nonetheless.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it, dude. Appreciate it. Hold on. If you're going to call about, don't spoil my thesis, dog, but appreciate you calling in. Cost commit. What's up? Appreciate you guys calling. You call in through the X space in the link. What's up, y'all? Demi, what's up? Unmute. Yeah, that's you, man. Why are you raising your hand?
Oh, hey, man. Oh, I didn't know if we were doing hands in here. I just want to say white power. I just noticed I've got some friends that had really wanted to have a conversation with you. You know, HT, he's down there, and then Asirik, they'd want to, have a conversation.
I don't know where you're.
Wouldn't mind.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I'm knowledgeable as them on some of these topics,
I don't know who you're talking about. HT, this guy in the chat here?
Yeah, he should be requesting him and then
Okay.
Asirik Media.
Okay. Oh, here we go. What's up, man? Yo, what's up? Unmute. HT, we're waiting on you, man. Unmute. Okay, looks like he can't connect. So he can come out and try again. Who's the other one? Syriac Media? Siri something? I don't see anybody with Syriac. Juice Box, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up?
What's on your mind?
What's up, man? I was
leaving a Protestant background and stuff, I started going to a Western Rite parish and stuff. And it's kind of a question maybe for Father Deacon Ananias too, if you could. Like some of the stuff they do there, like they sometimes will defend the Catholics as not being like heretics but schismatics, or they make certain distinctions about the filioque, trying to defend it as not being double procession, or they'll, for example, want to put up icons of the Virgen de Guadalupe apparition. So like there's certain things that I want to know, like what do you guys think is like the border of that kind of that line we don't cross, or
Yeah, I mean, it's not a canonical icon in the Orthodox Church, and it's not. I mean, the Roman Catholic Church has dogmatized the double eternal hypostatic procession, so they might want it to be otherwise, but it really doesn't matter what they want, and it doesn't make any sense to try to reframe or restate all that. But at the same time, a lot of people are doing this in ignorance, so I wouldn't hold everybody accountable like they're all just theologically compromised and trying to subvert. A lot of people just think that, hey, Catholics have a lot of things in common with us, so maybe we're all on the same page, and they're not actually aware of the specifics of Roman Catholic papal theology. Super Bliss, what's up, man? But good question. But some of those things you got to deal with them delicately, because if somebody puts up a bad icon, is that a reason to leave the church? No, that's more of a spurgy kind of thing. But Exo Super Bliss, unmute.
Yep.
What's on your mind?
What if you just like see Ruslan in like the supermarket? You just like walk by him.
You should get on your feet and thank him for not destroying you, because he's allowed you to exist. And we should all, at least once in the day, have a public repentance to Ruslan. We all need to do more repentance to Ruslan, because we're not doing it enough. But should you see him in public, you probably should publicly prostrate and repent to Ruslan, because that's the only way that you can please him, is that you have to repent to him. So public oral confession only if it's to Ruslan. J-Or. Yeah, I'm kind of liking some of these pool rooms, dude. Like this one, that's pretty sweet right there. It's a weird pool, though. JR, what's on your mind?
What's up, dude? You want to talk Backrooms for a minute?
Sure. I mean, I got them playing on the screen.
Yeah, so some of the stuff, I liked a lot of the stuff that you were saying in there. There was a book I read many years ago. It's called Non-Places. Have you heard of that book?
Mm-mm.
So it's called... it's like a series of essays by a guy named Marc Augé.
Mm-hmm.
And, a lot of the stuff with the liminal spaces is going to be critiqued in a lot of like French postmodern stuff. And the book is called An Introduction to the Anthropology of Supermodernity. Right?
Yeah.
And he actually says something that you came to a conclusion about in there, where when you enter a liminal space, there's no room for history unless it's been transformed into an element of the spectacle. And what reigns there is the urgency of the present moment. So since non-places are there to be passed through, they're measured in units of time.
Interesting.
And so it also lined up, because when I was listening to the audio of it, it made me think about something that Jacques Ellul says in Technological Society. And I went and I actually looked up the passage in there. Because what Ellul talks about, his, what he means when he says techniques?
I don't remember.
It's not technology in the Ellul theory is not entirely just like what we think of as technology. It's encompassing like the way humanity is reacting to technology as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so he says that technique worships nothing and respects nothing. It has a single role to strip off externals and to bring everything to light. And this was an interesting thing in light of the liminal spaces, is like scientifically science tries to remove all the mystery from life.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you look at those spaces, there's nothing in there and they're all wide open. So the reason that it can be kind of perplexing looking at those is because there isn't anything hidden. And so you have like a psychosomatic reaction to them in a way.
Hey, speaking of John.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just pulled up this book. I was using some of it for my paper I just wrote, but Eliade's Myths, Dreams, and Mysteries. And
I've seen that one before.
Oh, it's not as well known. The encounter between contemporary faith and archaic realities. But he talks about a lot of the stuff that you're going over. And I was just really impressed. I'm like, why haven't I heard of this book? Why isn't it more popular among his books? But anyways, I just wanted to throw that in there because it tied in.
Well, one other thing that was interesting about it is one thing I thought about, and I was not even aware that this was a thing at one time, but a lot of the architecture of the 60s, 70s, and 80s is actually called something like architectural determinism. And what the purpose of it was, because if you think about it, all of the modernist architects of that time period, they were basically, for lack of a better term, they were pre-programming the future into the architecture of what they wanted the world to be. Mm-hmm. Right? All of the architecture is a promise of the future.
Uh-huh.
It's not even the future that exists at the time. So a lot of the space age idea of what the space age atomic, type architecture of the 60s and 70s is a projection of what's to come in the future. This promise of a great space age or whatever. We're going to have Jetsons flying cars. But the brutalism is also a promise of the dystopia.
Yeah. Yeah, that was what I was honing in on in my analysis.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was bringing it up. So there is a it's like a predictive programming put into society that's built in all of your architecture. That's why all of our architecture has no meaning anymore.
Yeah, it's all monochrome, gray, ugly stuff.
Sorry to keep bringing my paper up, but my mindset's in there. But pulling from Vogelin, that once man destroys kind of the order of being, that is Christianity and even the archaic order of being in terms of essences and hierarchies, then as Nietzsche famously said, what a horrendous event. Man must become God in order to do this. So he has to construct his own reality. So you can see that in the architecture. It's not the art's obviously not a mimesis in imitating anything. It's literally a Gnostic construction program about, and it's always utopianism in these neo-Gnostics, right? It's this system building of emitizing the eschaton of what the future is going to be according to their own image. So that's a great point. Yeah.
Well, and sometimes it's dystopian. It's not utopian.
I think this. I'll read this just quick little short paragraph here from Elul. He says, "Far from being restrained by any scruples before the sacred, technique constantly assails it. Everything which is not yet technique must become so. It is driven onward by itself, by its character of self-augmentation. Technique denies a mystery a priori. The mysterious is merely that which has been yet made technique." So that's why those liminal spaces are so disturbing. I have to admit that when I was a kid, I did find, if you went to a mall on an off day, like a Wednesday or something, it would be empty and it would be weird.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh yeah. Remember the orange mall where the block was? It was like that. Do you remember that? That was a weird
Well, you know, it's a funny thing about there was a mall before there was the block. It was called the City.
Yeah, that's right. I remember going there, and it was super weird. It was like there was no life.
The interesting thing, that mall is one of the first malls to be built, like with apartments around the mall. And then if you remember the inside of it, like they try to make it look like the outside inside.
Yeah.
That's why they called it the City, because it was like a simulation of a city, but in an indoor mall.
Yeah, appreciate those comments. Beautiful Tristana, who doesn't usually join us, he's too good for us now these days, has graced us with his presence. I'd like to hear from him as well. Beautiful Tristana.
I was going to bring up Father Deacon Ananias also grew up in Southern California, so all the liminal spaces and the intention behind those. Right, when you look at the reaction that happens when somebody starts to use those liminal spaces for other means, it kind of shows you kind of the real essence and ontology of them. Because like in the 90s, in the late 80s and the 90s, the whole street skateboarding thing started becoming really popular, and it was kind of disruptive, right? So all of a sudden, people are using benches, banks, pieces of cement for personal enjoyment, for something that's like outdoors, that's kind of breaking the mold of how people are thinking about the context of their environment and how you're meant to react with it. And I mean, so much. I mean, a lot of it was damaging, and some of a lot of these kids were.
Did you come up with that on your own? I'm doing
I am bad at skateboarding. Yeah.
There's a guy I used to keep in touch with. He actually made a documentary on that specific point. I'll forward it to you guys. I don't know. Have you ever seen? Did I send that to you, Tristan?
No, I had a cool coffee table book in the early 2000s that was kind of a photo essay about the concept. And, I mean, it's something that was always talked about in skateboarding magazines in like the early 2000s and stuff.
Yeah, I think that Jay was correct that like people don't know what to feel when they see the liminal spaces, because it is like evoking a type of nostalgia. But then like one of the things it says in this non-places book is that because it gives like a history of like anthropology and how like places have sacred meanings to people who have stayed in the same place for a long time. But when you go into liminal spaces, there's no connection to anything. Like there's no connection to any history at all, and so you like don't know what to feel.
Yeah, that was my.
I mean, for the smart city and the 15-minute city.
Exactly, that's what I said.
Halls of liminal spaces connecting to your little pods where you're going to live in and just essentially consume.
Yeah, exactly.
Be consumed and be data mined.
Yeah.
So that it's all.
That's the exact conclusion that
you in and out of your states of harvestable activity, so you can be you're a node.
Exactly.
Well, you're already kind of that way in the present tense, because the places that are referred to as non-places or liminal are places like airports or hotels.
Well, those are all places where you
are just a consumer, and that's all you are.
Well, you're passing through. They're temporary spaces. So the thing about the liminal space is it's an infinite, never-ending labyrinth of a temporary space, which is not the past, not the future. It's a place where you're only going to be there as you're going somewhere else, right? Like the airport.
Yeah, exactly. And in that moment, like you are just like everybody else. You're homogenized and you're just consuming. So if you can make that forever.
But the thing about the liminal space,
forever, that's what they like.
The thing about the liminal spaces is that typically there's not consumption there because they're empty. So essentially the human element has been defeated, and the consumable products or goods, they're not there except for like a random computer or desk here and there, because they're no longer needed. It's like a museum to what was before, of the human era. But it's like if we were to have a post-natalist world, this is what that museum would look like.
It's funny. I'm thinking of the last scene in 2001 where his living
Yes.
quarters is somewhat of a liminal space.
Great point.
It's
Great
decorated,
point.
But it is decorated with artifacts of the past.
Of the past, yeah.
But the way that the architecture of the ceiling, of the floor, and the lighting of it makes it feel so liminal. And he's inside of this, liminal pod flying through. He's like in an egg in space, going to become the Star Child or whatever. There seems to be something in there that relates to it.
Yeah, which that's good you brought up Kubrick, because he is the king of adding liminal spaces to his movies, i.e. The Shining.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the liminal spaces in Kubrick are always a source of tension, of underlying dread, and of coming terror.
Well, the liminal space here, though, is supposed to be man achieving apotheosis, right? This is right before, he basically he sees himself in a reflection. He sees himself in the past, all the way to his death, as he's dying, and then he basically, the way the story's supposed to go is that he unites with the technology and is reborn as Star Child, and then in the story he nukes Earth. So it's actually like a eternal return, dystopian, anti-natalist, anti-human ideology, because Arthur C. Clarke, who was like a Crowleyan creeper. So the idea is that
all of reality, all of life, even humanity itself, personhood, being, these are all just liminal spaces in the evolutionary worldview anyways, right?
Correct, yeah.
All of your existence is liminal space in between the next phase where you're going to transition to being whatever it is, whether it be lesser or higher.
Yeah, so you're either, it's like you always said, Tristan, when you were always making that joke, like, oh, you're a god in waiting. You're about to become a deity, but also you're meaningless pond scum because you mean nothing in the universe, but also you're God.
And that's the funny thing about kind of modernity. It's like it's post enlightenment, rather, to be more exact. That's really what it is. That's what you're told, and it's so great that you're stardust, right? Isn't it amazing? You're stardust, but to say you were made from the dust of the earth, and you were created by God. That's completely insane. But when Spaceman says, when Black Spaceman NASA guy says, bro, you're stardust, like, let's go touch butts. It's like,
we are all made of stars.
Seeing that, the devaluing of human as the God's crown of creation, the macrocosm of the entire universe. As I was writing about, Demetrius Staniloy says, the universe is for man, not man for the universe.
Right.
And whether it's, all the space stuff or think about the veganism and stuff like that too. It's all that's speciesism. You're nothing. You're worthless, blah, blah, blah. It's totally antichrist.
Yeah, that's what Alol says in the Technological Society. Says man will live for, instead of techniques existing for man will in the future exist for techniques.
Man, I wish I had used that book. That sounds awesome.
Oh, you don't have that book?
No.
Near Eastern. Let's go to a call here. Let's go to a call here. Near Eastern, what's on your mind? Near Eastern, you want to unmute? Near Eastern, last chance. Do you want to talk or not?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's on your mind?
I wanted to ask you, have you ever heard of Danelius Bartholomew?
Uh-uh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I have not heard of that person.
Oh, wonderful.
Who is that? Why do we need to be aware of that? Hello? Can you hear me?
Well, Danelius is basically the most evil person in all of history.
Who? Okay. I don't know, man. Leon, what's up, dude?
Hey Jay, what's up, man?
What's up?
Hey, I was talking to a buddy of mine who goes to a Presbyterian church this weekend, and I was kind of shocked to find out. I didn't know this. I didn't really look into any of the Reformation theology before I came into Orthodoxy. They recite the Nicene Creed at the Presbyterian church.
Yeah.
I was kind of shocked to find that out. So I was curious what your understanding of this was when you were Calvinist.
Yeah, I've covered it many times. We just reinterpret we say the Filioque way, so obviously they believe in the Filioque way. And then they think one Holy Catholic Apostolic is the invisible church. Bork Larson. We got a Nordic Finnish man in the chat. Bork Larson.
Hello.
Hey.
So I was just watching your Roman Catholic Histrionic Woman Saints, and you referenced a Cambridge Companion. I was just wondering which one that was, because there seems to be two that talk about it.
It's the Cambridge Companion to Western Hermeticism.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a really good book. I recommend it. The Kabbalah chapter is great. I think we've almost read the entire book, so it's all really good for that kind of stuff. Jorge, what's up, dude? Jorge. Jorge, unmute. Guys, thank you for being so generous today. Somebody said, dude, they sent you $1,000. You're not even going to talk about it? Dude, it's 1,000 Serbian dollars. Don't you know that's like a tenth of a penny? So 1,000 Serbs pennies is like is $10. So y'all need to relax, dude. Jorge, what's up?
Hey. Hello, Jay.
Yo.
Thanks for taking my call.
Speak out. We can barely hear you.
Hey. It's because it's very late in here in Moscow.
Oh, gotcha.
My kids are asleep.
That's okay. Gotcha.
So listen, I have a very strange question for you.
Okay.
If you don't mind, I would like to just tell you a little bit beforehand.
Sure, go ahead.
So so a friend of mine went through a very dark and chaotic period in his life, and eventually started consulting witchcrafts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these people, these seers, connected to Afro-Brazilian religions.
We have a bruja in the chat right here. Tristana is a legitimate, certified, ordained bruja in the chat, so we can ask her whether this is true or false. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the thing is that they became close friends because apparently this year he was not a bad guy, so he would kind of help people through their lives, and so. Now, where it gets complicated is because my friend eventually started turning back towards God. He went through years of suffering, strange experiences, this kind of existential crisis, and eventually started reading scripture seriously, like on his own, praying again, and going back to church and all that.
Okay.
So he was also praying the Rosary daily.
Okay.
Rebuilding faith and growing up again in faith. But then the thing is that this witchcraft guy died. And my friend was devastated because, despite being involved, in things clearly condemned by Christianity, he still saw this man as someone who sincerely tried to, help broken people, so to say.
Well, I mean, you can be sincerely wrong, though. So just because a witch is like, trying to, quote, help people doesn't mean that it's good. You know what I mean? Like, there might be a guy who, deals heroin in the back alley who, is giving heroin to people that are fighting in the Civil War and they lost their leg. And maybe he means to really help the Civil War veterans that lost a leg. But that doesn't make, being a heroin dealer cool.
Yeah, and so because this guy died, and so my friends started praying daily for him during the rosary. Like in Catholic tradition, you pray the rosary, and how do you say that? Like you give intentions for family members.
Yes, you can still pray for family members in the Orthodox Church, even if they died outside the church. I mean, we pray for our, recently lost people pretty consistently. I lost my best friend last year. We pray for him pretty regularly. Jamie lost her brother last year. She prays for him pretty regularly. They were not Orthodox. And so there's nothing that prohibits Orthodox people from praying for the dead. We just don't do the same prayers for the people who die in the church, right? Because they're part of the body. So there's different prayers for them. But also, I wouldn't say that just because, somebody has a good experience from praying the rosary. I mean, the rosary itself is not technically heretical because it's just a bunch of scriptural phrases in the book of Luke. But it's also, the tendency is that people think, oh, well, if it's technically okay, then all these other Roman Catholic things are okay. So it kind of opens up a Pandora's box. And, we pray the Jesus prayer in the Orthodox Church. We don't typically pray. And the other thing, too, is that the story of the rosary is that it was given to St. Dominic, right, by the Virgin Mary. And we don't want to, out of hand, just sort of approve all of the Roman Catholic appearances and apparitions and visions, because that's one of the problems in the Roman Catholic world. So we have to distinguish the fact that God can do something good with something that's not really part of our Orthodox tradition. It doesn't then follow from that, oh, well, then it's all good, right? I mean, people can have a bad acid trip and repent and become a believer, but we're not going to, like FDA says, dose everybody and then make them all into believers through mind control, right? So we don't really typically do an ends justify the mean type of thing. But remember that one guy that called in who was trying to argue, and he was like, he praised the rosemary. The chat always remembers the funniest callers. So let's see. I don't know who you guys are. You guys are telling me to bring these people in to debate, and they're not in the chat anymore. So I don't know who you're trying to get me to come on, trying to get to come on here. So I think the pagans are here, and the pagans are trying to debate me. But I mean, if you're a pagan, you want to come debate, raise your hand. I don't care. These people have really ramped up, I think, by design. I mean, not that they all know that they're like serving Fed interests, but they're obviously serving Fed interests, whether they know it or not. And what do these people actually think? Like, do you actually think you're going to convert like America and boomer America to being a wolf pack in the woods, and you're going to have your coven of butt buddies in the woods? I mean, it's just retarded, dude.
By the way, what's interesting is remember the last guy that called in that was paid was trying to argue, and I couldn't remember the name of the term. It's literally called race epistemology. So they literally believe if
that's a thing.
Yeah, like for example, Pythagoras is brown. I'm not saying he was, but like depending where, like if Pythagoras, let's say, is the Pythagorean theorem, if it's discovered by Pythagoras, is wrong because of his race. But if it's discovered, if a white European comes up with 2 + 3 is 8, it's
well, you seem to be unaware of the fact that we would not have even gone to the moon if it wasn't for a lot of slay queens and BIPOC divas who actually took us to the moon.
I almost wanted to interrupt there because we all know that Pythagoras was a black woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, also, somebody had brought up recently too that a lot of their pagan ideas were influenced by this Sumerians and Egyptians.
I mean, a lot of them, they actually end up just in like theosophy type crap, and it's like Blavatsky and scam artist type stuff.
Correct. Liam, you're eager to speak. What's on your mind?
Jay, thank you for having me. I really appreciate your
your breadth and your vast knowledge of philosophy and theology. I come from a theology background. I did a master's in a Catholic university, mostly studying, I guess what we would call liberation theology out of the Jesuits.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm in a university doing a master's in religious studies, more from a secular world.
Mm-hmm.
And so from my personal experience, and I just want to talk just openly with you.
Sure.
What I came to was that I came to the point where I don't think that Jesus was a historical person. I think that it's mythological. And then my next step was to be more racially conscious. And I thought to myself, I said, this Christianity, it's antithetical towards white well-being. And so I just wanted to hear kind of some of your
Why would you
your takes
say
on that.
why would you say that it's antithetical? Like, what's the root argument that it's antithetical to any people group, white, black, whoever? What's the basis?
Well, because we're all one in Jesus, and so it doesn't matter if you're a slave or a free man, a black or a Jew, like we're all one in Christ.
Yeah, but that doesn't erase your biological historical reality. Like, if you look at icons in the Orthodox Church, they maintain their history even in the eschaton, right? So like Moses the Black is still a black dude in his icon. If you look at white saints, they're still the same person that they were. So that we are one in Christ means that salvation is equally available, but it doesn't follow from that all civilizations are equivalent, or that men and women, because the same passage says that whether male or female, right, salvation is the same. It doesn't mean that you're no longer male or female.
But so we have passages from Paul who's like, you have a God that you don't know of, but we have salvation that is from the Jews. The Jews gave us spiritual blessings, so you owe them material blessings. It just
Paul
seems
doesn't say that.
very
Paul doesn't
Jewy.
teach.
And
Paul
at
doesn't
one
teach.
time, we
Paul,
have you
hold
saying
on.
that my church is
Slow
Jewish
down,
because we
dude.
dress more Jewish than the Catholic Church.
Paul doesn't say that you owe Jews material blessings. Where is that? I've never even heard that.
It's there.
No, it's not. I mean, I know the New Testament and the Old Testament very well.
So what
Where?
are you holding on to as there being a historical
I want you
Jesus?
to.
Like,
You made
what
an
makes you
assertion.
think that there is
Why are
one?
you trying to change the subject? You made an assertion that Paul says we owe Jews money. Where are you getting that? Where?
Ask Grok. I don't have my Jewish Bible in front of me.
Okay, so you don't have. So you
I
just.
thought you were a scholar.
I thought you were a scholar. You had a
You
master's. You
had a
don't know.
master's in religious studies or something. You're studying for a PhD, right?
Yeah, so I think of more on a theoretical level and less on a scriptural level.
Okay,
'cause I
so if
realize it's
so
just
if
a bunch
you're
of Jewish hodgepodge.
okay, so if you're
It's scriptural, not scriptural.
yeah, so I don't think you
Thank
actually.
you.
Yeah, I don't
Thank
think
you,
you
my
actually.
friend.
This I don't think he's actually getting any kind of degrees. He would know that it's scriptural, not scriptural.
No, that guy's like a 28-year-old, like long time paying.
Yeah, he watches Adam Green, and he's figured out. Yeah.
He has prayers to Hitler over on his page.
Avery, what's up?
Oh,
Go ahead, John.
no, I was going to ask, did you watch that Hunter Biden interview?
No, which one?
Well, he was on with Candace Owens, and he said he went to Georgetown and he learned a bunch of Jesuit theology at Georgetown, obviously. But he took and he kept bringing up, during the interview, he kept bringing up the Gnostic Gospels to her, asking her if she was aware of what the Gnostic Gospels said. And he said that one of the priests at Georgetown introduced the Gnostic Gospels to him. And then at the end of the interview, he says, I believe in the perennial philosophy. Have you ever heard of the perennial philosophy?
Yeah,
So that's
well, I
what
mean,
you're learning at Georgetown, obviously.
sure, yeah, he would fit into Vatican II very well. Verify, what's up? Or Erify, excuse me.
Hey, what does Romans 15:27 say?
Didn't we already do this last week with you or your buddy? We did this whole spiel already. You didn't listen to anything I said.
What does Romans 15:27 say?
Did we have this spiel already?
Why'd you call Liam a liar?
I asked him where it is. He said he doesn't know.
But now you can't repeat it?
It's talking about the church, Goofus. What are you even talking about? It's not saying you owe Jews money. Why would Paul writing to the Gentile church in Rome that's fighting with Jews in the church say, oh, by the way, send money to the unbelieving Jews. It's stupid. That's not what this text is talking about. It says the poor saints among those who are in Jerusalem, talking about the church in Jerusalem. For if the Gentiles have been partaker of their spiritual thing, they should also minister to them in material things, talking about the believers in Jerusalem.
The Jewish believers.
Yeah, the whole first century church is Jewish believers. The first 10 chapters of the book of Acts. So he made it like, oh, you owe unbelieving Jews money. That's not what Paul's saying. Paul's saying that the church in Jerusalem needs money. And then he runs away. So, see, these people are really dumb, dishonest people. They don't even know. Like, we had the same discussion with this crew a week ago or 2 weeks ago about these passages. They don't even know what the passages are referring to. They don't know when. Go ahead.
What's the argument, too, help me out here, that modern day Kabbalistic, rabbinical, Talmudic Jews are identical to Jews of the early century?
They, where they get this? From Jews. So Adam Green will interview Jews. Jews say that, and that's what I'm not joking. He had Tobiah Singer on. They had this whole conversation about this.
So they have this idea that there's this monolithic.
They do the same. They do the same thing Muslims do. Yes, it's the same thing Muslims do.
Biologically evil and less from the beginning of the.
Yeah, it's what the Muslims do. The Muslims say you don't believe in rabbinic Judaism's Unitarian God, so how could you be united with the Old Testament Jews? And it's like, yeah, that's a different theology, dummy. Like, you're talking to people who don't know anything. These are not scholars. These are uneducated people. And they just watch YouTube videos and they watch Europa or whatever. And they think that, oh, now I've got it all figured out. But they couldn't tell you what a logical fallacy is. They couldn't tell you like any basic facts of church history. They don't know how to interpret these texts. They just read the text and think that it's just stupid, dude. JTM, what's up? So he thinks that this is saying that the Gentile church owes rabbinic Jews money. This is so stupid. The passage right here says this is about the gospel.
And one of the weirdest things too is to come in and give yourself some fake credentials and spend, half a minute telling you, oh, well, I was doing this master's work at Roman Catholic school. Now I'm more secular. And and then it turns out that he clearly hasn't studied any of this. He's learning from YouTube. And
yeah, it's like the people in the chat. The people in the chat are pointing out, like the pagan LARPers, like everything they rely on is from Talmudic rabbinical interpretations. So they go to the Talmud and the rabbinic interpretation, and then they tell the Christians, "Why are you not following these rabbinical interpretations?" JTM, unmute.
Hey Jay, thanks for taking my call. I'm Protestant. I've been going to a CREC denomination. It's like a Presbyterian.
I know who Doug Wilson is. I know all about it.
Yeah. And I've been recently reading a lot and trying to learn more about Orthodoxy because from hearing a lot of arguments from you guys, it kind of like dismantles a lot of those kind of theologies. But I did have one question about like predestination that I was wondering if you could answer for me, because I've been having a hard time figuring it out. Which the question is basically, if God fully knows every future outcome prior to creation, but still chooses to create, how is he not in some meaningful sense choosing the total outcome of that world?
Because
sorry.
Because God being all powerful, it's also within his ability to create a world where there are real secondary causes. And so in other words, God knowing the outcomes or the different potentialities doesn't equate to him being the direct cause of them. So yes, God can create a world, there's secondary causes, and he knows all of those choices. But knowing does not equate to causing. And we had a determinist call in the other day, and he was trying to argue this exact same point. Not that you're a determinist in a material sense, but he was saying, I don't believe in free will, because even if you admitted that God's omniscient, that necessitates that he's the direct cause of all events. And I'm like, how do you demonstrate that? How do you demonstrate that because you know something is coming or will happen, you are therefore necessarily the cause? And you can't demonstrate that. It's just Well, he just kept saying, because it is. But so that's the thing, is that Christology is the paradigm for orthodoxy. In Calvinism, the paradigm is soteriology. So we begin our theology with a different order of the Ordo Theologia, with the Trinity and Christology first. So that's going to condition how we see even things like predestination. That's why Calvinists can't make sense of things like all men being resurrected, because the reprobate have no connection to Christ. But Paul very clearly says that in 1 Corinthians 15, nobody is resurrected apart from Christ. Oh, well then why are the non-elect resurrected? And in Calvinist theology, you usually get things like, well, God just arbitrarily wills to resurrect them into bodies fit for damnation. But the problem is that Paul's also explicit that the only way you're resurrected is in Christ. And so this means that Christ recapitulates all of human nature and all of creation. That's why all creation is transfigured and deified in the eschaton. And so once you get your Christology straight, all the Calvinist stuff falls apart, because you also notice, by the way, when Paul writes to the Ephesians and he says that you are the predestined, he's not writing to the elect. He's writing to a visible community in Ephesus. And he's saying, you, visible community, are all, quote, the predestined. That pretty much removes all of the basic assumptions of Calvinism in terms of, the limitation of the atonement and who are the elect or the predestined. Yeah. And so once you understand that,
It says predestined, not predetermined. I think that's, God knows the destiny of everybody. And then they read that as determined. It's like that. Those are two different categories.
yeah, well, they will equate foreknowledge with causation. So
That's right too.
Yeah, they think that
And keep in
foreknowing
mind
means you
that
cause it.
these are human chronological categories. Before and after. There is no before and after with God. Like, he's just ever present. So our actions and who we are, in a sense, determine God's knowledge, not the other way around.
Yeah, there's another
God's
easy way to refute Calvinism as well. Calvinism believes in absolute divine simplicity. So Calvinists, like all of their forebears, going back to Augustine and others, they will equate the divine will with the divine essence. This means the divine will is just as necessary as the divine essence. Well, if the divine will is the divine essence and the divine will is necessary, then the divine will is also determined, and God doesn't have free will. But great question. Smoldering, what's up? It's always weird too when you get like one day you'll open this up and you get all pagans, and then one day you open it up and you get all Protestants, and one day you open it up and you get all Roman Catholics. Like, you never know what you're gonna get. Smoldering precision, what's up?
Hey, do you believe that the New Jerusalem in Revelation is real, and the measurements are real, and a real building?
Paul says in Galatians 4, the New Jerusalem is the church. It's the people.
Well, I mean the measurement, like the height and the width of it and all that.
The measurements are displaying the perfection of Christ, presenting the kingdom to the Father without blemish, as we read in the epistles.
So it's not a building then.
It's the people.
Those measurements aren't physical. I mean,
It's the people.
the height is so okay. So
Did you hear what I said? I mean, how many times do you want me to say it for the sixth time? It's the people.
Okay, so when it says in Revelation 21:24 that the nations will bring their glory and honor, that word for honor is money. And it's in Isaiah 60 when it says all the wealth from the nations will be brought to their heavenly realm. In this,
Yeah, the church is now. So the church, yeah, it's not an eschatological only reality. Jesus brought the eschaton at his first advent. That's why the kingdom of God is here. The kingdom of God is the Orthodox Church. So it's a present reality.
So when Ezekiel says that there's blood sacrifice in the last final temple that will dwell with forever,
Yeah, that's a type.
Blood sacrifice in the final temple of Revelation.
Yeah, I know all this. I used to be a Protestant. I know all the arguments you're making. That is the lamb that's shown in the book of Revelation bleeding in heaven. Christ's offering of himself on the altar of the cross is a perpetual offering. That's why are you interrupting me? Shut up. Why are you interrupting when I'm trying to explain to you our position? Did you just want to yap your Protestant view, or did you actually want to understand what the position was?
I feel like you're making it spiritual when it says that the blood splattered on the four sides are used by the priests.
No, it's not. It's you that makes it Gnostic and spiritual because you don't believe in the Eucharist and the real presence. So John sees a worship service in heaven in Revelation chapters 4-9, and the Lamb is shown bleeding in heaven. That's us partaking of the Eucharist even in this life, in this reality.
So who are the priests doing it? I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, the Orthodox priests. The Orthodox priests are the Melchizedekian priests mentioned in the book of Hebrews.
So they will be doing this bloodshedding in the New Jerusalem?
The New Jerusalem is now, the quote bloodshedding is the Eucharist at every divine liturgy. I'm not being rude. I said, do not know what I'm referring to when I say those things.
But yeah, the blood is supposed to go in the horns of the altar in Ezekiel for the final temple.
Yeah, the altar. All right, this is too stupid. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening. Yeah, we're not Judaizers, Goofus. So we don't have a Jewish altar. We have, as Hebrews 13 says, an altar that those that serve at the temple have no right to eat. So the real heavenly altar has replaced the Jewish altar. So you're a Judaizer. That's why Judaizing is in the comments today, or in the topic today, because we've realized, as Cleve has done some great ops research, he went deep into this network of the Ruslan, God Logic, JP, the Cholo Rabbis Church. Turns out they're all Judaizers, and they've been promoting and pushing people to these Judaizing sects for a long time. And this, of course, is partly what led to young Don getting snipped, young Dong getting snipped, because he fell under the sway of these retards and these idiots and these heretics. This is why it matters what church you send people to and why you can't do churchless apologetics. So actually perfect topic for him to call in. Please don't call me with a bunch of catechumen questions, you guys. You guys understand you can get your catechumen questions answered by your catechist. You don't have to have us answer every single dietary question, every single fasting question, every single what's proper for the feast. That, like, take those questions to, like, do a 1 minute search, look on FAQs. Like, I'm not being mean to you guys. It's just, I'm not talking about that guy. Like, I welcome the Protestant guys to call in, but if you're not going to listen to what we're saying and try to yap over me, it's just a waste of time.
Hey, by the way, I'm going to start doing those catechesis Q&A.
Good. You need to, yes, please. Everybody,
can save those
and
questions.
and your tag questions. Every time we get a nerd bringing a tag question, it sucks all the air out of the room. 1,000 people leave the chat. It's boring as hell. Father Deacon can handle the boredom. He can handle your 1,000 IQ tag questions. He's built for it. He built different. You know what I'm saying? FDA, just built different. Joseph, what's up, man? I'm you.
How you doing, Jay?
Yes, sir.
Quick question. So I'm Orthodox, but I have these debates with my Protestant friends all the time because converted and everything. And the main question that it boils down to, obviously, is the canon question. And their final argument is, if Peter was able to recognize Paul's letters as scripture, there must be a way for us to know what the scriptures are, and they are inherently different than other non-scriptural.
Yeah, but that's not what the argument about the canon is. The canon, Peter was an apostle who had a divine charism, as did the other apostles. They preached and taught infallibly because they were endued by the Holy Spirit to do so. The average person is not Peter. They don't have the theosis and the phronema of St. Peter. And it's just begging the question anyway that, yeah, of course, Peter could recognize that Paul's epistles were authoritative, but it's missing the point. You don't know which letters Peter or Paul wrote without the tradition of the church giving it the stamp of approval. And it's not just apostolic authorship. That's just one component of the canon. And the fact that the canon is debated amongst the church for several centuries itself disproves Protestantism, because it means that obviously they weren't functioning on sola scriptura, as James White admitted in his Trent Horn debate. So what were they functioning on? They were functioning on catechesis, liturgy, oral tradition, and scripture. Well, most people couldn't read, so how are they going to know? Well, they're going to hear it. Faith comes by hearing, hearing by the word of God.
Okay, but you're fine. Like, if I were to boil it down, it's Peter was an apostle, so he kind of had that, not power.
I said two things, right? Well,
he was able to recognize it.
Peter is an infallible apostle of the church. I'm saying infallible in terms of teaching and preaching, not in terms of his own personal life, because Peter made mistakes. He's rebuked by Paul.
Yeah.
But in terms of his preaching and teaching, it's correct. It's not liable to error. But when John the apostle died, he was the last one. There's no more public preaching of quote new revelations. Revelation has ceased with John.
Gotcha,
So the
okay.
question then becomes, okay, how do we know what the deposit of faith is? And even if you knew, well, I was at this ancient traditional church over here in, I don't know, I was in Rome, okay? And we've had the tradition that these are the Petrine epistles. Okay, how do you know that? I mean, Peter just says he noticed, or he knew about Paul's teaching. It doesn't tell you that what the Pauline epistles are. So I could just bring in pseudepigrapha and say, okay, what about all these other pseudepigraphical gospels? You know, there's tons of them, right? So how do we recognize which ones are and aren't?
No, I see what you're saying. Okay, no, it makes sense.
And if the Protestant says, okay, well, I just have an internal attestation that I feel like many of them are false. Yeah, but you have that because you've already been given a tradition of what the Pauline epistles even are.
I see. Okay, appreciate it. Man.
Also, what it doesn't take into account too is that they're both operating like bishops in a synodal fashion. So if Paul was writing something that was incorrect as far as the rest of the apostles in a synodal fashion, just like in Acts, could be like, get that out of here. Like,
got you.
So they're not recognizing also the normative authority, the episcopal synodality.
I have a small follow-up question regarding the nature of Scripture. How do we view, what's the difference between our view of the nature of Scripture in comparison to like the Protestants?
Yeah, so Protestants, as you've seen, have a tendency to view it like it's the incarnation, right? They view it like it's God himself almost. Now, many of them won't say that. The independent fundamentalist cult says that because they're lunatics. But, you know, we had, for example, this, I saved this in my bookmarks to cover today, the evangelical pastor who was making a teenager eat a page from the Bible because he was reading Ezekiel or whatever. So look at this.
Look at proper for me. You're not going to believe what I'm about to do. But it happened 15 years ago in Brazil. Hold this.
That emotional piano music is so corny, dude.
Eat it. When you eat this, the power of God is going to go inside of you. Go ahead, take your time. Come on, raise the music up.
So Protestants don't believe in the real presence, but this Protestant pastor is ripping a page out of the Bible and telling this teenager dude to eat it. So, I mean, this is how silly these people are. It's like they will constantly do what we do. I mean, not that we eat paper, but it's like, yeah, you eat the words of the Eucharist, goober. You don't eat the pages of the Bible, dummy.
I appreciate Father Peter here's what he said too. Something that we've always emphasized, that the Bible's primarily a liturgical book.
Yeah, they don't know what that means.
It's not for people outside of the church.
Explain what that means, because most Protestants don't know what that means.
Sorry, say that again.
Can you just explain what that means? Because most Protestants don't know what you mean.
It's not a study book. It's not meant for people. God's
primarily, it's not primarily
to be read by pagans and heathens. And then God speaks to you through a written text outside of the church. It's an incarnational reality that can only be understood and was supposed to be experienced in terms of the liturgy, which is why the priest says, "Open our minds." Right? He's saying these things was a reference to that these things are to be read within the context of the service of the liturgy. Now, that doesn't exclude the peoples in the church. And I say people in the church, don't search the scriptures daily as well. And like, for example, we're encouraged to do our daily readings.
Right.
Primarily, it's to be read. And even we have counsel saying, warning people, even in the church, from reading. by themselves. So it's like Tertullian said, one Christian's no Christian. And so this is their view of the Bible. So notice a liturgy is not one Christian. You can't do a liturgy with one. So you can't read scriptures as an individual. So the Protestants really have this non-Christian idea of the individual reading a text and God communicating that to him. But it says in scripture itself, even in Revelation, that it's to be read within the context of the service of the liturgy and experienced, not, which just shows why Protestantism is a modern made-up religion. Everything's just an abstract propositional, I read it rather than experience it.
Exactly.
And it's radically individual too. A Protestant actually believes you can go buy a Bible, read the Bible, and then have a converting experience because God's speaking to you through there, and you can actually make, say, the sinner's prayer and be saved. But in Orthodoxy, there's no salvation outside of the community. And I think Father Peter talked a lot about that too.
Yeah, so for those that are not aware, again, we always tell people to watch Lewis's documentary, Christian Worship in the Old Testament, because people just assume that, well, Jesus established a group of like DIY church planters, and then they did low church, house churches, and then the corrupt Roman church turned it into a worship service with liturgy and symbolism at the Council of Nicaea and destroyed the church, right? All this retarded nonsense. And that's actually not the case, right? So when you go into the history of the early church's worship, you find that liturgy is there from the very beginning, even in the book of Hebrews, ironically, and that they have all kinds of elements coming from the temple and the synagogue. This is what Protestants don't understand. How do we know? Where do we get this? Only through the church's tradition. Since the New Testament doesn't contain a liturgical service, if God considers worship very important, read Leviticus 10 and 11, because Nadab and Abihu get killed for making up their own worship. Clearly, it matters. But it's also providential that there is no biblical actual service. Now, every Protestant hears this. I already know what you're going to say. Oh, Paul complains about things all the time in the book of Corinthians. I know that. I'm not talking about abuses and complaints about the liturgy. I'm talking about the actual service itself. What's the order of it? How do we know? Do we do communion at the end? In the middle? Do we do it once a month? Never? Who knows? We don't know. It's, in the Protestant world, it's DIY. Make it up as you go. And every generation in the Protestant...
It's not a building. Did you like my thing I sent you today? Church isn't a building? Well, here's my new one for you guys. Government isn't a building. It's just all the believers in government.
Well, that's
Pastor
what
Noth,
libertarians say.
Non-denominational governmental angelicalism church of this business Antium.
So you'll notice in the Temple of Solomon, there were, it's replete with iconography, imagery, symbols, objects, right? And the Protestant mindset is to assume that all of this went away because, quote, now it's spiritual and it's all just Jesus. Well, it is Jesus, but not all of this, quote, went away. Well, how do we know? Well, guess what? The church already determined what elements pass over and which ones don't. The first council dealing with this was Acts 15, where they decided if Gentiles could be righteous with God at the time of Noah, before Abraham, before circumcision, before Moses, before the Mosaic law, then there's no reason to require of Gentile converts more than was required in the Noahic covenant. And so the elements that passed over into the church are evident in the book of Acts, in the epistles, in the book of Revelation, and in the apostolic tradition, in the churches the apostles set up, like at Thessaloniki, or at Ephesus, or at Rome, or wherever else they went in the Roman Empire, many of which still exist to this day as Orthodox churches. So you'll notice that even the layout of the churches is a very close mirror of temple and synagogue construction. And that's not an accident, it's by design. So you'll notice an Orthodox church is very similar and has many elements out of a synagogue service. That does not mean that we are, quote, Judaizers. We're not Judaizers because we are following what the apostolic tradition and the apostles themselves decided would pass over and what would not. What was, quote, Judaic that's fulfilled, or what is continuing on. So things like vestments continued on. Things like imagery continued on. Things like singing. Things like the way that a priest and a bishop dresses. These things carry on, and they are evident very early. When I was a Protestant, I assumed they weren't. And then I got corrected when I got into this stuff. And you get books like Early Icons by Michael Garton. And he shows you that even pre-Nicaea, this was common. It's not as common when the church is being persecuted and they're in the catacombs. But guess what? You can go to the catacombs. I did it in 2023. We went through an entire day of catacombs. And guess what? There's altars and there's images from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century. So even the persecuted church still had icons, altars, relics, images. This is the true, quote, Messianic Judaism. And isn't it interesting that Young Dong, and God Logic and Ruslan and that whole crew of goofballs think that the true early church would be some sort of Messianic Judaism, and they don't even realize that Orthodox Christianity is the actual Messianic Judaism. Yes, it maintains a flavor and a stamp of Byzantine history and tradition. So obviously we're not going to wear the high priest's jeweled 12 tribes pendant on his chest, because now the church is that's fulfilled in the church. So elements of the liturgy will carry over, and that's determined by the New Testament and apostolic tradition. For example, we read in the book of Acts that they had many lights in the upper room when they met together. And Protestants just assume, I guess they just lit candles. Those are liturgical lights, goofus. But you just assume that they're not, because you assume a low church. But you can't prove that without just having that assumption that it's low church. That's why when John sees into heaven and he sees a vast liturgical worship service, if we're correct that that is John seeing the heavenly worship service, then all of Protestantism falls on the basis of Revelation 5-9. Because all of those elements that Protestants think are so unbiblical are right there in the heavenly worship. In other words, the Protestant iconoclastic approach undermines the very worship John sees in heaven. It's so silly. It's so stupid. But if you rethink this and you question your presuppositions, well, of course, the divine liturgy is going to come out of the temple and synagogue service. In the book of Acts, the church is born out of the temple and the synagogue. Duh. I mean, where is it going to come from? It's all pagan. And then when you ask them, okay, what are the pagan things? It's all the stuff that's already in the temple service. So Solomon's temple's pagan? It's silly. How could it be pagan when the Holy Spirit came upon the people that constructed it to beautify it? And I already argued in that debate with the independent fundamentalist Baptist dude that the way that the liturgy was constructed is not even itself written. It says that there was a tradition passed on from David to Hezekiah, like 2 centuries later, of how to set up the liturgical music and songs in the temple. So in other words, even in the Old Testament, there is oral tradition that's being relied on. But Protestants don't know any of this. They're not aware of that. And then when you ask them these things, and I know because I was Protestant, like you never thought of these things. Well, guess what? I went to Protestant liturgists. Hugh Wybrew was an Anglican. Anglicans are Protestant. And lo and behold, what do the Anglican liturgists all admit? Oh yeah, these are ancient rites. The ancient Roman rite, the ancient Byzantine rite, the ancient rite of St. Mark in Alexandria. These are all ancient apostolic rites. So that means you're forced then, as many Protestants eventually get to, you either have to believe in restorationism, that the church died for 1,500, 1,600 years, or 1,800 if you're Joseph Smith or whatever, or you got to admit that it's one of these ancient liturgical churches. Now, obviously, it's a whole other set of arguments as to why it's not the Roman church, but I think you guys get the point here. So all over and over and over. Go ahead.
That book by Meager, How Christ said the first
How's Christ said the first mass is a good one. Yes, it is good. Yeah, even Roman Catholics have some good books on this. Father Meagher's classic book on how Christ said the first mass is actually a really good book. Kill Your TV says for $10, should I have possible expatriate to a non-EU NATO country? Should I move to Russia, for example? Those countries are at least not shaped by Peter Sutherland or Barbara Specter or Kalergi. I mean, I've known several people that have moved to Russia. I just think you have your own set of challenges of culture shock. Russia's not a perfect place. It's not like a Christian utopia. You're going to still be dealing with holdovers of Soviet bureaucracy still exists. So you're going to have a unique set of challenges if you try that. It's not for everybody.
Somebody should actually do a study to, in terms of, for example, like legal issues. Like if somebody sues you, like how does that even?
Well, I mean, in the midst of like in the midst of a war, it might not be the best time to move to Russia. I feel like there's just a lot of different challenges. Now, maybe to Latin South America, Tristan could speak to that. You might be better off down there. Tristan, what would you say to people saying, could I expatriate from an EU country to there?
Well, I mean, it's definitely not for everybody, right? I mean, like Jay said, you got unique sets of issues that you're going to run into. Major culture shock for sure. But yeah, I mean, there's benefits and drawbacks to anywhere you live. Like you're never going to find some perfect place. Like you can find a place that's pretty good for you, maybe close to perfect for you, but places change too. Places change just like people do. I mean, places change due to the people in them. So, yeah, I mean, as far as Latin America, the set of challenges you run into is you're going to want to find somewhere where there's an Orthodox church, right? Like when we became Orthodox, there was not a church in the small town where we live. Now we have this beautiful mission parish. So it's, I think you're going to run into different challenges no matter where you look. But if
Tristan, what about people are asking, like, what about places like Argentina or something like that?
I mean, Argentina and Chile are, the difficulty you have there is, well, I mean, right now Argentina is pretty unstable. I mean, Argentina is crawling with Israelis right now. Like pretty much all of South America is all these like IDF-age guys who, after their recent conquest, are out backpacking and kind of scoping out South American territories. Milei is about to hand over hundreds of thousands of hectares of prime Patagonian land to exploitation and to use by Israelis. So yeah, I mean that's one of the issues that's going on there right now. Major inflation in Argentina right now, and the cost of living has gone up significantly with Milei and his whatever his project is. is very, very much not Argentina.
But I mean, hey, EU might be so bad that maybe it is better to try to go to some, I don't know.
For sure. I mean, Argentina, you're going to have more, I mean, there's more white people in Argentina. Argentina's a little more expensive. The people I know who spend time in Argentina have spoken really highly of the quality of land and there's good water available, there's good land available. One of the problems though is it was one of the pilot countries for GMOs, and there's a lot of, especially now with Milei, there's little red tape to getting these like experimental GMO crops, experimental pesticides in places like Chile and Argentina. So that's another possible issue there. But there is, I know the Serbian Archdiocese has a good presence in Argentina. There's some nice parishes. Most people are probably not going to want to live in the major cities. Like Buenos Aires seems like it's okay. But
I lived, but that was before. When was that? That was 2003. So things are obviously a lot different. But I love Buenos Aires. Like I thought it was a fantastic city. But like you said, there's a lot of things that change, especially, I mean, it was a lot easier for an American to live down there because of the exchange rate, and you have the inflation has gone insane there. So I don't even know what it's like to be in Argentina right now.
Well, you could watch my video.
People who have lived in Argentina, and a few years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, it was already significantly more expensive than other places in South America. So as you go further north into Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, you deal with cyclical instabilities in government.
Mhm.
So you're going to want to be really selective in where you live. You're not going to probably want to live near places where there's civil unrest, that you're going to get affected heavily by it.
Unless you want to join the People's Liberation Front. Unless you want to join the People's Liberation Front.
Yeah, exactly. Well, unless where you're gonna become the new caudillo. If you got in with Marco Rubio, and you can become the new caudillo of the miniature republic of Trumpistan in Peru, becoming chaos. Then you might want to be in a place like that. But there are nice areas in Peru, but you want to avoid the places where there's like the Shining Path rebels who have been gaining steam lately. Colombia is beautiful, like a lot of really cool people in Colombia. I know there's some real core parishes in Colombia. There are some Antiochian parishes, and there's some nice parishes in Colombia and some good priests there. So really, also the language, if you're from America, if you're from California, you're raised around mostly Mexicans already, so you get some Spanish, and you take Spanish classes growing up, so it's less of a culture shock if you speak.
So what you're saying is, you're saying move to Liberia. You're saying move to Liberia, basically what you're saying.
If you're a spiky Latina like me, you're gonna enjoy a place like South America.
No, Liberia, dude. Liberia.
If you're a black king,
If you're a king, you go to Liberia, bro.
Liberia for a king like you.
The problem is because Jay has not freed up any new visas to get into Byzantium. So these are why people have these questions.
Oh, nigga, we got a wall there. We ain't gonna just open this shit up. We got a wall. We got the strictest immigration policies at Byzantium. So, good luck. That's all I can say about you trying to get in there. Coop, what's up, dude? Here come the pagans. The pagans are here today. Refute me. Go ahead, pagan. Coop, do you want to talk or not?
Hey, no pagan here, man.
Okay.
I'm gonna get all evangelical and share my testimony.
What's your question, dude? This is not for testimonies, man. Come on.
I don't got a question, dude.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Awesome call. Very fun. Not interested in evangelical.
Question.
Mitch, what's up? It's question, by the way. Exactly.
He was going to share his testimony on how he became a wigger, man. Come on. What are you doing?
Well, we'll have wigger testimony today, but it ain't today, son. Mitch, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Jay? I'm a former evangelical pastor, going row core. So we had Father Moses over at our place about a week and a half ago with my former pastor and a lot of the other men who I'm friends with, and we're all fathers and husbands together. And I heard two arguments, and of course Father Moses, he's heard it all before, and this poor evangelical pastor honestly got fried. But I heard two arguments, and one was essentially the truth is unknowable, and that's why we have to turn to the internal testimony of the Holy Spirit in accordance with Scripture.
I mean, bro, I would just precept that the truth is unknowable. What does that even mean?
Yeah.
Then how do you know that? How do you trust the truth of the internal testimony?
Well, right. But his whole point was essentially this, is he said, when you look at the people that Jesus brought into his ministry, that he brought people from all different walks of life, right? He had, obviously, Paul, who came along later, was a Pharisee. He had a tax collector. He had a zealot. He had all of these different people who, even if they were
off in terms of certain aspects of their, theology or whatever, that Jesus was looking at their hearts, and so they were united in their zeal for God, essentially. And so he sees the Orthodox faith as basically one of those 12 types of people with a zeal for God, but that doesn't mean you have the totality of the truth. So that was...
Well, totality of the truth, hold on. So totality of the truth is different from totality of the faith. So, I mean, we have to admit, like, are there Protestant scholars that know more about the book of Genesis than me or anybody in the Orthodox world? Yeah, probably. But so we can recognize truth anywhere, but it doesn't follow from that, oh, therefore everybody is the church. Like, that's not the same thing.
Right. Well, and that was Father Moses's point, was he's like, well, you're just simply saying that as soon as the last apostle died, that we fell into darkness for 1,500 years. And what this guy's response was, this pastor, is he essentially asserted, again, coming back, he said the truth is unknowable. That we
that's
don't
just
know exactly
bizarre.
How many, it's kind of like branch theory. He's like, we don't know how many people did receive apostolic succession through the laying on of hands. That there could be branches, spreading off into India or whatever, and that the Orthodox Church, what he says is that's the one branch that God chose to preserve Scripture, but it's not the one that has the fullness.
Yeah, the problem is that there's no church or person of the church in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th century that teaches branch theory. Everybody teaches there's one Lord, one faith, one baptism, one body, that Paul says, the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed, one Holy Catholic Apostolic Church. And you'll find when you read Clement or Ignatius or Cyprian or Athanasius or Alexander, everyone confesses the same ecclesiology. Protestants just never even think, and this applies to Ruslan and God Logic and all these same people, they don't think to look at, and Sam Shamoon too, well, what was the church of the first 5, 6, 7 centuries view of the church? What was the doctrine of the church amongst the church fathers? They care all about the doctrine of the Trinity or the doctrine of, Christology in those centuries, because that's what was being debated. Oh, okay. Well, what about their self-declaration of what the church was? Because as soon as they realize that, it doesn't work for their ecumenist models. It doesn't work for branch theory. It doesn't work for Sam Shamoon's version of branch theory, his apostolic Christianity, which is made up. It doesn't work for just go to any church, bro, that God Logic says, including Judaizing synagogues. Like, none of that works in the patristic conception of what the church was. That's why this is the kill shot for all of that. All of it. It's all invalid. It's all man-made. All man-made. And Protestants, in order to make this work, Calvinists especially, they redefined it as ideological succession. Did Paul say anything about ideology when he said, lay hands, Timothy, on the next guy because the Holy Spirit's given through the laying on of hands? No, it's not ideology. Now, Paul did say, catechize and teach the next generation person all the things that I taught you, word and epistle, because he taught 3 years, day and night in Ephesus. This was the reading, by the way, Sunday, if you listen to the liturgy. We read this in the book of Acts. Paul, I was at a new calendar church, but still, the reading was Paul, 3 years, 3 years, day and night in Ephesus, catechizing Timothy and the Ephesians. In the letters to Timothy, pass on all the things you heard from me in the presence of many witnesses. So the entire Pauline deposit is what Timothy is given the charge to pass down. Is it just ideological? No, he says, lay hands and pass the Holy Spirit to the next person. Go read Numbers 11. It's the same model of laying on of hands and giving the Holy Spirit that's already in the Torah. Paul's not making up some new thing. And then Protestants don't even realize that it's not just Paul laying hands and passing the Holy Spirit. It's the Old Testament model of Moses, of Joshua, and on and on. It's ironic because they want to be biblical, but they don't know what things to pull from the Old Testament or the New Testament. It's all just DIY. And again, this is another problem for Protestants that we overlook this part. If you're Protestant given the fact that pretty much anything could be wrong in the previous generation that raised you, every generation has to reinvent the wheel. You have to replay every heresy battle all over again. Don't you think there would be some means of normative authority to settle these? Do we have to re-debate the deity of Christ and Nicaea every generation all over again? Do we have to re-debate and figure out what the doctrine of the church is all over again? If you're Protestant, the answer is yes, you have to. Because there's nothing from the past after the apostles that's settled or solid. It's all up for air, or all up for grabs. And even if you're Protestant, you say, no, not all of it, not the deity of Christ or the Trinity. You don't even have the Trinity. You believe the Filioque. That's not the Trinity. That's a different Trinity. It's not the one confessed at Constantinople I. That's the normative Trinity. Jacob. And by the way, Cleve dug up a bunch. Can you mute me if you're going to talk? Cleve dug up a whole bunch. Bro, come on, dude. Turn down your computer or whatever. All right. Goodbye. If you call in, turn down me on whatever computer or whatever you're watching. Casper, what's up? Cleve, by the way, found more clips and videos of God Logic telling Muslims to, I don't know, just go wherever. Here's this woman that was a Muslim, and now she became Christian. And here she's asking Inspiring Philosophy and God Logic, well, what do I do now? They don't even know to tell her, well, you got to be catechized. This is the point. This is why you can't do churchless apologetics.
Get in the church as soon as you can. That's who's going to disciple you the best.
Just get in church and get discipled. What does that even mean? She could go to a Mormon church, quote unquote. She could go end up at a Jehovah's Witness. She could go to the stupid Cholo synagogue that they all push people to.
Yeah, so I guess maybe I haven't had great discipleship experiences yet.
Mm-hmm. And this whole idea of Protestant discipleship, what is even that? What the hell is even that? So what, Joel Osteen? Like I could go to Joel Osteen's church and he's going to be my discipler? I'm getting discipled by Joel Osteen. Well, on their basis, IP and God Logic, why can't I just be discipled at Joel Osteen's church? I know they're going to, because it's not biblical. That's the point, though. People who are new are not going to be able to suss out what is and isn't biblical. And by the way, IP and God Logic can't suss out what is and isn't biblical because all they know is anti-Islam and monarchical Trinitarianism, which is not Protestant. It's Orthodox. So they think they can have the Orthodox Trinity when all of these Protestant churches are going to teach the Filioque anyway, which is not monarchical Trinitarianism. It makes no sense. Casper, what's up?
What's up? Hey, have you seen the B-Rad, the Jamie Kennedy of Protestant street preachers?
No, but it sounds awesome. By the way, my B-Rad t-shirt is supposed to be here today.
His name is Cassidy Campbell, and he just approached Bryce Crawford and debated him on salvation, faith alone salvation. It was pretty hilarious.
Who is Bryce Crawford? I don't know these people.
That blonde Protestant kid.
Oh, the guy that goes on all the podcasts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Daddy! Catholic, the wigger guy, because I know him. He's funny. I've seen his stuff before.
Yeah, he's a comedian. He reminds me of Jamie Kennedy, but I don't know if he's. I don't think he's a Catholic. I'm pretty sure he's a Protestant.
All right, here's a clip. Let's see what this is.
I'm a big fan.
Oh, wait, time out.
Daddy.
Wait, time out. You a grown ass man.
Daddy.
Calling me daddy.
Yes, I've been watching you for years.
Oh, he actually looks like B-Rad. That's funny. Because he's dressed like wiggers from like 2002. Like when they have the do-rag and the hat and the jersey.
You're 19, right?
I'm 20.
Oh, good.
Speed, can I please get
What? You look so good. I watch your channel every night. Bro, you look so good. Look at these muscles. You got bigger.
What the fuck, bro?
And were you talking to me like that?
What?
So wait, this guy's an evangelist, but he trolls people? This is so weird.
Yeah, he goes up. I've seen him like have street debates with like random street preachers about like once saved, always saved, or faith alone, or any of these kind of Protestant topics.
But he debates them against that. Is that what you're saying?
He debates. He's like a militant faith alone, and that's purely it. Like faith alone.
Oh, so he's like need God.
Yeah, he's it's pretty funny. You'll probably find one of them debating, somebody. But
Well, here he is. He's trolling Clav. Let's see what he says to Clavicular here. Listen, I'm gonna have to give my man some points for his wigger style and drip. I'll give him some points, but he's out here dripping a bunch of heresy, so he gets no points.
Like, bro, I just want to fucking have sex with this man.
Yo.
So many women out here, bro.
Wait, who said it? One of the girls?
That one.
Look at this. Look at all these hoes, man. Ain't no
There, let me go talk to him. Let me go stand there.
Clavicular has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 like dumb chicks walking behind him. Like, I bet you he pays those chicks to walk behind him though. Maybe not. Maybe they're paid with attention. But like he does look just like B-Rad. Because here's B-Rad's recent video he made.
The Honorable B-Rad. Hey, yo, Lizanne, when my Phantom gonna be ready? You know I can't tool around Chipotle and this whole thing? Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, this is funny.
By the way, Casper is a prime Cholo name, by the way.
Well, Casper makes me think of Casper from Kids, so. But how is it a Cholo name, John?
Oh, there's always a Cholo in some crew named Casper.
Okay.
Always.
Okay.
Father Deacon can back me up on that.
Smiley, Gasper. What's another one?
Jesus. Jesus. All right, let's see who's next. Mr. Goodfellow, what's up? Oreo, big stuff. Who do you think you are? What's up, man?
Hey, Jay, what's up, man?
What's up?
Hey, I got a question. So,
I
forget what live stream I was listening to, but the argument, Protestant was making an argument like, how Old Testament Israel fell and God had to send a prophet to kind of restore them. And the counter argument was made from in passing. I forget if it was Father Stephen DeYoung or somebody that in the Old Testament, there was also the transferring of the gift of prophecy from prophet to prophet.
Mm-hmm.
Can you speak to that? Because I never heard that before.
Well, I mean, Elijah and Elisha. So, but what's?
Well, for instance, what about Amos? He's like a farmer or something like that.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to.
Transfer of power.
It doesn't have to be. I mean, God can directly just call somebody, right? Like, I mean, he appointed Jeremiah from before he was born, right? So, or in his mother's womb. So, I mean, it doesn't have to be that way. But Protestants just forget Pentecost, right? One of the big changes between the Old Testament and New Testament is Pentecost. And so Israel was not blessed with Pentecost. They had a feast called Pentecost, which was looking forward to Pentecost in Acts 2, which was the empowering of the church to not fall into universal error, to go forth, baptize the nations. Christ said, I will lead you and guide you into all truth. I will never leave you or forsake you. That's said to the college of the apostles and by extension to the visible communal church. And all Protestantism then has to say, no, it didn't actually happen. At some point, the church apostatized and lost the gospel, and we need some man appointed to reform it. Luther, Calvin, Zwingli, you name it. Joseph Smith. They're all ultimately restorationists, even if they don't want to admit that. So, but I mean, yeah, I don't. Father Stephen would probably be better to answer the specifics of that question than me. Josh Anon, what's up? Because he's an actual Old Testament scholar. What's up, man?
Hey, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jay. So, I don't have a theological question.
Speak up, dude.
Question of the heart.
Speak up.
I'm a Reformed Baptist pastor. I am. Another pastor and I, we started a church plant at the beginning of this year. I am I guess I'm in a tough spot because, I've got a lot of people under me that, preaching and teaching with pastoral responsibilities. But I actually came across Orthodoxy before this church plant. And the problem with Reformed theology that I'm finding is just all the unanswered questions. Exactly what you guys have been saying is absolutely true. You evangelize someone, you get them saved, you walk them through salvation, they get baptized, you hand them a Bible. But I've always had this problem with Protestantism because of this Israeli influence on the Western evangelical church. And you're right. I actually pulled out of apologetics ministries to unbelievers because I wanted to focus on apologetic ministries to other denominations because of dispensationalism. Mm-hmm. And the only way to refute dispensationalism to another Protestant is to say, our church fathers, the church, Christendom did not believe it for the first 1,800 years. But man, please, I understand, and I'm not trying to debate you because I can't. I'm in communications with our local Orthodox church, with a catechumen, mm-hmm. And a parishioner who used to be a Protestant. I'm going to the inquiry hours, but I'm actually. I'm still at my other church, but I now have formal pastoral responsibilities. I've actually pulled out of preaching at our church plant and given all the days to the co-pastor because of just the weight that I'm feeling with all of this. Okay. I guess, man, I'm just feeling in this moment afraid, and the enemy is really knocking me down.
What are you afraid of?
Greek Orthodox Church. I can't talk about, the dispensationalism. It was Pizzagate that brought me out of agnosticism in college into like a radical conservative.
Hold on 1 second. Let me calm your heart. Hey, bro, Josh, relax for just one moment, right? You said in this moment. Let me calm your heart real quick. In this moment. There we go. Now you feel peace. Go ahead.
That does work. But you can't, you can't talk to Protestants about 1948 Israel and dispensationalism because of, Protestants want to disconnect the real world and the spiritual world when it comes to deliverance and demons and angels, but they want to connect it when it comes to making sure that we vote for the right political candidate and that we support 1948 Israel. Mm-hmm. I guess it's not, I've got 3 kids and a wife. It's not just as easy as dropping a church plant and pulling out of these churches, and these hundreds of people that I have preaching, teaching, discipling. I suppose I'm feeling isolated. If you were me, where would you go? What would your next steps be? I'm actually still in seminary training for further education. It's Southern Baptist. Albert Mohler's our president. He's a self-professed Zionist and dispensationalist. So since going to Southern, I've always kept everything my professors have taught at arm's length because of the top-down theology that's coming from Albert Mohler. But I don't want to debate you, man. I'm just saying where I'm at right now. And
yeah, well, I mean, look, I know it's tough. I mean, I remember, for me back then, it was going from, Calvinist PCA to Roman Catholic. So I remember the struggle. I remember the difficulty. I was in at the same school you were at, except I wasn't in seminary. I was at the Bible college, but it was under Albert Mohler, so I get it. And funny you said that because this weekend we were at a wedding and I met the Antiochian priest up there in Louisville, and turns out he was at Boyce Bible College the same time I was. For some reason I never met him. I didn't know him. But he was Reformed Baptist, and he was struggling intently with whether he should move immediately into Orthodoxy and then lose, what was going on with, because Baptist churches will support you if you go to SBTS or Boyce Bible College. Like, they'll give you a discount tuition. So he had a real struggle with this. So I would say, actually, a really good person for you to talk to. I mean, I know you can reach out, obviously, to me and call into the chat or whatever, but his name is escaping me at this moment, but it's the big Antiochian church in Louisville, Kentucky. I would reach out to that priest because he also was under Al Mohler and in that whole world. And he went through the exact same situation, coming out of Reformed Baptist into Orthodoxy. And he did not take the side routes that I did. Like, he didn't do the, Roman Catholic Tradcat side chain time. So he bypassed all of that, which was actually a good thing to bypass all that. It's just a bunch of, it's instructive. I don't hate my past or anything. I think it was valuable for understanding the world of Rome, but you're not really missing anything. So I would say reach out to him, and I think he's pretty accessible. Like, you could email him and he would probably reply. It's the only big Antiochian, it's like the huge Antiochian church in Louisville. They have a massive parish. There's like 500-600 people that go every Sunday there. So he would be a great person to talk to. And I think in the Orthodox world, those of us that have had similar treks, like FDA comes out of the Lutheran sphere, I come out of the Calvinist sphere, so I get it. He would be a good person because he specifically struggled with what you're talking about with Bible college, seminary, and should I sacrifice that for Orthodoxy? And I think the answer is going to be yes. It sounds like you already kind of know what the answer is, but there's going to be fear. Don't worry about it, because in 5 years you won't even remember the fear. Like, I don't even remember the fear of leaving Calvinism for Rome. But I was very worried. I was super, psychologically like, oh my gosh, like, am I going to be, am I not elect? Am I showing that I'm not a reprobate or whatever? And, but after a while, you'll just laugh at it. So just remember that these times pass, right? You don't think back and worry about it down the road, and God will provide for you. So you will be rewarded for giving up things for the kingdom. So. And also remember, I misquoted Shania Twain. It's from this moment, right? I said in this moment, but just remember the words of Shania Twain as she's dressed here in Hindu garb, I guess she's got to be Hindu garb. It's not Islamic garb, right? Everybody, I want you to repeat these words with me. Let's repeat Shania. I can't wait to live life without you. I can't wait to start. You and I will never be apart from this moment. Just giving you guys a little bit of solace, a little bit of Shania solace there. Lauren Thibodeau, what's up, dude? And then we'll go to Eric. I see you, dude. We're back to like 30 people waiting to call in. This is crazy. We didn't used to get this, so this is a new experience for me. What up? All right. You don't want to talk. Goodbye, dude. Nice try.
Hello?
I'm sorry, dude. I thought you were... Eric, what's up? Eric, what's up? Has nobody done a space before? Like, nobody knows how spaces work after 10 years of Twitter spaces? Like, guys just don't know how it works. Like, I don't even say the catchphrase anymore. You guys know to unmute yourself, right? Welcome, everybody. We got, almost 2,000 live. Live streams have been popping off, you guys. This has been crazy. We've been getting 3,000-4,000 on live stream before I left to go interview Kat Von D. So whenever you stop live streaming, the momentum dies down a little bit, but we'll get it back. If you guys want to support us through super chats, because I've been exposed as a massive grifter, according to people who actually set up business church and charge $1,000 to meet them or to consult an hour. But no, actually, Orthodox people goofing off on the internet is the real grift. Jacob, you want to try again? From this moment. Man, what an annoying song, dude. What's up, dog? Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, so I had a question for you. I sent you a DM a little bit ago. My granddad has been super into hyperpreterism recently, and the argument that I heard from you on a live stream, it's been a few years ago, was...
it's Manichaean.
Is it Manichaean? Let me write that down. So Manichaean and...
Yeah, so evil and death continue on for eternity.
Yeah, right. And obviously, like, the sin and death are still exist in the world, and so they haven't been conquered. I mean, temporally, like
No, but I mean,
so clearly the second
no, but
coming
I'm saying in the hyper preterist view, sin and death continue for forever.
right, which is why it's heretical, right?
Well, yeah, that, and it's like, where's the bodily resurrection?
Well, so the response that I keep getting from him is it's spiritual. Like everything takes on
Yeah,
the
that's
spiritual.
so that's Gnostic, right? So again, I mean, the bodily resurrection is a like 101 Christian teaching, and so the fact that these guys are denying the bodily resurrection puts them outside of Christianity. Like Paul says in Timothy, the book of Timothy, right? He says there's already people denying the resurrection, saying it's already happened. So they're already under first century condemnation. And they again,
do you remember? Maybe you're referring to the guy that came on last year, and he's like, "Oh, you know, I like orthodoxy, I really want to become, but I can't help but see a full preterism when I read scripture." And I always find that so interesting. I'm like, there's no way. It's like Jesse Lee. There's nobody that just picks up the Bible and be like, my goodness. Well, that looks like full preterism to me. They're brainwashed into that position. Like, it's inevitable. I mean, what an odd, weird position to actually hold. Do you know what I mean? But is that the same guy that was like, I can't help but just read it? Because
well, I mean, you're going to read it according to your presuppositions. Oh no, everybody, people in the chat are saying Ruslan has exposed you. Uh-oh. Dude, this is like his 5th video. Like how many, like this is all, if he's not talking about drama, it's like TMZ stuff, right? He's either got to talk about us or whatever TMZ would talk about. So again, he's doing this stream because Cleve already super refuted them on, I watched all of Cleve's stream last night, and Cleve went deep into how actually tied into the Messianic Judaizing heresy they actually are, which none of us, we didn't really know that it was like that crazy. So that's why they're in like panic mode, because Cleve did his homework on this stream here
rather than just the bookmarks.
And this is perfect because I was actually going to play some of this. I'm getting tired of talking about Ruslan, honestly. Like his broccoli hair, I don't even want to see it. It's so annoying. But so when Young Don went on Derek Myth Vision's show, Young Don talked about his exiting of Christianity. And the whole discussion is about how he went from whatever his first experience of evangelicalism was to getting in a Discord with JP and Mahler and these absolute lunatics. And they're actually, I actually think now that JP is actually mentally ill. Like he might actually have a little bit of schizophrenia or something. I'm being 100% serious. I'm not joking. I'm not saying it colloquially, although he didn't know what that word meant, colloquially, or in a, you know, I'm saying it literally. Like people were sending me clips that he talks about things that he's got going on in his head, and it's almost like voice. I think these people are actually like mentally off. And then when you understand who Chris LaSala is, who is a deliverance minister cult leader who created his own BDS church, you can't make this up. And yes, it sounds like BDSM church. And he has people get exercised by spitting into a trash can. You cannot make this up. These are the people that Ruslan is sending people to. Now, Ruslan wouldn't send them to Chris LaSala because they don't like each other, but they're all in the same circles because JP and these goofballs are friends with this cult leader, right? And so Young Don in this video here went through all of his history of why and how he left Christianity through these circles. And towards the end of his exiting of Christianity, it was in the sphere of the Messianic Judaizing sect that Ruslan does promote and send people to. Cleve just found more clips, by the way, where Ruslan works together with the Cholo rabbi, where he preaches and sends people to an actual Messianic Judaizing cult. Now, everybody should know, because these people think that they're biblical, what was the first heresy that the church condemned and dealt with? Judaizing. Hello. And so this was settled in Acts 15. In these goobers' mind, it's not settled. It's actually all still on the table. Perhaps we should circumcise converts. Perhaps we should keep the dietary laws of the Mosaic law, right? And so Cleve did this whole stream here, going deep into the history of why. And the reason we're using Young Don is that he's a perfect example of churchless apologetics and just telling people, hey, go wherever, dude. Go to the Messianic Cholo synagogue, which is what he did, right? And it was these circles of these Messianic synagogues. And it just produces atheists. And so now Young Don is a average shitlib, right? But the wildest part was when Cleve shows the quote deliverance ministry. So it turns out I didn't even know this was this big of a thing in the Protestant world. There's this other little sub niche outside of like prosperity gospel of deliverance ministries. And the whole grift is these weirdos base everything around exorcising demons in the congregation, right? So you guys have probably seen this crazy woman, right? She went viral because she started gibbering in tongues to some chunky chick, and this was a deliverance minister. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
That was put upon her through laying on of hands.
This is a pretty widespread grift too, doing the deliverance Zoom call
exactly.
stuff.
So they do Zoom church calls where they deliver people over Zoom, and people are like barking and yipping and vomiting supposedly and spitting into a bucket. Guys, you can't make this is what we're dealing with. Okay, we are not dealing with people who care anything about church history and theology. It's lunatics, grifters, con men, and just demonically insane weirdos, dude. Watch this.
Or something, right? Get them on the Zoom call and you're just like, get out, out, out.
With demonic powers through people. On 3, I command all of you, attached to what she renounced, everything she renounced, every one of you, spirit of witchcraft, every one of you on 3 must leave her now in Jesus' name. 1.
Ooh, I wasn't even watching it. Dang it.
So here he's going to show you the clip.
How sad.
Leave her now in Jesus' name. 1, 2, 3.
So these are women who think that they're ministers. They think that they run deliverance ministry churches. It's all insane, dude. And nothing to do with theology, like at all. Nothing to do with sacraments, church history, catechesis. It's just like a weird performance. Now, this is not the Ruslan circles. This is just this woman that went viral when she was doing speaking in tongues, doing her, Shaktalabikioku, Shaktalabikioku. All right. But I want you to see the circles of these people. So here's the guy that made the image of me with the crosshairs and my eyes X'd out. I know it's an Eminem cover. But if it's a schizophrenic that's making these, then obviously I care about it, right? Like it's not just yo, this is just a rap beef, dude. So here's the deliverance minister that's JP's buddy that he sends people to.
Chris says he does this for free.
No.
What's your name, Spirit?
Last value fishing.
No. What's your name? Bunch of liars. You're a bunch of liars in there. Come on out, spirits. Let's go.
I don't want to go. I don't want to go.
So he's just...
Yeah, he just does this for fun. These people are no better than Indian scammers. Worse, actually, they prey upon their fellow Americans while Indians do it to a people separate. Oh, yeah, they're scamming everybody else. Right. I'm going to start Zoom exercising in a fully reclined game.
So these people all have like these meetings on Zoom, but the La Sala guy has an entire congregation in Texas that he built like a strip mall church, and it's called BDSM. And he obviously is mentally not there, right? And they get people to spit into buckets as an exorcism. This is what JP, Mahler, and these goobers push people to. And these are the people who think that they're going to debate Orthodox people. Right. JP thinks and claims he's going to publicly, formally debate me. We all know that that's never going to happen. Come on. We all know he's not going to do that. But this is how insane these people are.
Angels, rip them out. Rip them out of his mind, his heart. I lose fire right into his chest right now. I lose fire right into his chest. Out of the mouth, Spirit. Go to the...
So he's casting Pokemon fire spells, this guy, right? I cast fire into his heart. He's doing like LARPing in the park with like Dungeons and Dragons shit.
Pit. Go to the pit where you belong right now. Loose him. Angels, tear him out with hooks right now. Fire. Tear them out with hooks right now. Fire in Jesus Christ's mighty name. Out! Out! Angels drive. Father, Phil.
Spurgeon out. How did you guys fall for this stuff?
Cut your throat open. Rip them out. Rip them out. Rip them out.
Out of the stomach. Out of the stomach.
So this is his actual church. This is where JP and people send people to. This nonsense. This is why you can't do churchless apologetics, dude. This is all just atheism factory right here.
This man over here casting spells, dude. Kablam! Kablam! Kamehameha!
You have any sins to repent for?
Do.
Now, this is the synagogue that God Logic and Ruslan send people to and preach at, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is my favorite. I need a little refresher, y'all.
Messianic rabbi. Here he says that you can connect with him. He has a synagogue and
I'm broccoli along by. All right, that guy. Where's that heretic Spurgeon in the chat?
So these are the guys who will try to get people to get circumcised, right? They don't necessarily make it a requirement to go there, but they will try to tuck you into it. So we hear.
Time.
I mean, they eventually young Don got talked into it.
Later, dude.
Tequila, Shivarim. In great wisdom of our president, he's now pro-Arab and anti-Jewish. Right, so maybe he was always that way, but because of the liberal part of the Democratic Party is anti-Semitic, right? They're forcing the issue. That's why they're dropping supplies into God.
So according to God Logic, Ruslan, Inspiring Philosophy, doesn't matter where you go to church. You can go to the Judaizing, circumcising synagogue. This is how silly this is. This is why you can't do churchless apologetics.
So food supplies and stuff.
Look at a giant Ukraine flag next to this, to the atheist socialist nation state of Israel flag right there. Now, it's also possible too that a lot of these people aren't even, it's not even ultimately about theology. It's actually could be a soft power political influence thing. So there could, I don't know this for sure, but I've done this for long enough that in my opinion, there's probably money that goes into telling people to go to these kinds of groups from foreign countries. You know what I mean?
All right. I got the.
So here they are, just like John Hagee. They're blowing the shofar. I mean, this is literally John Hagee level shit. So basically, they're sending. Perhaps it's even worse. John Hagee's church isn't going to make you get circumcised. They're not going to try to get you to get circumcised. But these goofballs will send these people to get actually circumcised. And this is all of their online ministry where they do the Zoom calls to exorcise people. This is so stupid, you guys. Come on. You guys can't see through this?
Answer me. Answer me. Pour the blood down its throat, Father.
Pour the blood down its throat.
So he's telling this black chick who thinks she's possessed to pour the water down her throat, and he's saying it's the blood of Jesus. These people are actually just lunatics, right? So that is why we keep going back to this and dealing with these goobers, is because they're having a meltdown because we have their number. Because we've realized, we've figured out when Ruslan started having people on that were Orthodox, Ruslan didn't know anything about Orthodoxy. He thought it'll be another Christian market niche that I can tap into, but he didn't realize that all the people that he had on were exclusivist in their ecclesiology. We don't say that you can go to the synagogue. We don't say you can go to any old church you want to. Go Mormon, go Joel Osteen. Who cares? It doesn't matter. Just get discipled, bro. We say, no, you actually have to have, as part of your catechesis, a coherent doctrine of the church, and that the Orthodox Church is the church. Well, that's a stumbling block for Ruslan's entire online business church. So the question wasn't critiquing Ruslan. It was never critiquing Ruslan because he made money or because he had a business or was an entrepreneur. There's nothing wrong with those things. The critique was, is that your main concern, to make money? So their response that I do a live stream where I get super chats. Every live streamer gets super chats. That's why you do live streams, dummies. But the question is money your primary concern? Is that your God? And according to Ruslan, many, many times over, he's expressed that that is what it's all about. He's very candid about that. It's not what I'm all about. And super chats were not even the main source of income for the last 10 years. Super chats are becoming more of a source of income in the last few years because the channel's grown. But prior to that, super chats were not my main source of income. I wrote books. I taught lectures that people paid for. I did live events that people paid for. And I don't do business church. I don't do an online e-church. I don't consult people on church planning for $1,000 an hour. That's what these people do. But you understand that they're freaking out and having to address us constantly and nonstop. Yeah, probably they're trying to get attention and get clicks. But it's beyond that. They're actually realizing that, man, a lot of people are converting to Orthodoxy. Remember Redeemed Zoomer? He quit his Discord because so many people were leaving it for Orthodoxy. And then he quit apologetics because so many people were leaving for Orthodoxy. Gavin Ortlund, where's he at? He's basically faded into oblivion. And even if you think Ortho bros are the worst or bad, like, isn't gay church worse according to their theology? And yet none of them went after Gavin Ortlund for the scandal at the Ortlund Butt Buddy Church. So that's what we're saying is, like, all the priorities and what they actually care about are actually being exposed to everybody. Nobody went after Ruslan because he sold t-shirts per se, or had a business, or quote made money. That's why low IQ JP was like, "Yeah, dude, J Dyer made a song about pay piggies." He didn't even realize that half the time that half of his clips were me joking around. But I think that, like, he's actually like too dumb to realize when people are being sarcastic. He can't recognize it. So let's see what Ruslan's up to today.
Logic and Sneeko situation just got interesting. If you haven't been keeping up, there has been some back and forth correspondence with Sneeko alleging that
Wait, is this the one? People are saying I need to address Ruslan's video. This doesn't look like. I don't care what Sneeko's doing. So what does this have to do with me? Does he talk about us in this? What does... Oh, he's probably going to say that we are, so the other big lie was that we're teamed up with Muslims. Remember when Ruslan said this in the last video? Which, by the way, keep track of all these. Download these videos too, because if this ever gets escalated, as it seems to keep escalating, these false accusations might be relevant in the future, right? Such as that, quote, teamed up with Islam. Because a lot of this stuff, like, there's no, you can't, that will never hold up in a court if they want to go that route.
that God Logic slid into his DMs, but it doesn't seem like that was the accurate timeline. God Logic did a stream yesterday with Mike Jones from Aspiring Philosophy and Apostate Prophet, kind of going over some of the timeline, which I think is very...
Is this the video you're talking about? It's on Bless God channel? Oh, the other channel. Okay, I don't care about this stupid thing.
The downfall of Jay Dyer has really been a spectacle.
Why did he do? Oh, he did this because our video, The Downfall of Ruslan, got a whole bunch of views on YouTube. So he had to respond with The Downfall of Dyer. Like, dude, come on, get creative. You don't have to use the exact same video as me, dude. So let's see what he says.
To behold. If you guys haven't been keeping up, over the weekend, a video surfaced pointing out the irrefutable proof Jay Dyer is a liar and a hypocrite with the use of this thumbnail that says by Jay. Now, Jay Dyer thought it'd be smart to bring attention to this. We're gonna look at the video and the crux of his confusion here in a second. Jay Dyer saw this video, which anyone that knows anything about online culture, online stuff will notice that this is a play on Eminem's diss song.
No, I knew it was a play on Eminem, but the problem is that, as you yourself know and admit, because it was your enemy that made it, the dude is a schizophrenic. That's why it mattered that he put that up.
Against MGK, same exact album cover. Jay Dyer interpreted this as a threat towards his life. Okay, so this is Psycho Prots apparently want me unalived. All right.
Yeah, because this dude is actually a psycho person who gets all of his congregants to barf into waste baskets as proof of his prophetic powers.
Posted this to his community tab when it had eight views, and then had his own community repeatedly point out to him that this is the use of Eminem's album cover reference.
Yeah, but I responded to those comments and I was well aware of that.
No one actually is threatening death on you, buddy. This is just a play on the Eminem album cover. And the cringe part about all of this is Jay Dyer's.
I know that Ruslan thinks that we are all really into black culture like he is because he thinks that everybody wants to be black like him. But I'm already BIPOC, so I don't have to be into black culture because I am that culture, right? But I think for the rest of you, Ruslan just assumes like, yo, we all know Eminem, dog. That's the height of culture and art.
Not just thinking that this is a threat on his life. He's also demanding his audience to go and mass report this video.
Yeah, but it's because the dude is a schizo psycho. That's why, right? Again, Ruslan is leaving out the fact that this is the guy who tells people to vomit into wastebaskets as proof that they are undergoing a miraculous exorcism. You can't make this up, right? The other thing too is that we all know that if an ortho bro had posted an image of these goobers with crosshairs and their eyes X'd out, they would be talking about this until the next, blood moon, right? According to their Judaizing calendar that they're on. So this is the guy that put this up, and it's this dude who is absolutely insane. You can tell he's insane. He actually thinks that he's exercising people.
I don't got no one disrespecting me, except sometimes my wife. We're still working on that. Mm-hmm. And she's been doing a good job. I enrolled her in a program. Come out.
So this is the church where they make you vomit in the wastebasket. This is the guy that put the thing up. This is who Ruslan's talking about. By the way, this guy hates Ruslan. He's the guy behind the Folding Ruslan channel.
Right now, in Jesus Christ's name. Fire head to toe. Fire head to toe.
Get out.
Out in Jesus' name.
Leave.
Out in Jesus' name. Out in Jesus' name. We thank you for glorifying your name today, Lord.
Here you go. You got schizophrenic homeless people spitting into a bucket as proof of his miraculous ministry. This is who we're talking about. And so Ruslan conveniently, of course, is going to leave all that out because he knows nobody knows who this retard is.
Which I think is against YouTube terms of service, but maybe I'm wrong. But this is utterly disgusting. Why are you demanding?
No, it's not against YouTube's terms of service to report videos or thumbnails that suggest those types of things.
To report this video, it's not that big of a deal. This is a video of him begging for super chats. Not the worst thing in the world. Now,
by the way, if we or somebody on our side did this, how do you think Ruslan would act about that? It would be the end of the world. He would be like, get over there, please, right now. The ortho bros are dangerous. Remember he said this? Remember his call to cancellation? Ruslan said all the Orthodox priests and bishops need to cancel Jay Dyer over making fun of this idiot. Now, imagine if somebody on our side had done what this schizo dude did with Ruslan's face. Ruslan would be all over it, crying to the high heavens. He would be upping his security. The ortho bros are coming. I got to get private security, dog. Yo.
The ironic part about this is in all of his accusations of me, quote unquote, being a grifter, that then extended to folks like God Logic being a grifter and basically anyone that isn't Eastern Orthodox.
No, the argument was not anyone not Orthodox is a grifter. The argument was if you don't send people to a church and you're doing only anti-Islamianity as Christianity, that is grifting. So calling God Logic out is an opportunity for God Logic to correct the situation to show, okay, maybe you got a point. Maybe I'm not grifting and I need to be more, consistent about where I send people to get discipled. Well, it turns out they're all consistently sending them to the worst possible places like Judaizing synagogues. That was the accusation. So again, Ruslan constantly lies, like saying that we're partnered and teamed up with Muslims. Total lie. Ruslan says that they're after me because I make money. Nobody's after you for making money, dummy. Everybody in this world has to make money. The question is money your number one concern? That is what grifting is. And just because everybody nowadays gets called grifter, that doesn't mean that nobody's a grifter. In fact, many people are grifters. That's why people are constantly talking about grifting. It's not asking for super chats. And by the way, again, most of those clips in this video with me are joke clips where I'm laughing and being silly about pay piggies and stuff like that. That's been an ongoing joke on the channel for like 8 years. They don't know and they can't recognize when I'm being silly. When I say like, y'all got to give me a Bitcoin right now because I'm about to have I got to buy a new makeup trailer for when I go on the road. Those are jokes, dummies. It's so stupid.
Is doing anything online with regarding Christian apologetics or Christian content in general is a grifter according to
No, that is not the argument. He's lying. We did not say anybody who's not Orthodox online is a grifter. What we said was, if you are doing churchless apologetics and you can't consistently point people to a church, that's the grifting. And that you are a grifter, Ruslan, because you consistently have said you're all about making money. That's what you said. That's why people call you a grifter. Not, did you start a business? Do you sell t-shirts? That's not what we said.
Dyer, except the only problem is videos surfaced of him basically begging for money from his audience for a good 16 minutes. I'm not going to look at all this.
That's out of how many videos and live streams on my channel? Imagine sitting there to find this out of, let's see how many videos and hours we have. 1,600 videos right there. See that? So we have 1,600 videos, almost all long form content. And of course, we're going to ask for super chats. That's how we make a living in part. Duh. Every live streamer asks for super chats. So they're moving the goalposts and deflecting into, are you making money online? Nobody critiqued you for making money online, dummy. Nobody critiqued you for being an entrepreneur, bro. It was whether or not that's your God. Is that your number one thing? Is that why you're here? Just to make money? Of course, the laborer is worthy of his wages. Nobody denies that. But see how it's all revised? He's like the master revisionist of whenever there's a controversy. Because he doesn't tell you the whole story or what the context is. That, yeah, out of, let's see, 1,600 videos times, we'll say minimum 2 to 3 hours per stream, per video, for the most part. I mean, so out of tens of thousands of hours, I asked for, well, no, that wouldn't be tens of thousands. That would be like, what? Let's say 8,000 hours of video. You found 16 minutes of asking for super chats. Most of my shit's free, dude. What are you talking about? And they're mad because, hey, wait a minute. His last several live streams, he's made like $1,000 to $2,000 per live stream. And I guarantee your Ruslan videos aren't making that good, right? Because I can tell you from the background, like if you got 20, 30,000 views on a 10-minute video, that's maybe $50 to $100. That's not that much, right? So this is so silly. Like, already it's changed from what the actual critique was. But I mean, that's really all he can do is deflect away from what we're actually critiquing him about.
But I think, again, there's a crux here with the Orthobro saga, with the need for absolute certainty on everything, with a debate me or you're gay, bro, culture. And now
we don't argue that there's absolute certainty needed on every single theological topic. That's actually not the Orthodox perspective. So he doesn't even listen or know what everybody else has been telling him or explaining to him. He just assumes that we're sort of like Roman Catholics, where we have a scholastic definition and answer for every single issue or problem. And what was funny was that just this week, a few days ago, I think Cleve shared it. Ruslan already said, once again, I don't even care about these theology issues. Ruslan actually just, what's great about Ruslan is that even though he revises all the shit when he gives his spin and leaves out all the details, he'll constantly actually say what he's all about. So it's weird because he's too stupid to remember when he actually admits shit, because he knows that his audience is dumb enough to just believe whatever he spins it as. But then half of the time he's already just admitted the thing that is in question. So yeah, but you just said that like the other day, Ruslan. Let me see if I can find where he said basically, yeah, I don't really even care what all the theology is. Let's see. I think I shared it, but it's already been like I think it was something that he said to David Wood. There was another funny comment too, where Ruslan admitted that all of these low tier goobers are just slop. He's like, yeah, well, let the Ortho Bros deal with the Prot slop. So he even calls JP and Mahler Prot slop. Says, let them deal with the Prot slop. He doesn't even appreciate his own like sycophants. It's funny. Okay. We'll play some of these brief clips because they're so good. But I did want to find where Ruslan was saying he basically doesn't even care about any of the theology, which we already knew that. Like, he said that several times, but he said it again. Yeah, I don't really care. Dude, there's so much drama from these people. I can't even find it. It's like minute by minute, just ridiculous drama from these people. By the way, I'm glad that whoever found the clip of me explaining, one of the clips channels, found the clip of me explaining that Ruslan, like in our quote debate, Ruslan didn't even know or care what logical fallacies were. He's like, I don't care what that is. What is? I don't care. A shout out to Clee, by the way, for posting all of these messages that he's getting from people converting. That's good news. All right, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to find this because this is too far back. It might have been Alex too. Maybe it was Alex that posted that clip. By the way, here's another one.
Scriptura.
Here's this goofball that's on with God Logic saying that you can't be saved in an Orthodox church because they don't have the gospel. Well, wait a minute. I thought you weren't exclusivist, but you've got your co-host is on here being exclusivist. Do you see how silly this is?
But I think the next question you got to ask is, does Jesus save people in the Greek Orthodox Church, or should you adopt sola scriptura, sola fide, sola gratia, solus Christus, soli Deo gloria? We should move on.
All right, maybe it was Alex that shared the post I'm trying to find. But also, I might have shared it. Let me see if I can find it. By the way, shout out to Alex. He's going to have a debate with those equally low tier dudes from what are they called? Method Ministries. Man, those guys are just as bad as like they're as bad as all these other guys. It's so great though that like we're at the point where all that's left of the Protestant world is these absolute clowns, dude, that literally don't care at all about theology. I really want to find this quote where he says he doesn't care. Because I mean, here it is. Yeah, here it is right here. Okay.
Don't give a lot.
So here's the opposition, you guys. The reason they've made it all about this dumb internet drama is because that's all they have. They can't actually argue any of these theological positions because they don't know theology, and they even say, I don't care about the theology. Here's Ruslan.
Like a lot of this, it's just stuff that I personally don't give a lot of thought to because I'm actually out doing the thing. I'm actually out building the podcast, doing the live events, right?
There he is telling you, I don't care about these theology questions. I'm doing business church. I don't care about the theology. The difference with my channel and what we do, we care about the theology. That's why your critique of me getting super chats fails and falls flat, is that it's not a question of who's making money. It's what is your priority, you dummy?
Like a lot of this, it's just stuff that I personally don't give a lot of thought to because I'm actually out doing the thing. I'm actually out building the podcast, doing.
Yeah, but what if you're building on a sand foundation? If you're not building on the rock, which is the thing we're arguing, you're just building a sand foundation, like sending people to Messianic synagogues where they get snipped and then become atheists. So if you actually cared about people, you wouldn't send them to that, you idiot. You demon.
The live events, right? Writing the books.
Yo, my live events, yo. Your live event that was like 2 destinations. You go to his tour, it's like 2 cities. Remember when he was like, yo, Jay, I ain't got time to talk to you. I'm on tour. You go to his tour page, it's 2 cities. Tour, get the f out of here, dude.
I'm doing the thing, so I don't sit around and think, oh, I wonder what this, specific theological view is on this thing. And
so there you go. He doesn't care about theology. He's like, yeah, I'm getting paid, dude. I don't give a shit about that. Why would I care about that? That's not the bottom line. I'm out here building a brand, getting paid, right? And these people are too stupid to even realize the critique is not just whoever makes money is bad. Everybody in the fucking world makes money, dummies. Does that mean everybody's a grifter? That's what you saying. You saying everybody a grifter because they make money. No, it's you're a grifter if you're not in Christianity for the real reasons because you believe in it. You're in it to make money, dummy. That's the point. What's your problem, dude? I see you, Spurgeon. What your problem is?
Oh, no, just for a while, and I had a question. It's not in regards to Jerusalem.
What's it about?
It's about Isaiah 60 to 61.
Okay, well, why are you being rude like that? Like, I'm in the middle of something, and you're distracting everybody, trying to monopolize what it is, because that's what you want to talk about, when that's not what we're talking about right now.
Like a lot of this, it's just stuff that I personally don't give a lot of thought to, because I'm actually out doing the thing. I'm actually out building the podcast, doing the live events, right? Writing the books. I'm doing the thing. So I don't sit around and think, oh, I wonder what this, specific theological view is on this thing.
I mean, do you guys we're dealing with actual like insane psychopaths. And by the way,
legal fund going.
I've not looked into this, but Cleve now is arguing. This is new to me. I shared this earlier, but new to something I wanted to cover on here. Cleve is arguing that he thinks God Logic actually was even grifting about the money for hijab. And let's see what he says here.
Support that. I'll include that in the description. Now, here's the asterisk to that. Okay. I went ahead and I tossed $100 into that hat. A lot of the anti-Islamianity guys, some of the stuff that they do does seem like they're grifting a bit. So I don't know. You could get scammed. I don't mind losing $100 to go support him in this situation. Does he actually need it? That's another question. But as a show of good faith, and because I really despise what Muhammad Hijab is doing. I think it's scum of the earth stuff.
But he's saying this because suddenly God Logic decided to reopen the donation. So wait a minute. So you closed the donation, you got the donations you wanted, you were after, but you decided suddenly to reopen it. I mean, did you not meet your quota? Why are you reopening it? Right. So Cleve thinks and is arguing there that it's grifting.
Situation with
now, here is the guy that convinced Young Don within the circles of all these idiots to become Young Dong.
I actually debated Luke yesterday, and just to give like a connection to sort of the whole situation with JP, Young Don, and whatnot, he's actually has his own restorationist church that he
Luke is in the same group as them?
Yeah, not quite, but Young Don actually went to Luke.
Oh my God, dude.
Luke was his last stop before atheism, because Luke convinced Don that
the church fell away.
The church fell away, and the logical conclusion to the church falling away is that Christ didn't keep his promise and Christianity is false. And that's why Young Don went to atheism. So that's just a little connection. And JP actually facilitated debates with Luke to other Christians and whatnot as well. So that's just a little tiny connection right there.
Nice job, Luke. Well done.
He runs his own Discord, and he admitted to me yesterday when I debated him for like 2 hours, he said, yes.
The reason I'm talking about Ruslan is because everybody in the chat was saying respond to the video. I don't need to. We didn't talk about Ruslan at all for like the first 2 hours. What are you talking about? I mean, I want any of you Ruslan supporters to actually call in and defend this nonsense. Like, this is the dumbest low tier stuff ever. Ruslan literally just tells you guys that he doesn't care about the theology. And I'm not going to read your $2 super chat. So, I mean, you can keep sending me money all you want. So if you think I'm a grifter, why are you sending me money? That's retarded. And none of you guys actually have any arguments. All you have is, you don't have the fruits of the spirit. You don't have the fruits. Is the fruits of the spirit getting your wiener snipped? I mean, Paul said that he wishes the Judaizers would castrate themselves. So Paul's message to Ruslan and all these idiots is, you need to just go castrate yourselves. It's according to St. Paul. So you guys does Paul lack the fruits of the spirit? You guys aren't in the church. That's the thing. Like, you guys are actually deluded, prelest based heretics. You don't have anything remotely connected to historic Christianity. And I think some of these people like JP Uncut are actually mentally unstable. And I say that because somebody sent me a clip of him almost sounding actually schizo, right? So please, anybody want to argue this? You go to the head of the line immediately right here. What's up, Nico? Nico, what's up?
Yo, Jay, what's good? I just wanted to, I didn't know if you know this yet, but like I'm seeing on the Crucible, I saw people in the chat also talking about it. I don't know if you know, but it seems like the Crucible is doing an Orthodoxy versus JP Uncut type of video. I was wondering if you knew about that. If not, maybe you can call and just destroy his career right there.
Well, the thing is, like, he claims he's going to do a public formal debate with me. So if I do call in there, it will be not on the topic that we're supposed to debate. I don't actually think he will do this debate. There's no way he's going to actually show up to a public modern day debate, formal debate. But I'm not opposed to trying to call into there. I might call in through Discord or something in a bit to see when is that starting? Is it happening now?
Well, it's in an hour and a half.
Okay.
Right now I'm in Italy, so the time difference is different. So I don't know for you, but
well, if it's an hour and a half, it's still going to be an hour. That
Yeah.
won't affect whether it's an hour and a half or not.
Well, for me right now it's 1:30 a.m. and it says it's scheduled for 3 a.m. on the Crucible. So
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if it's an hour and a half away, the time zone won't matter. It'll be an hour and a half everywhere. What's up, Rachel?
Hey, I heard what the last guy was saying,
Mhm.
and shocker, JP backed out last minute.
I knew he would not. See, I knew it. I knew it.
Go on and try to debate Andrew, and he
I knew it. Yep.
canceled. Yeah.
And guys, I told James at Modern Day Debate, because he's like, I'm excited for you to debate JP. I told James, I was like, he's not going to do it. He won't do it. So
Yeah, so I don't know. He's still talking about maybe having Andrew or going on the show tomorrow or doing something else tomorrow, maybe, but I don't know. I haven't heard any confirmation of that.
Right.
I'm sure Andrew will post something if he's able to get him to agree to anything.
Right.
But as far as for tonight, I think it's just going to be Andrew streaming now by himself because, yeah, dude backed out.
yeah, appreciate that. Thanks for the update. I did not think that he would show up. I mean, he's already been a nightmare just to try to get people to even try to set up a debate. So don't hold your breath for any of these people. But all right, let's get back to Ruslan's video here, because this is getting pretty funny.
A ton of folks that want to debate this dude. Unfortunately, they all have smaller followings than him, so he refuses to debate any of them or call into any of their streams. But this is a fascinating look of what happens when you completely lose the plot.
Wait, I refuse to. No, again, another lie. All of these people have been offered public formal debates. I mean, this guy's turning into like Obama level lying. Like, everything is a lie. I offered a formal public debate to Wes Huff, Gavin Ortland, to God Logic, to Inspiring Philosophy, to JP Uncut. All of these people have been given an opportunity. And by the way, I will still formally debate any one of those people. And he's like, you won't call into their streams. I'm offering a formal debate. Why would I call into their dumb streams if I'm going to give them a formal debate?
He refuses to debate any of them or call into any of their.
No, I don't refuse. I just literally, I offered you a formal debate, Ruslan, and you backed out. Ruslan backed out. In fact, we had this week, Papa Bear Naturals offered Ruslan $10,000 to do a formal debate. And guess what Ruslan's response was? I think everybody can figure out. That's not enough money. So Griftman himself will not accept a $10,000 off in California. He didn't even get to drive that far. right? I don't think it's that far from San Diego. But look right here. And it was offered to this other mega church goober, Lake Point Church. $10,000. Pick a charity. Ruslan, $10,000. No, it's not enough money. And then I guess he saw the charity part, and Ruslan was like, nah, if it's going to charity, I'm out, dude. 9/11, what's up?
What's up, Jay?
What's on your
I
mind?
just wanted to point out that it's like a really weird low IQ argument to say that action is like replacing or is in place of any wrongdoing. Like, I'm just going to go out and preach, or
right.
Even though the church is invalid, or I actually don't care about theology at all, but by me going out and doing all this action, it replaces
It makes
all
up
the
for it.
wrongdoings.
Yeah, it makes up
And
for it.
Yeah, and it's weird. I see this argument across all low IQ types, whether it's politics or, you know, ideology.
Right.
With the pagans, like, for example, with Nick and Dan Bilzerian, it's a political argument, but Dan is saying that he's just going out and, well, at least I'm doing something. At least I'm going to go and try and, you know, get these votes. When his entire foundation is sand, it's low IQ. Same thing with pagans or like Patriot Front.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying, oh, we're going to go out, we're going to march the streets. At least we're doing something. Entirely disregarding all strategical thinking
Right.
for tactical thinking. It's such a low IQ argument.
It's very low
I just wanted
IQ.
to say it's so weird that the parallel to theology.
Yeah.
And Ruslan uses that argument.
Yeah. Ruslan also said, if you guys remember a few videos back, he's like, I know Rhythm Church is not the church of the first few centuries. So wait a minute. So you already know you're not in a quote apostolic church, but it all makes up for it because you take action and you preach and build a brand. Well, if you're
blinders on entirely.
If it's the wrong church, then you're building on sand, dummy. What are you talking about?
Streams. But this is
negative work.
You're hurt. Yeah, it's like you're defeating the purpose. That's why you're a subversive. Nobody called you subversive for having a business or for quote making money. Everybody has to make money. So you notice he moved the goalpost to make it these dumb ortho bros say everybody making money is a grifter. No, you are a grifter because that's your number one goal, dummy.
It's a fascinating look of what happens when you complete.
It's hilarious. It's so funny seeing that argument just transmutated across different forms for the low IQs. It's just funny.
I wish that somebody actually would debate him that's like at the level of the people that he wants to debate, like Nick Fuentes or Candace, because I don't agree with Candace on a lot of things, but even Candace would smoke this retard in a debate. Like she would demolish this dude in a debate. And Nick obviously would demolish this dude in a debate. We have people too that were warning him, saying that know him, like not me, but other people that I know that know him. They were like, Ruslan, why are you trying to get a debate with Nick? You're going to be absolutely demolished. You wouldn't last like a minute in that debate. And of course he won't. That's why he won't debate me on theology. That's why he backed out of it. I don't know what he's thinking. Like he wants to show to the world that he's not afraid and he's in the sphere of it, but he won't actually ever do any of it. So he got a convenient kind of play to his audience where he can give the impression that he wants to debate Candace and Nick Fuentes and Jay Dyer, whoever else, but then he never has to actually ever do it. And his retard audience laps it up.
It's the paper tiger.
He's a total paper tiger. Exactly. Dude, why would anybody listen to an actual wigger? Imagine getting your theology from not a joke wigger like me, but an actual wigger. Like, how retarded is that?
You lose the plot and become someone that is absolutely confused on your own identity. Jay doesn't know if he wants to be a comedian. Jay doesn't know if he wants to be a cringecore artist. He doesn't know if he wants to be an academic.
He said cringecore artist. Did we just get the king of real wiggers, real wannabe wiggers, to admit, does he want to be a cringecore artist? And by the way, everybody that sends him the rap video that we did of him, he blocks them. So you can tell, like, we really hurt Ruslan's feelings with this one, right? And just for that, Ruslan, I'm gonna play it for you, dog.
I need 7 wiggers. Supreme. Remember when he was explaining why he did the marketing shit? He was like, yo, I got a lot of Christian rappers and I don't want their kids to go hungry. Ruslan is actually unintentionally pretty funny, right? Like that was so stupid that I can't believe he actually used that as like a defense. Like, yo, I got a lot of Christian hip hop artists. Yo, I'm trying to get them paid. I don't want a lot of baby mamas you want them. I'm just doing it for my daughter. You want them kids to go hungry? You want a lot of ghetto kids with an empty belly? Look how callous you ortho bros is. Y'all calloused.
Who he is, and so that's what leads.
By the way, I don't know who I am. Like, so I have to pick one thing to do. Hey, Ruslan, we've always done all these things, dummy. And I'm always going to keep doing all these things. I like that he said a cringecore artist, though. That was great. Let's hear that again. Because he knows this song, but he's butthurt over the song so bad.
Be an academic. He doesn't know who he is, and so that's what leads to.
I haven't wanted to be an academic in a long time, dummy. What are you talking about?
This sort of stuff. So this video was put together by Chris Lasala, who's the same guy that actually put together the videos of me from 6 or 7 years ago doing content for Christian rappers, Christian aspiring rappers on how to become full-time artists. This is the same.
See, he's doing Christian inspiring content on how to become a full-time Christian rapper. You mean marketing scams, dummy. You were doing marketing scams. He's trying to repackage that as, yo, I'm a consultant on rap or whatever.
Person that put that together, Jay, unfortunately freaked out and literally thought this was a threat against him, bringing more attention to the entire.
No, you know that this dude is schizo. Like, the dude is actually schizo. That's why I mention it.
Entire debacle. So let's take a look at some of this video. This has over 100,000 views on X now, and yeah, let's see what Jay's talking about.
This thing here? Yeah, and a lot of the comments are saying it's retarded, so he left that part out. Is my Bitcoin wallet, dog. Send the Bitcoins here, and then we can up the quality of everything.
Bitcoin Church. We got.
Yeah, I don't have Bitcoin Church, dummy. It's the Orthodox Church. You have Rap Church, Rhythm Church, false equivalents.
Bitcoin Church spotted in full effect. All right. So if I got Business Church, which by the way, I don't have a church that I'm a pastor at. I've never claimed to be a pastor.
Yeah, you got Business Church called Rhythm Church, Rap Church, which you preach at. So the fact that you're not a quote pastor at the church has nothing to do with whether you are a funnel to get people to your flamer pastor. Remember we played a clip of his pastor and he was like, I had a vision from God and it was just a flame in my bosom. And I'm like, yeah, a flamer in your bosom, dude.
Not clergy. I am just a guy that's been publicly on the internet for almost 20 years now. I'm going, yeah, about almost 20 years, been consistently putting stuff up. Initially was Christian hip hop music.
Yeah, but you were a marketing goober. You were a Obama supporter. You were a Black Lives Matter pusher. That's why it matters what you were. He's like, I've been on the internet for 20 years. Like, what the fuck does that matter? Been on the internet for 20 years? Everybody's been on the internet for 20 years, retard. What are you talking about? But you were a Black Lives Matter person a few years ago. That's why it matters. Let's look. Yo, Ruslan asking for donations. Yo, what you asking for? Ruslan raised $5 for the NAACP for BLM. Oh, so Ruslan was a hardcore, legit leftist, brah. Yo, this is my thoughts as being an immigrant and a refugee. This is literally during Koof. During Koof, Ruslan was acting like he is a BIPOC immigrant refugee. Give me a freaking break. Yo, I came to America as a refugee and an immigrant, dog. Look, I'm wearing a hoodie. Ain't that black? Ain't that brown, bro? I got brown street cred because I got a hoodie on and a pussy hat toboggan, right? He always wearing them pussy hat toboggans like the feminists, right? Yo, I got legal residency as a refugee. This was a privilege for me, dog. Some of y'all don't want to acknowledge that being born white in America is a privilege. Sounds like y'all is in denial. Now, if you can't see that this retard is a grifter from this, BLM, literally marching BLM a couple years ago. Look at this. Yo, yesterday I attended a protest in Oceanside. Some of my friends from my church, we was all ethnicities, bro. Yo, we was hopeful to turn the page on racism. This is the retard you guys are listening to, who literally says, I don't care about theology. I'm out here taking action. In other words, building a brand. Yo, we recognize all lives don't matter because Black lives matter. It wasn't a political rally. What? Of course it's a political rally. It's like a giant Democratic Soros-funded scam. Yo, it was humanitarian, dog. We marched for equality and justice. There was no violence. There was no police and riot gears. There was no SWAT teams. There was no National Guard. There was no looting. Don't let the media trick you, y'all. The majority of all protests is peaceful. What does it do? Let me explain it to you. California banned police from using a chokehold. The U.S. Marines, they banned anybody from a Confederate flag. The FBI reopened investigation of Breonna Taylor. Confederate statues taken down, son. Preaching the gospel. 3 other police officers charged in the George Floyd event. So this dude was literally championing fentanyl nonsense not too long ago. And here he is. Yo, vote for Andrew Yang, dude. Universal basic income. I'm voting for Ye. That is Andrew Yang. We got to realize, yo, we got to trust God. 2020, y'all. And here he is saying vote for a pro-abortion, pro-gender affirming care person. And here he is preaching at his stupid messianic synagogue with his other butt buddies. So this is the dude saying that Ortho Bros got a bad week, yo. How come Ruslan's got to reply every 2 days he's got to reply? And now he's mentioning cringe core. We got him butthurt, yo.
And so Jay Dyer has Bitcoin Church if you want to put money in his Bitcoin wallet. The accusation against me is that I'm a quote-unquote grifter. The issue is if I'm a grifter and God Logic's a grifter and David Wood's a grifter, that word loses all meaning when it comes back full circle and it has you
No, it doesn't lose all meaning when it's your number one priority, which you just said, I don't care about theology. I'm out here building a brand. That's why you're a grifter, dummy. Not just making money, not super chats.
For an entire stream begging people for money to improve the quality of your setup.
Everybody's being a damn stingy. Are you not glad I'm back? I see we have a cheap audience tonight. That's okay. You guys don't have to use super chats, but
calling your
I made a joke. This is a joke. These people are too stupid to even know that I'm making a joke when I'm talking about sending in checks. There's no super chat checks, dummy.
Are you not glad I'm back? I see we have a cheap audience tonight. That's okay. You guys don't have to use super chats, but
calling your audience that's sitting there devoting their life to you, watching you live cheap is crazy work, by the way. This is insane.
It's a joke, dummy. It goes back to the Pay Piggy song. So they clip this out of context where everybody in this audience knows that we make the joke about Pay Piggies. It's a song. And the lore of Pay Piggy goes back to Killstream and Ethan Ralph being drunk and saying, hey, y'all my Pay Piggy. Y'all my Pay Piggies. And a Pay Piggy is when a fat chick gets paid to denigrate a nerdy incel dude that pays her money to denigrate him. That's a real thing. Okay. I thought it was the just craziest, most degenerate, stupid shit I ever heard. So we made a joke and everybody in this audience knows it. That's where the Pay Piggy song came from. And they're acting like my joke is a serious thing where I denigrate y'all my Pay Piggies. The joke is that I'm the fat chick denigrating the incels. I'm not a fat chick. I am a BIPOC diva, but I'm beautiful. I'm not a fat chick. And also the audience is beige chads. So they don't get inside jokes and they're trying to play on an inside joke. It's so stupid.
And this is a guy that, you know, his claim to fame is being the guy that was writing for Alex Jones and a quote unquote comedian, which again, crux of this is this dude is confused on who.
I don't write for Alex Jones, dummy. I host the show and write for Sam Hyde, quote unquote comedian. So I wrote on the first season of the Sam Hyde show. So that is quote unquote comedy. So I don't write for Alex Jones. I host the show, Goofus.
He wants to be. Is he a comedian? Is he an academic? Is he a debater? He doesn't know who he is. And
no, I do all those things because the internet, and you would know this, allows you to be who you are online. The difference is that I didn't go from being BLM a couple years ago to trying to be big Christian Mr. Beast.
I think this is why you get these ridiculous, confused looks of, hey, they're trying to unalive me, not understanding that this is a play on your...
No, it was because he's schizo, dummy. I know who Eminem is. I know who Machine Gun Kelly is. And I know that you think that everybody cares about your retarded wigger culture because you want to be black, but the rest of us don't care about that shit. It's low-tier garbage. And we do it to make fun of it. When I'm doing all these wigger jokes and Wigxanthium, it's making fun of you, dummy. You're a wannabe wigger. I'm the real thing.
Own allegations against me and others, and you've been doing the same thing consistently for years.
Here's young Don, who converted to this nonsense rabbi synagogue. No deconversion. I went to an Orthodox church for several months.
So Ruslan's laughing when young Don got circumcised and left Christianity because of this stupid messianic Judaizing. He thinks that's funny. Look at this. He thinks it's funny that a dude leaves Christianity after getting circumcised in the cult that he promotes. And he does his demon laugh again. Let's listen to Ruslan's demon laugh again. And we always got to do this demon laugh in slow motion because it's great. Why would you think it's funny that people leave Christianity? How is this funny?
I went to an Orthodox church for several months.
And at the end of my, conversion, I went to an Orthodox church for several months.
So the fact that he visited an Orthodox church before he became an atheist, when he was already mind effed from Ruslan sending him to get his dick chopped off, and Ruslan thinks that's funny, and that's an own in the Orthodox. I mean, this dude is actually legit a piece of shit, dude.
Experienced that later in my journey when I went to an Orthodox church.
Young Don was someone that refused to go to church the entire time he was around anybody, and the only time he actually...
Okay, but Ruslan, y'all told him to go to a synagogue, dummy. You're the source of this. The fact that he had a final pass through of an Orthodox church before he became an atheist, that's not an own on orthodoxy. And you're laughing? You're laughing when a dude becomes an apostate? You don't care about young Don's soul at all? I mean, when Cleve played these clips, he was begging young Don to talk to him. Ruslan is laughing because it's an own he thinks that a dude became an apostate. Ruslan is actually a legitimate piece of human shit. He is total garbage person.
So he did go to church was when he went to an Orthodox church. So this idea that the Protestant grift is proven because young Don was a quote unquote Protestant ignores the fact that he was.
Oh, it's because he went to your Messianic synagogue and got circumcised, retard. All he does is lie and not tell you the whole story.
Eastern Orthodox, or attempting to be an Eastern Orthodox, whatever you call him, inquirer for the last several months of his Christian journey. So if anything, you guys finished the job off if we're going to go based on that logic, which...
Yeah, and you think that's funny? I mean, this piece of human shit just laughed at people apostatizing. What does that tell you about this piece of trash here? Do you think he actually cares about saving souls? He actually said, I'm out here building a business on the road, dog. I ain't time for theology. I don't care about that. Laughing at a person apostatizing because he thinks it's an own? This dude is a legit narcissistic psychopath, one of those.
Don is an interesting personality in his own right. He has all sorts of issues with regards to how he's navigated his online journey. But people deconverting and reconverting and having issues with their faith, crisis, all these sorts of things, it's so disingenuous to put that on the lap of any one group, which I would not put that
You don't think that sending him to a place where he got circumcised might have an impact on this retard? I mean, this dude is like the lack of self-awareness of what he's involved in, literally preaching at the synagogues. What about the book of... We're not in the book of Acts anymore, retards. It's not the book of Acts. It's the church era. We're not in Acts. Remember he preached a Coke Pepsi sermon at the synagogue? You can't make this up. This is the dude trying to argue with us. A dude preaching Coke Pepsi sermons. You can't make this up. I was trying to find that because that was so funny, dude. Coke Pepsi is what, here it is. He's preaching on Coke and Pepsi at the synagogue. This is like the biggest Christian YouTuber. By the way, his numbers are lower than mine. It's all fake, dude. He's trying to puff it up, flex numbers. Go look at the Google trends. I'm way bigger than him on search and YouTube. It's all lies.
Can you guys imagine how that worked out? Didn't work out very well. So launching New Coke in 1985, a semi-sweeter recipe that was more similar to Pepsi. However, New Coke was such a disaster. It almost cost Coca-Cola the soda wars. And this is why. Is because there was 3 categories of people that these folks were looking at. They had the advocate Coca-Cola drinkers, then they had the neutrals, and then they had the people that were completely opposed.
So he's preaching on Coke and Pepsi at a synagogue. That should end the career of Ruslan. Ruslane.
On the lap of Eastern Orthodoxy as a whole.
I went to an Eastern Orthodox church, and that's where I stayed until I completely deconverted. Proof positive right there.
I don't really care about how many.
He laughs again. He again. It's funny to him that young Don went for a couple months to Orthodox church before he became an. That's funny. Yeah, we got these Ortho bros, dog. From a metric standpoint, if what really mattered was the gospel, wouldn't you care about the following over the money?
Not if you're on YouTube, which, by the way, every single person.
Wait a minute. So here's his answer to my critique that in that video, Ruslan says, yo, I don't really care about the following. I'm worried about the monetization. The money?
Not if you're on YouTube, which, by the way.
What does it matter whether you're on YouTube? If your desire is to reach people, wouldn't the numbers that are actually following you be more important than the monetization, dummy?
Every single person on YouTube shouldn't be chasing numbers and vanity metrics. That's the point of that video. If we're actually moving folks towards.
No, the point of that video is making money. It's not avoiding vanity metrics. Now he's lying again about the point of his old videos. It's about you. You said yourself in your last video, the point of that video was about helping Christian rappers make money.
Making a living for themselves, which is the content I was doing, was speaking.
Oh, so exactly. So it was about making money, right? That's the point.
To Christian rappers and Christian aspiring YouTubers on how to make a living for yourself. Why? Because we've seen so many folks in those communities, particularly, absolutely burn out. Absolutely.
Yeah, see, like, yo, don't you care about the kids of the rappers, dog? You want the children of the rappers to go hungry? You know how many kids are in the ghetto right now that can't get Church's Chicken? They can't get none of that food right now. Because you are not supporting those rap careers. It's your fault. Yo, Christian community, where you at? Is you still racist? Because you ain't supporting all of Ruslan's crew?
Lose themselves in the process and no sort of vision or plan. And then when you get a little bit of pop and you get a little motion, you're this guy begging for super chats to upgrade your computer and upgrade your latency issues, which is hilarious because this has been the ongoing ask for super chats forever. Let's improve the quality. Let's improve the microphone.
Yeah, everybody does that. Of course. What are you talking about? Obviously, I'm going to reinvest the super chats to get new equipment consistently over the years because you need new equipment 2 years later. Duh. So if I'm asking for a super chat in 2019 to get new equipment, by 2026, you need new equipment, dummy.
Was with me. We were talking about improving his quality. That was over a year ago. At some point, when is the quality going to get improved, my guy? It's not that complicated, which to me,
they're playing videos from 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 3 years ago. The quality is improved, dummy. What are you talking about?
Evidence this dude is just really a boomer masquerading as a comedian entertainer.
700 people.
Well, how would a boomer get to write for Sam Hyde if I'm masquerading? I mean, you a white dude masquerading as a black dude. I'm actually a black dude. So what does that say about you?
Here, we've had 2 super chats. So is everybody just like stingy all of a sudden? Nobody wants to support the show anymore? What's going on? I mean, I guess we'll just have to make every podcast half and half if we're not going to get any more super chats.
From a metric standpoint, if what really mattered was the gospel, wouldn't you care about the following over the money?
So what's wrong with being a hypocrite? I figured I should start collecting my money.
So all of this is clipped out of context because most of the time this is being silly with the audience. It's not actually like me castigating. How dare you not give me money, right? And we made it a joke about super chats themselves being a thing to joke about, which he doesn't get that.
He says $1. Bro, just keep $1. If you got a super chat, I'll just keep it, man. Oh, dude, I can't even think. And you ask me like life questions.
The $1 super chats was another joke, right? Because there was a dude who would consistently send $1 super chats over and over and over, and he would ask the same ridiculous long questions. And everybody knows that if you're a live streamer, you will get trolls that will send you $1 super chats that are stuff you can't say, questions that are too long, and they do that to try to disrupt the flow. So that's why most streamers end up not reading $1 super chats. So that's all clipped out of context.
And he sent me $1. Dude, send me a Bitcoin. I'll answer your question.
Send me a Bitcoin and I'll answer your question.
That's a joke, dummy. Obviously, nobody's going to send me 1 Bitcoin to answer a question. So these retards don't even know when I'm joking. Obviously, I'm being rhetorical. I'm being, you know, I'm exaggerating. They're acting like these are all like gotcha clips. But actually, I actually believe in the case of JP Uncut. I think that dude is actually so dumb that he doesn't understand. I'm serious. Like, he doesn't understand when you're exaggerating or like what inside jokes are. Because he might have like legitism, or he's actually a little like schizo.
Gosh, is Bitcoin like $70,000 right now or something crazy?
Appreciate that, Poe. Guys,
Dude, does this retard think that I actually think a person's going to send me 1 Bitcoin for a question? This is so stupid.
I'm going to read the $1 super chat because people start just putting long $1 questions. So no, you got to get $5 to $10 at least.
If there come unto your assembly a man with a
Why is none of this isn't owned? This is like normal procedure in live streaming world. I've been live streaming since 2017, so almost 10 years of live streaming. Everybody knows you can't read all the $1 because the retards will just ask you forever $1 questions. Nobody's going to send a Bitcoin for 1 question. It's a joke. This is so stupid.
gold ring and goodly apparel. And there coming also a poor man in foul raiment.
Man. Bunch of cheapos. It's all right.
Look at his fake laughing too. Like, it's a fake laugh. You can tell he's fake laughing.
I'll still hook.
Calling your audience cheapos is crazy work.
How about calling them pay piggies? He doesn't even know that we have a song about this. And it's an inside joke, right? This was the origin of Pay Piggy. He's jealous too because he knows he'll never rap as good as my fake ass rap song. He doesn't know whether he want to be a cringecore artist. Yeah, that's not a real thing, dummy. That also is a joke. These people are too retarded to get anything meta.
Pay Piggy. Pay Piggy. Don't make me go back to that 9 to 5. Wage cock ain't no way to be alive.
I mean, listen to the freaking lyrics. Don't make me go back to doing 9 to 5, y'all. Y'all got to pay the bills. Wage cuck ain't no way to be alive. It's jokes, dummy. These are seriously retarded people, dude.
Because they can't send you.
And look, he knows that's from 2018. He's showing right there that it's 2018. Old clips.
Super chats. This is insane work, man.
The true free thinker up tonight. Even though we had a bunch of cheapos.
That's basically admitting, yo, I've been in this grift game for almost a decade, son. Yeah, everybody jokes about why y'all being cheap tonight. Come on now, y'all got to pay the bills. That's not the same thing as being a grifter, making money your number one focus, and monetizing business church. That's not the same thing. And by the way, if we weren't entertaining and funny, nobody would be giving super chats, dummy. How would we be making a living if we aren't entertaining and funny?
Where's my super chatters at? We got some support for all this madness today.
No, the funny thing about this is asking folks to support you as a YouTube creator. There's nothing wrong with it. Shaming your audience and having Bitcoin.
Oh, right. So now he admits there's nothing wrong with it. Exactly. And nobody said you're bad because you do super chats or you have a business or make money. What we said was your number one goal is monetizing the gospel, as you said in your video, liar. That's why you're a grifter. So he's just moved the goalposts about what was never even in question.
Church and demanding them to support you is
I didn't demand 1 Bitcoin, dummy. This is so stupid.
Absolute lack of self-awareness.
No, you're dumb. Like, you're not self-aware when people are joking. This is the dude who said, how do I monetize these people, yo? Your church charges $1,000 for 1 hour of church planting consultation. That is a scam. You charge $1,000 to meet you in person, to meet your stank ass Armenian breath from that broccoli head, dude. Nobody wants to talk to you. Ugh.
Now, here's the funny thing about all of this. Is the very same things he was hurling against other people, he is now caught red-handed doing, which apparently, by all metrics, is doing stuff for the money.
Dude, all of these live streams are public. Like, they've been up for 10 years. What do you, I'm caught with all of these live streams that have been public for forever, and half of this just jokes.
Now, anyone that's on the internet doing anything has a desire to provide for themselves and their family. I don't think
but so wait a minute. So now it's not bad. So now he's admitting that, oh, actually, yeah. But see, we didn't call you out because you had a super chat. We didn't call you out. We called you out because it's your idol. You are here to make money. We're not here just to make money, right? That's the problem. And he knows that. This is all dishonest.
Anything wrong with that? I've advocated for that. I've tried to help Jay be more efficient with his own setup behind the scenes when he came on my channel over a year ago. So this is the hypocrisy that is being pointed out.
Yeah, but again, nobody is criticizing you for that. That's all deflections.
Okay, if someone's doing a live stream and they're having super chats and that is how they provide for themselves, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If someone's doing a live stream and repeatedly shaming their audience for not...
Yeah, that's a joke. We've had the pay piggy joke for almost a decade.
Sending super chats. That's where I think you've lost the plot. And that's what makes this entire Eastern Ortho-Bro dilemma so fascinating, is these are the same people that are hurling nonsensical allegations against the God Logics and against the David Woods. And now you've awakened, particularly with David Wood, an entire dude that's now hyper-fixating.
Yeah, nobody's worried about David Wood. David Wood literally just learned all of these things 2 days ago. Nobody is worried about debating David Wood. I'm happy to debate David Wood formally. Let's do it. Now, he doesn't even realize again, another joke we made about love points. This is a joke that Jamie and I make between each other. And I'm like, money is love, right? So you owe me love points. That means you give me money. That's how much money, that's how you show that you love. It's a stupid joke. Another joke is what he's going to.
And literally starts dancing for super chat.
What do I always say? Money is love points. If you love me, you will show it with love points, aka money is.
This is a joke between me and Tristan. If they had actually watched the stream, they would know that both Tristan and I were calling money and Bitcoin love points. This is so stupid.
Money is, I mean, if this isn't the making, if this isn't a boomer, I don't know what is. Money is love points?
Dude, it's a joke, you retard. This dude is so stupid. Yeah.
It's so funny because they dress dumb jokes as like triple layered 500 IQ meta ironic, lies or meta ironies just stacking on top of each other, but then they don't have enough IQ to recognize, it's whenever it's flipped back on them and their points, they suddenly don't have enough IQ to, figure out their theology or, do anything other than the work.
Exactly. I mean, and by the way, imagine if all this was flipped, right? Like if somebody made the Machine Gun Kelly Eminem cover with Ruslan, he would be freaking out. Yo, I gotta beef on my security, the Ortho Bros. Yo,
all the Protestants would be just
pro clutching to infinity, dude.
Oh my gosh, man.
What I always say, money is love points. Thank you, Chase, but also F you, Chase, because
so he doesn't, because I'm saying all this deadpan, which is always how we do humor over here. It's very deadpan when we talk about ridiculous shit. He actually thinks I'm being serious, that the audience has to prove their love with love points that are dollars.
it was my Mac that collapsed, not the internet. So send me about 1,000 more of those $5 chats, and I'll get.
Send me about 1,000 more of those $5 chats, and
yeah, obviously nobody's gonna send me $5,000 in super chats, retard. It's a joke.
I'll get another Mac that won't crash.
You know what's funny about this too is, again, as we saw in previous videos with Ruslan so trusts the stupidity of his audience. And JP, they actually think and believe and know that their low IQ audience won't be able to detect when we're being satirical or when we're being rhetorical.
You guys throw that damn money at me. Right? I feel like a beautiful Vegas strip.
Appeal to the meta irony of your jokes, like hinting towards meta irony for requesting money or whatnot, and then instantly just bank on the fact that none of those people that would even get that reference would, self-analyze over their own talking points.
Right.
The way y'all just throw those super chats at me when I act like a fool and sing stupid songs. We don't need another hero. We don't need to find the way home.
I mean, this.
He actually likes what I do. See, this is why he's having a hard time, because he's actually laughing at that. But I thought I wasn't funny, so why are you laughing?
Isn't whoring yourself out? I don't know what is. Like, listen, I will sell prayer journals and priests provide.
Oh, he'll sell, but that's not whoring yourself out. Yeah, I don't give a shit though. We've always done retarded shit on my streams forever.
Protector t-shirts the rest of my life before I ever behaved this way on the internet as a man that's pushing 50 years old. Okay, who can't figure out the quality of his streams. He can't figure out how to monetize anything. So therefore, he's just begging.
I can't figure out how to monetize anything. Are you sure about that? Well, we'll see.
People to give him money, singing, and it gets worse. He's going to start dancing soon.
Okay, somebody said I'll give $10 a deal.
Yeah, it's like this dude, everything flies over this dude's broccoli hair. I mean, you would think it would get caught up in that nappy ass head he's got, but it still manages all to fly over his head.
There, I did the Roger Rabbit for you. Now give me $10.
Somebody in the chat asked me to do the Roger Rabbit, that's why I did it.
This is crazy. And so the question comes down to, quite simply, is Jay so stupid to not understand the reference of this and still propagating this as an...
Now, wait a minute. I thought you got meta-level irony, right? So you're arguing that this psycho schizo dude's image of me being unalived is meta-irony, but if I do it, you don't get it. That's weird.
Actual desire for psycho prots to want him unalive? Or is he continuing to lie to his audience and pretend he doesn't understand what's being presented here, that this is a play on the Eminem?
But wait a minute. You won't grant me the same thing that you're saying I need to grant a schizo dude? So we got to grant the schizos that they're super, super smart and they're doing meta ironic humor. But my super chat, my asking for 1 Bitcoin to answer a question isn't me being silly.
Machine Gun Kelly diss track. The deeper issue, though, I think, again, when you don't have any anchoring in who you are, then you'll just do whatever you can to try and clobber your...
I don't have any... Dude, you were BLM like the other day. What the fuck are you talking about? You were literally BLM like yesterday. And I don't have any anchoring. We've been doing the same shit for 10 years. What are you talking about? You're over here at a synagogue preaching on Coke and Pepsi, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? This dude is an absolute just garbage person. Look at this. You were over here at a BLM march the other day, dude. 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. You were over here asking for money for the NAACP, and now you're a right-wing Christian so-called YouTuber. Dude, you don't know what you are. You go to rap church. You said, you admitted the church isn't the apostolic church. He's like, yeah, we all know. Look, Rhythm Church ain't the first church. Okay, thank you. So what are you talking about? You don't know who you are. Are you a rapper? Are you a BLM activist? Are you Joel Osteen now? Dude, what are you?
Hey, including drama farming your way to relevance and view.
Dude, drama farming? Let's take a look at Ruslan's topics that he covers. What does Bless God cover in his video topics? Hassan Piker, Sneeko drama, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, mosque terror, Chud the racist, Candace, Charlie Cork, Dave Ramsey, Candace.
You can't be multiple things, Jay. You can't cover multiple
areas of life. Dude, his whole channel is gay Christian TMZ, dude. He's covering Jacko, Michael Jackson. And this dude is saying,
you can't write for Sam Hyde.
Well, you can only do one thing. Like, obviously, like if you don't do one thing, it's because you don't know what you is, bro. You don't know who you is if you don't do one thing, dude. What the funniest thing though is that like you can tell that this is what we've noticed. I know people talk about projection like too much, but you can tell that everything that Ruslan criticizes is actually the things that he's struggling with and goes through. Because I mean, the dude was BLM like not that long ago. The dude was pushing like pro-abortion politicians the other day, and now he's switched out of theological content to cover literally whatever the drama is of that day, right? So Ruslan has the identity crisis, and Ruslan has to make a video about us every other day. Now, unless we were making a stink, unless we were actually damaging some of this, why is he making videos about us every other day?
Repeatedly ask people to debate you. They don't want to debate you because they're busy. And they have other people that want to debate you.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought you said that I won't debate people. But now you're saying that regularly people ask but don't want to debate me because I'm bad. But I thought I didn't want to debate anybody.
You won't debate them because, oh, I don't know, you're busy. And they're tight.
That's not true. Every one of these people, again, I offer Wes Huff, Gavin Ortland, God Logic, Inspiring Philosophy, Ruslan, JP Uncut. There is an open, David Wood, an open offer to publicly debate any of you formally at a public formal event or virtually. I don't care. He's just lying. And by the way, he agreed 4 times to debate me and then backed out. He's just a total liar. This dude is a total snake. There's still an offer. I will debate any of you. What are you talking about?
Thing didn't have to go this way. He chose for it to go this way, really, because I think he's clobbering for more and more relevance. He did a
no. My numbers are above all you guys. Like, what are you talking about? My growth in the last year blows away all of you guys. I don't need you for relevance.
Massive podcast tour, drove all around the country, appeared on a bunch of podcasts. Didn't really move the needle much in terms of what
It did. What are you talking about? It didn't move the needle. It's another lie. Let's check this out. Watch this. Didn't move the needle. It took me from 100,000 to 200,000. What are you talking about? We went from 100,000 to 200,000 in almost a year, under a year and a half, whatever it was. All right, let's check this out. Watch this. Let's see whose numbers actually, because Ruslan ain't going to show you numbers. And he loves to flex numbers, right? Which, of course, can all be inflated, especially in regards to YouTube subscribers, right? So let's look at Ruslan's numbers in the last year. All right, that's not going to be fair because that's his podcast. So let's try Jay Dyer versus Ruslan, but not the podcast. Oh, look at that. Ruslan KD, the author. Look at this web search data here. These are the actual numbers. Let me move me out of the way here. And I'm showing this because these people lie, right? This is Ruslan versus me in web search in 1 year. 10 times more traffic of my name in web search. Now, web search is the biggest search. YouTube is one of the top, maybe second or third biggest search engines. So let's try YouTube next because these are different metrics. Oh, look at that. 60 to 7. So for every 60 people searching me, there's 7 people searching Ruslan. All right, well, let's try a different type of Ruslan. Let's try Ruslan. Let's try Ruslan as a topic, or let's just try Ruslan KD as search term. It's a little bit better for search term with Ruslan KD as topic, but guess what? We're 3 times Ruslan on YouTube. This is where he's supposed to be dominating. He's supposed to be dominating on YouTube, and look at that. Let's try web search.
How many people are searching Ruslan because of you, though? That's the thing.
Well, it's funny because even here, that would be the last couple weeks right here. And you can see the last couple weeks, the only reason Ruslan had this little bump is because of me. So look at that. And we know this is authentic too, because if you go back to here, right, Ruslan had something happen where he got more traction than me for a brief couple weeks, maybe a month. But look at the last year of metrics, Ruslan. Why are you lying, dude? Ruslan is a total liar. So whether it's web search or whether it's YouTube, Ruslan is getting blown out, dude. He's lying. He's putting up a paper tiger facade because he knows he's losing this. And guess what? Over the last year, we also beat God Logic too. And I'm showing this, oh, you need God Logic to be relevant. I don't need God Logic. Over the year, we still beat God Logic, and we're running equal to God Logic right now on YouTube. But wait a minute, I thought God Logic was way bigger on YouTube. You thought so? We're equal, dude. What are you talking about? That's why you can't just look at subscribers. Uh-oh. Look at this. Who's beating God Logic on web search, which is the bigger search? Me. 3 times him in the last year. There's nobody in this crew of goofballs. And by the way, it's entirely possible that these goofballs are propped up. They might be propped up by freaking Indian scammers. Who knows? That's why the Google metrics are better than just looking at, yo, Ruslan got a bunch of subscribers. Well, that could be bought, dude. Let's see. I think I beat Inspiring Philosophy too. So these dudes are feeling the heat. They're feeling the pressure. By the way, Ruslan's also not taking into account that it's not just my channel. There's like 10 Cliff channels, and they get a lot of views. And they just started up. So just because my main channel doesn't have 500,000 doesn't mean there aren't clips channels with massive views as well. Look at that. Inspiring philosophy. Not even close on web search. Well, surely he's going to win on YouTube, right? You sure about that? Inspiring philosophy, YouTube. Oh, look at that. 60-5. These people are paper tigers, dude. So look, moral of the story is Ruslan's just constantly full of shit. Like nonstop. If he's talking, it's bullshit.
He was doing. So now he's resorting to picking fights with people such as myself, picking fights with folks like God Logic and David Wood. And it's all.
No, I'm not resorting. That's like not even all of what we do. Remember, I thought I couldn't figure out what I do. So now that's all I do is pick fights. But wait a minute, I thought I can't figure out what I want to do because I do so many things. Which one is it, dummy?
Extremely cringe. But at the end of the day, hey, just so you guys are clear, any person on the internet, any person that's live streaming is hoping to make some sort of return from this, right?
All right, so there you go. Like then you just undercut your critique of me, dummy.
Is hoping to do something that creates a life for them and provides for their family. I'm not mad at Jay for doing that. The issue is the hypocrisy and the double standards that he applies this with and attacking people, sending the minions to harass me, my church.
No, nobody's now he's a victim. His minions are harassing me in my church. Prove the harassment. You mean getting made fun of? Cringecore rap videos making fun of you? You getting butthurt? That's not harassment. That's you being a pussy.
It's so disgusting and it's so gross. But here's the good news. Jesus said that we will give an account for every single idle word that comes out of our mouth, myself included. Every single one of us will stand before God someday and we'll give an account. But when you don't...
How does it fare for those who made the gospel a primarily monetary thing? That was the thing. The critique of you was not, were you doing business? Were you making money? The critique was that is your main concern by your own words, retard. Anyway, that was a nothing burger drama-based video. But look, hey, a lot of people think, are you worried about all this? No, see, all this is going to do is push more people in our direction. And we don't want retards that aren't ready to convert. Yeah, we would like to have everybody convert, but a lot of people are not ready to convert. So if you buy into the level of Ruslanianity that's being pushed, you're not ready for orthodoxy. So we're not worried about that. You're easily swayed, like they swayed young Don to get snipped and become young Dong, right? So that's why we're not worried about it. Also, by the way, if you didn't see the full 2-hour breakdown of Ruslan, which is funny because he literally just he made the same video I made and just renamed it "The Downfall of Jay Dyer." It's like we made the video before you, Downfall of Ruslan, dude. You just copied the video. This dude is so lazy he can't even think up his own titles. Like he just copies our title. And no, I'm not going to stop asking God Logic, what synagogue are you sending people to? Because he sends them to synagogues, right? And by the way, we regularly ratio God Logic anyway. This is almost going to ratio him. And all they do is whine and bitch. Like, there's no actual arguments. They've all surrendered. All they have is the pro-clutching drama. Spirit, what's up? Spirit, what's up? Spirit of Geneva, are you going to talk or not? Yeah, Ruslan is like a evangelical HR department of the internet. That's exactly what it is. All right, you had a chance. You didn't say anything. Pantelis, what's up? Pantelis, Pantera, what's up? You gonna talk or not? Unmute. I don't get why y'all call in and just sit there. By the way, y'all need to send me 1 Bitcoin for 1 question now. From now on, all super chats are 1 Bitcoin right here. See that? 1 Bitcoin. That's what I expect. No super chats. I'm also just start trolling them now because they clip all this shit out of context. So I'll give them like more retard ammo. I don't talk to a person unless I see 1 Bitcoin popping up in the wallet. That's the only way you get to talk to me now, son. Nate, what's up? Nate Dog.
Nobody.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's on your mind?
Yeah, so when I was doing my undergrad at a Baptist university in SoCal, I was part of a fellowship where we were funded by the Southern Baptist Convention.
Mm-hmm.
And I learned that one of the metrics they measure things on is how much money you make, like God's blessing you if you make a certain amount of money.
Yeah, it's very common in the Protestant world.
Yeah, and Ruslan's part of an organization called ARC, which is very similar to the SBC. But as he kept playing too, like how much you're persecuted is another metric. And so he's doing like this engagement farming on one hand, but he's also like speaking to his betters on the other. It's just it's hilarious to me, man.
So he's speaking to who?
Like his betters at ARC, you know.
Oh, I thought you said his bidders. I was like, that'd be fitting too. His bidders, like he's auctioning off y'all about to auction off the gospel. Y'all about to auction the gospel, bro. What is his thing? ARC?
Yeah, ARC, A-R-C.
Okay, but what does that stand for? Like,
oh, it's the Association of Related Churches. So they do like funding for evangelical churches. They're like a huge convention because Protestants, they don't have, you know, like one church, but they have these big conventions that kind of try to act like that. They like issue dogma and talking points and things like that.
so this is Ruslan's actual denomination.
Yeah.
It's a denomination of non-denominations.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But they're kind of like these umbrella organizations, but they're massive. They're like huge pyramid schemes kind of, but they're all based around business principles, like kind of masked in like theological principles.
Yeah, it's Peter Drucker's model. That's what we covered the other day. It's Peter Drucker's model of business church. And Peter Drucker was an atheist who thought that the church was actually a really cool business idea. So he came up with marketing techniques, and that's where Rick Warren, he was Rick Warren's mentor. That's where purpose-driven church comes from.
Yeah, I went to the same school as Rick Warren. But that's interesting because he's doing this double speak where he's obviously talking to someone else, almost like his mental audience is not even the people he's watching. Like he's defending himself to someone.
To these people?
He thinks he has to.
To these people? To freaking Carrot Top right here?
Yeah, or like whoever's really funding him and like helping him grow, but he probably has to hit certain metrics in order to like move up the pyramid, so to speak.
And you're saying that you think that because that was your experience in one of these types of entities?
Yeah, just in the Southern Baptist Convention, and then I was part of like other big evangelical churches in the past too, where they had very similar principles where you had to go to your quarterly meetings and talk about how much money you're making, what your growth is, like persecution.
Yeah, it's funny when you come over here to like who partners with these people. It's all corporations. It's all corporate NGO stuff, which is funny because it's like, so you literally are in business church, and you're like, yo, I don't do business church, dude. Your whole thing is business church, like right here.
But maybe, I mean, a charitable interpretation, maybe he believes like he's really blessed by God. I don't know, but you got to be conflicted when you're in that space for sure. Like, there's got to be some internal confliction going on.
I again, it really depends. And I'm more and more starting to think that in the case of at least Ruslan and David Wood, I actually think they might just be atheists, and they're just like straight up, like, they're literally just in it to grift. Like, it's just a way to, because like people were saying, like David Wood can't get hired because of his prior criminal record. So like, what's he gonna do other than anti-Islamianity at least maybe pays the bills, right? And Ruslan was literally a BLM activist not that long ago. That wasn't paying well. BLM fell through. Easiest route, become a non-denominational business church quote influencer, right?
Was that David Wood that said he didn't look into or know the solas?
Yes.
After being, oh my.
20 years of Protestant evangelicalism, and you can't say what they are or if you believe them. I mean, it's like, what? Chris the Greek. Yeah, that was when Andrew questioned him, and he was like, yeah, I don't know. I believe in probabilities, and, I was like, I don't trust my own reasoning. Well, how do you know Islam's false if you don't trust your own reasoning?
He's been on tour.
Yeah, look, I got time to think about that, dog. I'm on tour. Oh, how many cities you doing, Ruslan? 2? It's a hell of a tour, dude. Chris, what's up? Chris, you want to talk? I'm you.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, Jay? Love your show.
What's on your mind?
What's that?
What's on your mind?
I just want to say, like, you know, I'm a Greek Orthodox Christian, born and raised from Chicago.
Mhm.
And I go to Antiochian Orthodox Church, but this is my gripe. When I first heard about the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople, take away the status of the Moscow Patriarchate in, Ukraine, I figured under the Ottoman Empire and also under the Byzantine Empire, because I've been studying Greco-Roman history my whole life. Byzantine history is my favorite. When the Byzantine Empire expanded, they took away the Archbishop of Orchid. They took, you know what I'm saying? During the Ottoman times, when they expanded, all the Orthodox Christians were under the Rum Millet, headed by the ecumenical patriarch. Don't you think? And also, and one more thing about that, I think that, what the EP did was kind of wrong, but every other ethnic group or local church has their own patriarchate or, independent archbishop or, you know what I'm saying? Why can't Ukraine have it, dude? I understand your point, but I just,
Well, again, so the problem is not, people in the Orthodox world want to go back to like the Middle Ages and they want to look at, canonical privileges from Chalcedon and all. That has nothing to do with what's happening now. I'm not saying that you can't look at canon law or whatever, but first of all, Bartholomew himself reversed his position because of U.S. governmental pressure. So the fact that Bartholomew formerly said Dominco was a schismatic and could in no way ever be a, head of some Christian organization shows you that the only reason they flipped on that was because of U.S. government, State Department pressure. That's all been verified 100 times over since the Ukraine schism happened. So it has nothing to do with theology. It's all literally geopolitics. That's why I don't care about ancient canonical arguments, because they're irrelevant when the modern motivations are nothing to do with that. Takimi Groiper, what's up, dog? You want to unmute?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
It's all good. What's up?
First of all, thank you for letting me speak. But also, I just want to thank you, Jay. Your videos have led me to orthodoxy, and I'll be chrismated and baptized this June.
Oh, congrats, dude. Congratulations.
And videos that definitely helped me lead me to orthodoxy. So I just want to say thank you.
By the way, you got to pay your Orthodox tax. Yo, Ruslan, I want you to clip this. Every person, hush now, hush, because every person that converts owes me 1 Bitcoin.
How much Bitcoin do you want?
1. That's your Orthodox tax.
That's like 100,000, right?
70,000 right now, dog. 77.
Bro, I can't afford that.
Then you can't be Orthodox. That's how it works around here, dude.
Oh no. Oh no, careful, Jay. JP and his other.
No, I'm wanting them to clip it. I want them to clip it. It's funny.
Fair enough. Yeah, it brings for comedy. But anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Absolutely, man. God bless you. Many years to you. That's awesome. Dusan, I know you've been waiting for a while. What's up, man?
Yo, Jay, just to kind of add on to the Vindication Max thing, right before you went live, Roots of Grifting released.
I saw that. Yes.
Changed the name of his channel. I don't know if you saw it, but it'd be dope for you to watch it live if we could get a little
guys.
analysis.
We knew. I told you guys they were grifters. I told you he's not Orthodox. He was not gonna be Orthodox, and he said it. Yo, I'm not gonna be Orthodox. Those people are so mean. I don't believe in them. So Roots of Orthodoxy, Roots of Grifting. Once again, we told you guys.
The summer of Vindication Maxing continues.
Yeah. What's his? I saw an Instagram thing. What's the new video?
I think now the page is called Roots of Faith, and it's called "I've Made My Decision."
Well, he's got different channels, so
It's the video's called "I've Made My Decision."
so I'm saying he still, yeah, here it is right here. He still has his other one, his other
I
channel.
am a Catholic, and I have been discerning Orthodox Christian.
Exactly. Yeah. See, he always had these multiple channels to he tried to pull a Ruslan before Ruslan, right? So, or actually maybe Ruslan was in it before him, but the whole idea was I'll have these podcasts that I monetize for Coptics, Roman Catholics, and for Orthodox, and I'll act like I'm interested in all three for the next several years and grift on that. This is the same guy who put his YouTube play button on his icon wall. It's just retarded, dude.
Christianity for the past 2.5 years. For almost 3 years, I've been caught in the middle between the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church. This video is kind of hard for me to make. This is already like my 20th take.
Yeah, so basically you said you said you did what we said you would do all along. So good job, dummy. And don't forget, this is the same guy who said Ortho bros are evil because they're not capitalizing on a mass pop event. You can't make this up. This is what this guy said. That's why he made that video where this guy fake cries and says the Ortho bros are mean because they didn't cry. You can't make this up. They didn't cry publicly about the person that got hurt in a pop event. First of all, tons of Orthodox people did, right? Remember this? Watch this.
You Orthodox apologists are absolutely freaking disgusting. You're a disgusting human being.
Listen to the fake sniffs, dude. The fake sniffs, that is just hilarious, dude. And the fake sniffles are the ice cream.
You're a disgusting human being. All of these Orthodox guys were silent. You are trash. I'm not.
I'm not.
You're a disgusting human being. All of these Orthodox guys were silent. You are trash.
Nobody was silent. He's just lying. And because we don't capitalize on a tragedy like he expects you should as grifters, then we don't care about people that got unalived or almost unalived. It's so retarded. Like you can't, and his crying was so fake. No tears, just him going, man, like this is Orthodox, brother. They're trash, man.
I'm not.
I'm not.
Listen to the fake sniffs, dude. The fake sniffs, that is just hilarious, dude.
That's how Orthodox Christianity. It really is.
And the fake sniffles are the icing on the cake.
You are a disgusting human being. We cannot call ourselves Christian and do this. You disgusting pigs.
So these guys are so low tier. They're so unable to debate. They have no arguments. They have nothing but pearl clutching on moral issues. I want everybody to understand this signifies the end of Protestant apologetics. It's over. Like they're done because none of them are actually going to ever formally debate. David Wood just learned about Orthodox theology the other day. He didn't know what the solas were. He doesn't know if he believes sola scriptura. And that's the guy that Ruslan is holding up as his champion. Now, remember, Ruslan's former champion he was holding up was Gavin Ortland, who just had a giant butt buddy scandal at his church. And now Gavin Ortland has faded into the background like the Homer Simpson meme. So now Ruslan's got to rely on David Wood, who for 20 years doesn't know if he believes the solas are what they are. So that's how retired. We have retired these dudes. They're done. They're cooked. Who's next? Anybody disagree? You go to the head of the line. Put me in my place. Any goobers disagree? You got a free pass to the goober front lines. Give me an emoji. Emote me. Anybody wants their super chat read? One whole Bitcoin. God First Guild, $10. The KD Welds remix of Mormon's Space Wives is far superior. Thank you. Don for $5. We went back and watched the Ask Yourself Vegan Gains debate. It was the first time I'd ever seen it. It was painful, but it was absolutely hilarious. I have a question. What's the best James Bond? Do you mean the best movie or the best person playing James Bond? Probably Sean Connery, but I'm not sure what the best James Bond movie would be. I'd have to think about it. I like most of the Daniel Craig ones. Pretty good. I like the old ones. Big Dog, what's up?
Yo, what up, Big Dog?
What's on your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on like kind of a different disposition between that Baptist dude that called in earlier, who's genuine, versus like Ruslan.
Yeah, exactly. That's a key indicator right there of genuineness versus fake.
Yeah, I mean, it's super obvious what that guy's goal is, but I mean, at the same time, like, why would he ever debate you? Like, that's not what he does. He would gain literally nothing from it. He knows he's like the
yeah, but you understand.
Getting bullied at school, and he
I know
wants to like act tough, so he has to talk the talk and pretend like he's willing to do it.
Yeah, but you understand he was trying to debate. He was
TMZ talk show host.
I know he's a TMZ host, and you understand he was trying to debate big names though. He spent a year trying to get Fuentes to debate him.
Oh, that's like the little dog that runs to the door and barks. But whenever the person walks in the house, it runs under the couch. Like, that's all he's doing. So he's just trying to drag you and drag everybody into like his TMZ realm where he can actually hold his own, because he, is like a wannabe wigger. So he thinks if he can drag everybody to his little TMZ world, now he is able to put out a 20-minute video, because that's all he can do. He can never confront anything real. You know what I mean?
Well, even he says that. He's like, I don't really care about theology. I'm thinking about monetization. So he himself says, he tells you guys. But when Ruslan tells you it's not a joke, like when I say send me 1 Bitcoin to get a question answered, that's a joke. Obviously, no one's going to do that. But Ruslan is actually telling you, no, I don't care about theology. Ernesto, what's up? Yeah, so for those that don't know, Gavin Ortland's church hired a dude married to a dude, and they knew it. And their other co-pastors are gender-affirming pro-Skittles dudes. What's up, man, Ernesto?
Hey, Jay, I have a quick question for you, man. It's about infant damnation and whether, I don't know if it suits the topic for today, but...
I mean, it's not the Orthodox teaching, so what do you want to know?
There was an Orthodox guy I was talking to, and he said that it does teach it, and he was citing things like the Synod of Jerusalem.
Yeah, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. Go watch the whole video that Father Stephen Young and Alex Soren did. They did a whole thing on this. Ryan says for $5, Jay Dyer, HYDR. Burger Time, $2. What's up? Malcolm, $5. Show me even one early church father that says it's okay to be mean. Ooh, refuted. Oh, he got me, dude. The church fathers are way more mean than I am, by the way. If you read them, you'd actually know that. I'm not saying you, Malcolm. I'm talking about people in general. Luca, $5, $6. Jay, my friends make historical, sociological arguments that Christianity is a slave religion. How do I respond? Yeah, that's a Nietzschean characterization, but the fact that many converts in the early church were from the poor and sort of, the plebs doesn't mean that the whole religion is that, because we have as our inheritance, for example, the book of Proverbs. And the book of Proverbs is all about kings and nobility also being expected to have certain standards and live according to the law of God as well. Why would there be that kind of stuff? I mean, why in the history of the church you have countless kings who went to war against Islam, etc., if this is a religion of weakness and socialism? The reason Nietzsche said that was that in his day, German Protestantism had become so liberalized and so leftist that it was basically just socialism. So that's what Nietzsche's critiquing. Squilliam Wallace, what's up, dude? Yo.
Hello.
What's up?
What's going on? I've been watching you for a while. I'm an inquirer. And so I totally agree with you on the theological standpoints against Ruslan and like David Wood and company.
Mm-hmm.
But I was kind of disagreeing from like a pragmatic societal standpoint, like with like America and in general, like.
With America, what are you talking about?
I kind of was going at it like seeing the Red Green Alliance as like one of the top 1 or 2 threats to our country in the West.
Yeah, who's behind that?
The tiny hat people.
Oh, and who do Ruslan and God Logic all support and send people to?
exactly who you were saying earlier.
Exactly. To synagogues. So
I'm not
appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, again, take Young Don. It's great that Young Don starts looking at Christianity. And then these goobers send him to a place where he gets totally effed up. So that right there tells you everything that we're arguing. There is, look, I asked God Logic this like 5 times. Can you name a churchless apologist in the first 1,000 years of Christianity? Because this is what all you guys are doing. You guys are all doing para-church, churchless apologetics. Okay, name one. Where's the history of this? Oh, there isn't such a thing. It doesn't exist. I am going to have to go TT. We got a lot of super chats. We're going to get through those. We got a lot of people in line in the calls still. So let's, let me come over here. I'm going to play this ad for you guys. Remember, we got a sponsor, chalk.com. I will be right back. If you are waiting, I just got to go TT. I'm not going number 2. Don't worry.
I'm going to put you on something crazy real quick. Most of these Zoomer gym bros are consuming macro-guzzling synthetic dyes and synthetic sweeteners on the daily. They don't even know it. Goofy AF. There's nothing great about that. Do not listen any further unless you are an alpha or sigma male. This is important and there could be consequences. There's a new certified sigma male pre-workout powder for sigmas only. It is guaranteed to empower you to dominate your co-workers, fire your boss, aggressively gamble, or invade a small village. Chad Mode stands out from the crowd by excluding artificial flavors, preservatives, sweeteners, and dyes. We've even avoided so-called natural flavors, which are actually not natural at all, ensuring a clean and effective formula. Experience the pure goodness of Chad Mode, colored with organic blue spirulina extract, organic lemon, cherry, and organic maple crystals. Forget synthetic caffeine made in a sketchy Chinese lab. Embrace the natural power of organic green coffee bean extract, which will get your mind going and pump you up to the max. Chad Mode is made in America with all clean ingredients, the first clean pre-workout of its kind. Why are these people adding synthetic sweeteners to every single pre-workout?
I want to show off something that we're all proud of. I got a browser here. This is J Dyer.
Yes, you can still get the philosophy course too, by the way. If you go to the show description, you will see the offer for the course, which is a full philosophy course that you can order through Autonomy Agora Marketplace, which is Richard Grove's outlet. Who's next in the chat? Hector, what's up? Hey, Hector, how you doing, dude? Hey, what you got on your mind, fool? Hector, what's on your mind, bro? Hector.
Yo, Jay, what's going on? All good?
Hey, dude, totally doing well, man. What's on your mind, bro?
It's all good, dude.
I
listen,
know.
You can
I
treat
know it
this
is.
as a debate.
Okay.
I don't care. But I have to disagree a little bit on something that you said, and it's because of my personal experience that I'm talking about.
Dude, I don't listen. I got first person cholo experience as well, so my experience is as good as yours, bro. So we gonna like cancel out or whatever, dude. You're cutting out. Start over. What?
Come on, dude.
You're cutting out.
So like, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So listen, I've been watching a lot of your videos. It's to the point that my wife is kind of concerned because I made like a list of like 25 books that you constantly mention. And if there's something that I really appreciate about you is how academic you are on your observations. And I appreciate it.
Cool.
But in the point that I'm trying to make, in which I disagree a little bit with you, is I think you mentioned about David Wood saying that he doesn't even know about the solas.
Mm-hmm.
Again, and I want you to have my perspective in mind, and then you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
So I sincerely believe that one of the reasons why a lot of people don't know about those things, Jay, is because when we go to church, which I do, I think that a lot of like preachers and a lot of people like in charge of the church, like I think that they believe that we can absorb that through like osmosis when they are saying things and doing all the preachings that they do.
I mean, David Wood's an apologist. David Wood's an apologist. David Wood's an apologist for 20 years. He's a graduate of Fordham. Like, what do you? How does that apply to him?
So that's why. But again, that is why I'm being very. I want to make my point clear. That is because from my perspective, like I have never been in a church, Jay, in which they talk to you like they do on Orthodox catechism or like Roman Catholicism catechism. I think that in a lot of these churches, and I used to go to either Baptist or non-denominational, they basically do the preaching, and if you're moved by the Holy Spirit and you accept Jesus, like they consider you like you're saved, you're part of the church, you're a member.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in Protestant churches.
You just learn from that process.
I've been in evangelical churches. I get it. What about it? I'm not understanding what this has to do with David Wood, though. How does this relate to him?
No. I'm using David Wood as an example.
Of what?
Like, of the fact that, for example, like, I didn't know the like, just and I listen to the preachings and I make it on my discipline so that I can, the way I am seeing how weak the theology is. And you have opened my eyes to it in a big way. Like, the point that I'm trying to make is that, like, I agree with you that a lot of like prots like David Wood, they have those ideas because in their experience, I don't think that they are well versed on what they're talking about because it's not even part of their day-to-day Christianity. And that's the point that I want to make. Like, right now, in the situation in which I am watching your videos, I actually believe that I am learning more about church history and theology, and that is what's allowing me to appreciate orthodoxy more. So, like, I think that in a situation like me, in which I'm getting new into all of this, I think that is where the interest lies, is into like, how little do I know? And then when I recognize how little do I know about all of this, that gives me like the hunger of me learning and trying to understand, which is why I'm binge watching a lot of your videos. And I really appreciate what you're doing. It's kind of funny because if you do a tour, dude, the money that you save me by not going to Ruslan's events, I'll pay them for me to watch you. Because, dude, I'm telling you that the way that you talk about is what gets me excited about learning about history, learning about orthodoxy. And that's what people like David Wood, like, brings a lot of shock and awe when they are talking. Like, they have these platforms and they think that they're preaching when they're actually doing the opposite. It's like they're showing so many weaknesses in the theology that we are being served when we go to Protestant churches.
Thank you.
That I sincerely feel sad about the circumstances.
Yeah, but
you always do like the action. This is my second time reaching you, and I appreciate this. But like when you do the action, like for example, I'm Latino, as you know.
No,
I'm Puerto Rican, and Orthodoxy is not well known there. So I get very sad that people like you are not that prevalent in talking about Orthodoxy. That it makes Orthodoxy being looked like as something that is not achievable.
Well, I appreciate, man. Look, appreciate that. This song goes out to you. Again, I don't understand what that has to do. I'm not being an asshole, but I just don't understand what that has to do with David Wood, because David Wood is an apologist. He has a PhD from Fordham. He markets himself as a public Christian apologist for 20 years opposing Islam. And that should mean you're able to at least state what your basic views are on basic Protestantism.
What are you gonna do?
But this is my message to you, dog.
If I say to you, the true church isn't the papal church or whatever. The true church is Chicano church, bro. Cholo church. Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever?
It's exclusivism, bro. Chicano church, bro. Cholo church. Cholo church. Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me or whatever? It's exclusivism, bro. What's up, bro? Hey, fool. I'm new or whatever, dude. Hey, dude, like I went to Victory Church one time or whatever, and I seen the holy tamale in the sky, bro. And it converted me. Chicano church, bro. Cholo church. Cholo church. Cholo church is the only true church. And how could you refute me? By the way, nobody can say I'm mean today. I got my nice zoo creature shirt on. So, look. How could I be mean if I got that shirt on? Tommy, what's up, dude? Luca says, no, I'm sorry. Straight white male says, you catechumen Maxon. Yeah, dude. Go ahead, dude.
Hey, man, I just got two quick questions. I've been listening kind of in and out while I was at work. Number one, who was it Father Ananias earlier who said that he was going to start doing lives to take catechumen questions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and second one, are you going to be calling into the Crucible later on for JP?
Well, it sounds like JP already backed out, which I knew he would do. So.
Oh, well, that's awesome. That's just wonderful. All right, right on, man.
Yeah, appreciate that, guys. Listen, pay piggies, y'all got to help me hit the goal now. I'm gonna chastise you guys if you don't help me hit the pay piggy goal. Y'all know what y'all heard Ruslan, right? You get chastised over here. It's insane level hypocrisy over here, dog. Yo, we hypocrisy maxing, bro. You want to support the Latino Cholo Church? Do your super chats or whatever, bro. MDD says of $20. This is my down payment to the Pope of Byzantium. This is for my first Mormon space wife. All right, well, listen, when you get to Byzantium, hit me up, you know what I'm saying? We'll try to find you a nice little thick lady. We'll find you a little thick, big booty Latina. That we, maybe we let a couple of them into Byzantium, you know what I'm saying? We'll see what's up with you, man. But hey, listen, you got $20 down payment. I like it. Serbian squat says for $1,000, but listen, it's 1,000 Serbian dollars, which equals 1 squirrel pellet in America. What up, Jay? If one of the canonical churches has a saint canonized, but it's not official in the other churches, can I venerate them? Yeah, I think so. Because I think, usually that's going to eventually spill out. Maddie, what's up? $2. Get Jim Bob on. Set up Streamlabs. You mean StreamYard? We're using Streamlabs. Gainerzilla said for $2. Did Kat Von D mention me? I don't think so. Should she have? Or are you talking about you got a crush or something? Flavius, $10. I found McDonald's in the back rooms. The ice cream machine was still broken. I believe that. M says for $5. The Canon of Carthage and Synod of Jerusalem says babies are damned. It doesn't say that. It says that you cannot be saved without the grace of baptism to enter into the kingdom. It doesn't say babies are damned. Wink, $10. Just go look up the prayers for infants. Wink, $10. Jay, I adore your content. I don't know, dude. That sounds a little gay. I'm joking. I was a Pentecostal, but then I was atheist. I got into Protestantism, and now I'm interested in Orthodoxy. Thank you. I watch your stuff all the time, every day. Your debates and your humor are making a big difference. Well, Ruslan said I'm not funny, so I guess I got to quit because I don't know what I'm trying to do yet. I got to go on a eat, pray, love journey and find myself. Ruslan said I'm still trying to find myself. Yeah, I've been reading a little bit of that Julia. What's the eat, pray, love bitch? What's her name is? Julia, not Julia Child. Ugh. Who's the pretty woman bitch? What's her name is? Anyway, I'm trying to do a Julia, what's her face, pretty woman, eat, pray, love. So I got to basically go to India. I got to become a whore. I got to sleep around, touch some butts of the gurus, find myself, eat, pray, love, find myself. Then when I come back, I'll know where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Julia Childs. Yeah. I got to go have sex with Julia Child in India in an ashram. But when I show up, it'd be an ashram. No, he didn't say that. Dude just said that. The dude just said that. Zombie Hunter, $10. FDA, I'm about 30 minutes behind. You mentioned read Lives of the Saints. I read St. Athanasius. I read the work on St. Anthony. It changed my life. Anonymous says $50. Let me hear you holler for $50. Yo, Ruslan said I ain't supposed to be dancing. Well, just for that, I'm about to dance some more. Since we're talking about gurus, let's play the guru song. Y'all ready?
It's that booger whistle.
Booger whistles.
Let's see. Marks and
look at me,
traits of the
Ruslan
cult
dancing.
guru.
Look.
They do not typically like you doing well. What?
They are persecuting me. They do not have spiritual eyes to see.
It's that booger whistle, baby.
They must take down what they do not understand.
That's that booger whistle, baby. They're energy
vampires.
That's that booger whistle, baby. I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby.
I'm doing an Eat, Pray, Love. I'm gonna find myself.
Oftentimes, the communal living that the guru demands doesn't match up to the guru who's driving around in a freaking Rolls Royce. What? How many swamis got a dang Rolls Royce?
What? I had vision last night. The ascended masters came down to me. They says, Swami, you are to get Rolls Royce.
That's that booger whistle, baby. They're energy vampires. That's that booger whistle, baby.
That was a little song and dance dedicated just to Ruslan himself. And he said I need to go on an Eat, Pray, Love journey. I got to find myself. So I'm going to go to India. I'm going to sleep with some gurus, touch butts, get my chakras opened up, get my kundalinis activated, and I will come back and decide on the one-dimensional aspect of my life that I'm supposed to be according to Ruslan. So thank you for that life wisdom from Ruslan. Shabbos Kestenbaum. Shabo. By the way, he declined the debate. Shabu. $15. No, Jay, it is not your fault. You boxed the Protestant boys whereby they need to become Antichrist only because they now realize that the Trinity texts that they use for business church actually come out of Orthodoxy. Great point. Exactly. Jamari. That's a black name as hell right there. What the hell is even that? That's blacker than my name. He said, glad you back. I'm glad you back too, bro. Baby got back. Journey of Abundance, $5. Believing the church can err and fall away is yet another way the Protestants actually Judaize. Yeah, well, that rabbi that they send people to, that Cholo rabbi, that fake-ass Mexican rabbi, he actually says that the church apostatized and Messianic Judaism is the restored church. Second account says, I'm Syriac, Aramaic. Where can I read about the difference between Russia and GRE? Oh, you mean in terms of jurisdictions? I don't know about Aramaic Orthodoxy. I don't know much about that. I mean, it's really just a question of whether your church is canonical. But if you're going to Rokor, I mean, you should be able to just reject. Well, I mean, just do what your priest says, dude. Lockstep, $5. Pagan. Who do these people actually watch? There's no way that these people are serious about Odin. Well, I think a lot of the atheists just kind of use that as some kind of a way to link up and have butt buddies. I don't know. Mr. ASA, $20. I just saw Andrew say that I saw Andrew say I'm sorry, misread this. I want to say Andrew and you are turning me to Orthodoxy. That's good. Can you say in your Cholo voice, Orale, Chale Simon? That must be his cousins at the cookout. Odd Harvey, $5. I think your buddy St. Paul. Oh, my buddy. You mean the pagan dude that called in? He was using Romans 15:27 out of context. Yeah, that's exactly what I said to him. Jerome, $20. Here's some good news. I was baptized and chrismated Saturday. I partook of the Eucharist for the first time. I had a day off Monday. All of your work helped me make that decision. Thank you. Many years to you, dog. Odd Harvey says, thank you for addressing the super chat. Gainerzilla, $5. Father Lucas Rice and Father Seraphim Ramos are in Louisville. Yes. So Lucas is the priest I was saying is good for Baptist dudes. Orthodox Gator says, sorry, my screen spazzed when I tried to come on. It's okay. Zachary, $20. I'm not Orthodox, but I have been inquiring. Here is the $20 for the grift. Yeah, baby. You hear that, Ruslan? We grifting hard over here. Dude. We grifting so hard. Grift Maxim, bro. Grifting. Oh, grifting. Oh, grifting. But listen, I'm still on an eat, pray, love journey. I'm still trying to find my kundalini, man. My chakras. But by the wisdom of Ruslan, shall we all find ourselves victorious. Wayne says for $5, check bless God. Yeah, we did. That's the video we watched. Versace says for $5, what motivated Gnostics? I read the Pistis Sophia and it made me laugh. It was so cringe. The Gnostics were influenced by Brahmanism and Platonism and Eastern philosophies. They all had an influence. Because remember, Eastern Hindu type stuff existed in the Old Testament, right? That's ancient stuff. So there was already a Brahmin type of anti-material, physical world ideology before the first century church. Shabu says for $8, Jay, you got to angle capture. What does that mean? You got to do R&B salsa. Oh, you mean I got to come up with some new business church models, right? R&B salsa church, or a more groundbreaking idea, a fresca church. I like it. I like where you're going. We got to hit up the ARC denomination of non-denominationals to see if we can make money off of that. Can we monetize that shit? That's all I care about. Essitif, $10. Chris LaSala is rabidly anti-Zionist. He does his Zoom deliveries for free. He challenged you to a debate. That dude is an obvious schizo, man. Uzak, $10. $1 donation is a question. To send a $1 donation question is disrespect. Put some respect on that name. Put some respect on this name right here. We want one Bitcoin questions up in here. Let's go back to the Backrooms because I feel like I'm still in some sort of a dystopian world, dude. Let's go back to the Backrooms. Let's see. Yo, we inside Ruslan's soul right here. It's empty, dog. It's just empty up in here. This is inside of Ruslan's soul. It's a lot of empty water up there, dog. You got a broccoli canopy underneath it. It's all empty. Just a don't slip warning. All right, let's see what else we got. Y'all enjoy this nice luminous space here while I read the super chats. One Shot says for $5, downfall, you're climbing in exposure and exposing the problems. These people are actually in delusion. Exactly. Uja, $5. Looks like you're scared of debating him. He's a family man. What does that got to do with anything? Snuggle, $20. Ruslan is lying his broccoli head off. Are you going to analyze Magnifica Humanitas? Oh, is this Pope Leo's new document? Yeah, I wanted to get to some of that. So let's do some of that here in a minute. Because I saw the Pope was talking about AI and stuff. Lorenzo, $5. I looked at Chris LaSala's channel. It's wacky, charismatic stuff. Yeah, but I think a lot of those people can be schizo. You don't understand what I'm saying. Sean, $10. What do I do if I'm convinced of Orthodox but I don't have an Orthodox church? Reach out to the nearest priest, even if he's a couple hours away, and then try to get catechized, and then he will eventually baptize you. That's what Tristan did. Tristan had a 8-hour difficulty that he overcame.
Could I go to a Catholic church? Not if you're Orthodox. Can't, we don't allow you to go to a Catholic church, so no. Mike, $5. I know people who have gotten demons cast out of them by this person. It doesn't matter. That's not, we don't judge. There's no discernment in that kind of stuff. And outside of the Orthodox Church, we're not going to say that. I mean, he's getting people to throw up into a wastebasket, dude. You guys need some discernment, man. Melvin, $10. Killer threats for Protestants is watching all their smartest, best, talented people leave for Orthodoxy. It's bad for the business model. Exactly. Appreciate that. Chronicles, $5. Money for cringecore artist DJ Dyer. Exactly. Mr. Funzerker, $10. Ruslan's efforts to attack Orthodox Church actually did nothing to help him and his church. If he took the 10G offer, there would at least be some return on his bullcrap. He ain't going to do that. TP, $5. We got to play for Ruslan. He gets grifty scales wiped off of his eyeballs. Have you watched the movie Obsession yet? Yes, I forgot. I wanted to cover that. D. Jules, $5. Ruslan's laughing at young Don becoming apostate is the saddest thing I've ever seen. We're talking about people's salvation. Lord have mercy. Exactly. Tall White's $5. Pussland is happy because he thought that the black dude he told to get circumcised was trying to go after his wife. Every white dude trying to act black worries about black dudes being blacker than him. That's why he don't like me, dude, because I'm legit. Tip dude, $5. Ruslan is just Jim Baker, but mixed with Fred Durst. That's good. Travis, $20. God bless. Thank you, Travis. KLV, $2. Ruse Lame and JP's empty apartment. They're just frauds. Word. DZ, $10. I need 7 figures. Carilos, $5. Thank you, bro. D Jules, $5. Do a book review of Ruslan's book. That would actually be hilarious. That would be pretty funny. Lorenzo, $5. Who could actually make it through that stupid book, though? Could you imagine reading that book? Lorenzo, if you bring up super chats as a joke, it actually brings us super chats. Is that manipulation? What if you laugh when you're doing it? Oh, dude, psychoanalyzing me. Damn, dude. I just got exposed again, bro. Rui, $10. Jay, how dare you take your channel seriously? How dare you do high quality content and also joke? How can you accept money when this is your job? Exactly. Kyle Norton, $5. This dude is an urban youth pastor. Exactly. V Scott, $5. Is this the right type of monetization, Jay? Couldn't you use some broccoli top and godly ambition to make money? Exactly, dude. I ain't doing it right. Maybe when I go find myself in India on my Eat, Pray, Love, butt touch journey, I will find myself and I will become Ruslan, part 2. Titansburg, $20. Pay Piggy. Ooh. Ruslan is desperate. $3. Where does Ruslan, or where does Paul Wall rank in Wixantium? I mean, he in the Wiggle Hall of Fame. That's what I got to say right now. Why is JP uncut? I don't know. Does that refer to circumcisions? Agnostic, $10. Agnostic Kuzamaki, $10. Jay, I love your streams. The Backroom stream was very helpful, insightful. I want to go see the Backrooms this weekend. Let me know your thoughts on it. Yeah, I'll do a whole stream on it. And yes, I did like Obsession. It was a good horror movie. Lorenzo, $5. I did a Google Trends name on you versus Johnny Depp. You're actually tied with Johnny Depp. Therefore, you as famous as Johnny Depp. I don't believe that. So, you know, if you look up the trends, you were probably looking at the wrong thing, right? So like Google Trends. By the way, I wasn't arguing that you're automatically as famous as that person. That's why you got to look at the whole year, dummy. Let's look at Johnny Depp's. Okay. John Depp. We all know him. Okay. I will bet you money that when we look at YouTube, I won't come anywhere near Johnny Depp on web search. But if we look at YouTube, I might be close, but you never know. It's a toss-up. Let's try. Okay, so in web search, Johnny Depp is 64 times more famous. So you lying, son. You a lie right now. Let's see about, oh, look at that. I told you. On YouTube, though, I'm not too far from Johnny Depp. We're getting really close right here. So that's in the last
6 months, I'm getting pretty close to almost as popular on YouTube as Johnny Depp. However, in the actual big market web search world, I'm not anywhere near John Depp. So that's how to read the stats, goober. I love you, Lorenzo. I'm just joking with it. D. Jules, $5. How do you preach but not care about theology? You be Ruslan. That's his whole model, dude. Why would you care about theology when you're trying to grift max on the lowest common denominator audience? I mean, the more theology he interjects, the less audience appeal he has. So there's your answer. Gabriel, what's up? Jolo Church.
Hello?
Yo.
It was good. I don't know. I joined the live late, so I don't know if you saw the video with Father Peter Hears and David Wood.
I haven't had time to watch it yet. I was with Kat Von D interviewing her this weekend.
Oh, okay. There should be like a shortened version about it.
Well, just tell me the down. What's the TLDR?
You said what?
What's the TLDR? Just give me the.
I mean, he seemed pretty like. I mean, when Father Peter Hears was explaining, the basics of Orthodoxy to him, he seemed like pretty like open to it.
Yeah.
In the video, surprisingly.
Yeah, he's not open to it. You guys got to be a little more discerning. Appreciate the call, Gabriel, but like, he's just trying to gather recon to supposedly try to debate it. I don't actually believe that Ruslan or David Wood are actually open to anything. That's my opinion. But I do have a pretty good sense of sincerity in people, and I don't think either of them are sincere. Nicholas says for $5, these grifters are literally self-identifying as grifters. Exactly. Noose Nexus, $10. At the end of the month, when I see that I can't donate to Jay, I take a hammer and I hit myself I hit people in the head. This is a joke. And I say, I'm shameful. Shame, shame, shame. Just kidding. Ruslan has to be double-digit IQ. I can't believe people listen to him. Exactly. Nicholas, $5. We did that. Or they're grifters. Lorenzo, $5. Jay, you're misunderstanding Google Trends. If you are right, then you're more popular than the King James Bible. No, it's you that's not understanding how the Google trend works. Do you understand that right here? It's web search and YouTube search. They're two different searches, dude. So in the past year, and this is obviously accurate. Obviously, Johnny Depp is 65 times more famous and popular than I am. That makes perfect sense. But on YouTube, it makes sense that I'm probably almost as searched in the last few months because not many people are going to YouTube to watch Johnny Depp do something. And you'll find this with actors and celebrities are web searched a lot. They're not that searched on YouTube, right? Unless somebody's looking up, Jack Sparrow is probably more searched than Johnny Depp on YouTube, right? So I think it's you that doesn't understand the Google Trends. And obviously I'm not going to be more popular than the King James Bible. That's retarded. That doesn't even make sense. So King James Version as a search term, that is searched on YouTube 4 times more than they're searching for me. That seems obviously logically true to me. On the web search, regular internet search, King James Bible is searched 88 times more than me. That makes perfect sense. So I think you don't know what you're reading. Lord Byron, $5. Roots of Grifting says that he thinks the Orthodox Church is true and beautiful. Well, he's going to be a Vatican II ecumenist if he's going to be Catholic. So that's why he would say that. David, $5. Yo, I don't care about no essence synergy distinction. We out here in the streets trying to get the work done. Exactly. AC, $5. Pierce Brosnan is actually cooler than Sean Connery eating haggis. I like the Pierce Brosnan Bonds. They're still kind of silly though. I mean, they try to be a little serious with Daniel Craig and Sean Connery, and then they were really goofy with Roger Moore. So
John Dragon, John Mondragon, $5. Jay, keep your space wives. I got Grace Wives Boomer. Okay. I'm just nasty, $5. I still think it's hilarious that the kid, talking about David Wood and his sociopathic criminal background, they think is the biggest threat to orthodoxy. He just literally learned all this stuff the other day. Like, how is he going to debate people that have been studying it for 10, 20 years? It's crazy. Coop says, did you wash your hands? No. Birds aren't real, $10. Federal court documents list a few people as the, quote, overseers of Ruslan's ARC network. I'm guessing that's who Ruslan would actually be talking to. Timo, $5. Thinking about reading Nietzsche, but it sounds fishy. Is he worth reading? I mean, if you're into philosophy, then yeah, you want to know the major thinkers and major philosophers. But I don't think Nietzsche's like a threat to Christianity. I mean, I had a whole grad class on Nietzsche and it didn't rock my faith. D. Jules, $5. The moment that David Wood has a chance to be blessed by Father here sharing orthodoxy, he didn't even pay attention. Guys, I don't think he and Ruslan are not interested in becoming Orthodox. They're not open to it. They don't care. They're either atheist grifting or they just don't give a shit. Josh, $5. I don't even care about theology is what Ruslan said. Yo, the holy tamale in the sky? Es exclusivism, bro. Blood in, blood out. Evangelico Cholo Church. He feels me. Chaser, $5. I ran into an MK Ultra style psychoanalyst and he was running mind games. Should I steer clear? I mean, yeah, sounds like it. Captain Morgan says $100. What's up, dog? He's paying the bills, son. He understands what it means to be a pay piggy. Ooh, pay piggy. $100. Thank you, Jay. You've helped many of us navigate towards orthodoxy. You've helped many people with critical thinking problems, thus rectifying our world view by addressing the epistemology. Thank you for being such a mean person. Sometimes the mean is the best medicine. I'm glad that this man gets it. I wanted to talk about Hassan, by the way, because this dude is an absolute piece of garbage. Probably a more piece of garbage than Ruslan. That's a tough call, though. Because, you know, so many so-called influencers are obviously paid phony shills. It was obvious to me a long time ago when Sam High was trying to fight Hassan Piker and Hassan pussed out. When I looked into seeing because I'd never heard of this dude until the Sam High drama. I was like, who is this guy? And then it's like, communism? Seriously? Like, who is legit pushing like classical Marxism? I mean, you got to be an establishment funded stooge to do that. And why is he wearing suits like Fuentes all of a sudden? Like, he went from being like a spoof.
Jay, did you see his monologue?
This one here, I'm about to play this one.
Oh, he's reading off a script. It's so funny.
So he's been given like some kind of talking points, but I always thought this guy was a phony, right? I was like, this is some kind of foundation mouthpiece, but here he is right here.
I lie to you guys. It's not great. The news is not great. Okay. I mean, it's bullshit, but still not great that, you know, they're after your boy. They're up my ass. And I'll obviously get into it right now. I'll tell you all about it, but let me blast off real quick. We will free you, brother. Yeah, free me.
Blast off real quick. What's he talking about? Doing cocaine? What's he talking about? There was another video I wanted to play. I think I put it in my bookmarks. Let's see. Because he actually rats on all. Here's another one where he talked about. So this is supposedly one of the clips where he accidentally or didn't accidentally spill the beans.
Love Cuba.
Oh yeah, you'd be down?
Yeah, I filmed a documentary there once.
The Cuban government actually hit my contact from the embassy and told him that if the only thing stopping us from coming to Cuba was the consistent internet access, we can make it happen.
Yeah, Cuba is sick.
Wait,
the government reached out to you.
So they don't even have the internet. like the wonders of communism and like socialism, man. It's so awesome and based. I mean, we don't really have dial up there yet, but like maybe.
So yeah, of course. It's well, not reach out to me. There's like there's a middleman there.
Okay.
Because I had a doctor from Cuba. Cuba does this thing called medical missions, and they've been doing it since I believe like the 70s, and it's incredibly successful. They have a massive, very robust like medical program because kind of they have to. Because they're under an incredible sanctions regime by the United States of America that the rest of the world thinks is abhorrent, except for America and Israel that keep consistently vetoing it over and over again. But
now I would add too, by the way, Hassan is not the only person in this space that gets NGO, foreign, etc. type of money, foundation money, etc. Remember when Tristan exposed the vegans? The vegan retards were literally selling out their entire, whoring out their channels for like $1,000, dude. Mohammed bin Salman and these people were giving like $1,000, $2,000, $5,000 for people to make vegan videos. And it was like channels with like 20,000, 10,000, 50,000. So duh, like, have you guys not figured out all these people are empty mouthpieces? They're empty shells of human beings that just repeat whatever the money tells them to say. And I suspect, my opinion, I think in this sphere of these goobers like Ruslan and them, I think there's something similar going on there. And if they're pushing synagogues, yeah, exactly. Now here, by the way, is where this guy gets a little, I think he's a little off. Tell me if Gay P Uncut isn't a little off here.
Nobody's surprised. He said that I belong in the psych ward. He said I'm mentally ill. I should touch grass. But then I pinned his tweet with a Jay Dyer music video where Jay Dyer depicted somebody else as a pig. And did he respond to that, brother? Because you've been watching my Twitter. He did not respond to that. So JP belongs in a mental facility when he does a meme of calling you a pig. But when Jay Dyer does a music video, it's perfectly okay. And that's the issue that I have with Alex. All of my insults, all of my things are what Jay Dyer does to others. And so when Jay Dyer does it, I secretly do it myself. I don't out Jay Dyer right away. I'll do it myself. And then when they lash out, I go, here, Jay Dyer did the same thing. And I've called Alex. Like,
he thinks this is some like genius, like 80,000 IQ move. And he's like, actually, obviously, dude can barely talk. He can't even put sentences together. He didn't know what the word colloquial meant. He had a hard time saying it. These are illiterate retards, dude, like actually illiterate retarded people. Now, watch the next clip because it gets a little weirder because he starts talking about his internal state.
3 to 4 times like that already. Where I'll look.
By the way, I thought that the Ortho Bros all had bad behavior. So if you're mirroring our behavior, then you're mirroring bad behavior, you idiot.
For something Jay Dyer did to insult somebody, then do it to Alex and then ask Alex. So Alex goes, am I his representative? Am I this? No, but you're a flaming hypocrite because that's your God. That's your lowercase G God. And every time I remind myself I'm outnumbered here, and I look at God and I say, God, how can I win? I go, well, you know what, God? I have legions of angels that have my back with what I'm doing. I know it. Because if I were doing something wrong, nobody will pay attention to me. They'll go, this guy's a clown. But I must be doing something right if a man with 800 subscribers on Twitter has everybody on the internet losing their minds.
This is when people are oblivious to realizing that they're lolcows, right? Lolcows think that the attention they're getting is because they've got something to say. No, it's because you are a lolcow, dude. You're a clown. That's why people are paying attention to you. And everybody's making fun of you because you're retarded, dude. I hate to break it to you. It's not because you got a legion of angels behind you. You got a legion of skanks behind you, maybe. But actually, that's not even true because you do all your live streams from an empty-ass, blank-ass apartment.
Now, what happens is Here's the psychological warfare, is that if a Protestant...
What's he talking about psychological warfare, dude? This dude is literally like gotta be 90 IQ, maybe, being generous. And he's over here acting like he's a freaking army psyops master. Dude, what are you talking about?
Now, what happens is, here's the psychological warfare, is that if a Protestant keeps going on Protestant versus Orthodox debates, and they see 80 people saying the Protestant lost, and only 3 people saying the Protestant won, because the Protestants don't even care to comment, what happens is that happens time and time and time and time again. Eventually, the Protestant will say, hey, EO must be right because everywhere I go, they win in the debates.
Yeah. All right. See, I mean, this guy's just a legit retard. Like, he obviously seems like functionally incapable of reasoning beyond a certain basic level. And he can't figure out that, like, you're a lolcow, dude. Nobody is taking you seriously. And we all know you're not actually going to do a formal debate. Mark, what's up, man? Speaking of business church, by the way, look at this weirdo creep stuff here. This was crazy. I saw this today. Go ahead, man. Before we do it, Mark, what's up?
So I know a little bit about quantum physics. Have you looked into it at all?
I guess.
So there's a.
I mean, I got some quantum foam and a quantum time machine, but that's all. I mean, that's all I'm gonna say.
I wanted to arm you with some information that can help anytime someone brings some crazy claims about quantum physics.
You got a quantum gun I can shoot them with?
I'm giving you a quantum gun.
Okay.
Posting a couple links. So the essence energy distinction that you're familiar with is a parallel in quantum physics where the collapsing wave is like they're just kind of borrowing it from Orthodox Christian theology.
Okay.
And a couple good one's a book, one's a paper.
I know Dr. David Bradshaw actually wrote a thing about energy and physics, and it had a relationship to his book had a relationship to the essence energy distinction. So you might check out Bradshaw too, because he would know more about this than me.
Cool.
What was the book you're talking
about? Let's see. The book is called Essence and Energy, an Exploration in Orthodox Theology and Physics by Stoyan Tanev.
Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I'm sure Dr. Bradshaw is familiar with that because it sounds right up his alley. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, I don't disregard that kind of stuff out of hand. And I put a little bit of, that kind of argumentation in some of my old books, in my meta-narratives book. The problem isn't the problem is that it's so speculative that it's hard to really marshal that for much apologetic work, but maybe just for, more advanced super spurgs, it doesn't even need to be apologetics. Captain Morgan, thank you for that big fat super chat. Appreciate that. Anonymous, $20. Here's $20 for Wixantium's infrastructure. Exactly. I'm a good little pay piggy. Look at that, Ruslan. People like to joke about being a pay piggy, dummy. It's an inside joke, you goofus. Max Faust, $5. My biggest hang up is Christianity's view of Paul's story. It seems like a lot of Christianity hinges on Paul and his testimony. What if Paul lied and was corrupt or corrupted Christ's message? Well, I've heard this argument for a long time. Muslims make this argument sometimes. But, I mean, if you read the Gospels and you're very familiar with the Old Testament, I find Paul's logic and argumentation to be fully consistent. I don't understand why people would think that there's a discontinuity with what Paul teaches and what's in the Gospels. And usually when you start kind of drilling into this and asking people questions, what they think Jesus taught, like, Jesus said you got to keep the giant tittle of the law. Paul said you ain't got to teach the law. So usually this comes from like some weird Judaizing idea. But when you understand what was right for the right time
and that we do keep every jot and tittle of the law, just not the way that the Jews keep it. You keep the law spiritually now that Christ has come. So all of those commands, like don't sow two seeds in a field, that has a moral pedagogical meaning now. So you're still keeping it. And you're keeping it in the way that it was always meant to be kept. You're just not doing it the way that even the law itself said it was only for Jews, right? The law was not meant for Gentiles to keep the ceremonial Jewish commands. Even the Jews say this. So I think a lot of people that make this line of argument don't actually know the theology of the Old Testament. Because I always ask these people, like, well, what do you think Paul taught that Jesus didn't teach, or Jesus taught that Paul rejects? And it's like, Jesus said you gotta keep the law, dog. It's always like some low tier, like Captain Crack Rock level shit or something. It's like Bryson Gray level stuff, who's a total tard, dude. Chetinik, $20. For the record, this black man, Jay Sean Dyer, he beat me and stole money. All right, say, Ruslan, clip that right there. You got it. You got evidence again, Ruslan. Evidence again. Remember, you guys, I expect everybody in the chat to send 1 Bitcoin as a super chat Wigzantium tax for Orthodox. It's the Orthodox Wigzantium tax is 1 Bitcoin tonight. And Ruslan, I want you to clip that because now you got more ammo, dude, to expose me, bro. I actually didn't know that almost all the clips in the video until I played it. Ruslan's video. I didn't even realize like almost all of them were jokes. I thought they might find one where I was actually seriously asking for a super chat money. No, every one of those was jokes. Like, obviously I'm not asking for 1 Bitcoin for a super chat question, you idiots. Although I would definitely read your question if you sent a Bitcoin, duh. And if you do want to send me a Bitcoin, which is the new Wigzantium tax, is right there. 1 whole Bitcoin right there at that wallet address. And you could go chew on that, Ruslan. Ruslan said I need to go find myself because I don't know what I'm up to. So if I'm going to go to India, you guys, you know, if I'm going to do my Eat, Pray, Love, y'all got to fund that. There's no other way. It's y'all's responsibility to fund me going to India to find myself Julia Roberts style Eat, Pray, Love. That's what Ruslan said I got to do. Storm the Cat says for $5. He's going full spurgatism. He said, do you like trains? Yes, when I was a little boy, I was obsessed with trains. Does that mean it's spurgatism 5,000? Maybe. But also, all little boys like trucks and trains. That's what little boys are made for, dude. So I'm unapologetic about liking trains. Joey says for $8. Honest question. How do you know deliverances like these? Because it's outside the Orthodox Church. I don't accept any of that. And if you can't see that spitting into a trash can isn't anything to do with Christianity, then you're just a goofus. I can't help you. Ortho Bro, $5. I wanted to let you know that you helped me find orthodoxy. I came out of atheism. I appreciate all that you do, bud. Appreciate you, Ortho Bro. Gabriel's getting big fat money. He's flexing dollars over here. He's throwing that money in Ruslan's face. He's saying, Ruslan, we love being a pay piggy around here. We do not reject the status of pay. He didn't even realize it was a joke. I can't believe Ruslan thought all this was serious. Somebody needs to banish Ruslan to the back rooms. Just put him in the back rooms for a little while. Let him think about himself. Let him rethink things. Because if Ruslan was in the back rooms, we all know he would try to monetize it, but there ain't nothing to monetize. There's no products in there. Right? How are you going to monetize the back rooms? There's nobody in there. Ruslan would get a split in his mind. He would be MPD, DID, trying to monetize himself. He would monetize the altars in his head and try to scam himself out of money if he was in the back rooms. So maybe it's not. Maybe he doesn't need to go in the back rooms. Maybe we don't want that. In my assessment, neither Ruslan nor David Wood are interested in converting. That's my assessment. Oh, I was muted. My bad. Gabriel said, Jay, I think David Wood is disingenuous. He supposedly wanted to interview Father Hears, and then the next day he was attacking Orthodox. Yeah, they're getting recon. They're getting info, and then they're trying to use that for their 80 IQ audience. Gabriel, $10. I think it's good that the Roots of Grifting dude says that he's just going to be Catholic. He was all about piety signaling anyway. Have you noticed that all of these dudes are about that? We just played Ruslan saying, I don't think about all this theology, honestly. I don't know what these words mean. I'm out here just trying to do a tour and get paid, dog. That's what he said. If Roots is Catholic, he should make Catholic videos. Exactly. That's what we've been saying the whole time. Orthodoxy doesn't need Roots of Orthodoxy having a grift channel so that he can grow. Exactly. Well, this is what we said day one. And by the way, we were correct the whole time. Hector, $3. If not for your videos, I would not even learn about Orthodoxy. Why does the church not do more to reach people like in Latin America? There are many missions in Latin America. Tristan just helped set up one, dude, in his house. That's what I'm saying. Tristan reached out to a Serbian Orthodox priest 8 hours away in Latin America, and then now Tristan has a Orthodox altar and church in the back of his house. So it's happening, dude. It's happening. Jake says for $5, you get 500 Bless God points if you buy a book or a t-shirt. You get 1,500 Bless God points if you get tickets to his live events. You get 150,000 Bless God points if you become a Christian rapper. Exactly. Param Prodigal, $5. Do you have a Dogecoin address? I mean, yeah, I could accept Dogecoin at my Coinbase. But I'm just going to convert it into Bitcoin. I don't care about Dogecoin, dude. Why you just send Bitcoin? There's the Bitcoin address. And by the way, all the super chats now are 1 Bitcoin. It's required. You know, Ruslan called me out. He exposed it, so we're just going to roll with it. Yes, every super chat now is 1 Bitcoin. Lasha says for $5, Jay, I listen to my song called S7BA Maralai. Well, you guys always ask me to do this, but I mean, if it's copyrighted, I can't play your songs, dude, even if you give me permission. SB7A? You're not sending me to some gay twerking video, are you? S7BA. BA Baracus? What is this, some kind of Hindu shit, dude? Come on now. Okay. Here's your song. Let's see what it is. What do you call this genre, dude? Is this just like mumblecore? All right, that's out there, dude. I'll give it to you. It's kind of weird, bro. People can go check out that one. Thank you for the super chat. Fernando became a member, dude. He says, hey, when Roos found out he got busted, he should give his Orthodox channel to real Orthodox people. I don't see that happening. He's a grifter, dude. No, he ain't going to give no channels away. Are you kidding? When y'all going to figure out there actually are grifters? And it's not just asking for super chats. It's what is your main focus and motivation, right? Again, remember, nobody critiqued Ruslan for making money or starting a business. He deflected into the thing that was never critiqued to begin with. The critique was, you're here just to make money. You're here to monetize the gospel. Not, are you actually making money online? That's not, nobody made that criticism. So he moved the goalpost. Gunderson, $10. Jay, do you realize that people with high IQ know that you were caught money manipulating? Now you're coping. Only idiots fall for you because you are trash. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, I guess all the high IQ people. So basically, tonight, once again, we hit $1,000 in super chats. So you're saying that everybody is stupid in this audience because look, dude, if people find a person entertaining, they give super chats. And you can obviously tell that Pay Piggy is a song that's a joke. Asking for a Bitcoin for a super chat is a joke. Nobody's going to send a $77,000 super chat. That's so stupid. And I'm sorry that you fell for retarded Protestant grift maxers. Nat just $10. By the way, how stupid was it for you to send me $10 to say that you just paid a grifter, you dummy? Like, you're so stupid. Vasilero, $10. Do Orthodox believe that exorcisms in the Roman Catholic Church are legit? We are just not worried about it. Like, if it happens, that can God can do whatever he wants anywhere, but it doesn't legitimate the Roman Catholic system. Just like if a shaman created a concoction that healed a person in a tribe, we're not going to say, oh, shamanism's true because this potion worked, right? Nat just $10. Did you see the exchange between Ruslan and the Oriental Orthodox person on Bless God? No, I didn't do that. And the reason I'm not going to do that is because Ruslan knows that he's calling them all Orthodox on purpose. All of these people do this. Michael says for $5, JP already backed out of the Crucible discussion. Yeah, I know. Rachel called in earlier and said that dude wasn't. But I said yesterday he's not gonna do this. Are you guys stupid? Like, I'm talking about the two people talking about grifting. Nobody said that asking for super chats is what is grifting. Can you not understand the difference here? When you say that your whole goal is to monetize the religion and you're making that your priority, that's the critique. That's the sin of idolatry or greed. It's not making money online. It's not having a business. Everyone makes money and has a business. So by Ruslan's definition, we would be calling everyone grifters in the world because everyone makes money to live and survive. That's not what we're saying. Nobody even said that. We played the clips of Ruslan saying his whole goal was to monetize it all and to make money. That's what he said. And then he backtracked and said, yo, I shouldn't have said some of those words. Yo, maybe I shouldn't have phrased it that way. I mean, you're talking about a dude who was Black Lives Matter a couple years ago. That's why he's a grifter. Not everybody is a grifter. And dude, guess what? If you're not entertaining, you don't get super chats. That's why we get $1,000 to $2,000 every live stream. It's because we're entertaining. Duh. It's no different than if I was at a live venue selling tickets and people came to hear me do impressions, joke around, which we do. We do live events. People come to those. Those make thousands of dollars. Yeah, because it's informative. It's infotainment. It's edutainment. We've always done that. So they're acting like we said, you're a grifter because you make money online. Oh, and look at Jay Dyer. He do super chats. Yeah, that was never the argument, though. I mean, are you guys stupid? Like, is Hector, $3. I'm not talking about the whole audience. I'm talking about the two people saying that you a hypocrite because you got super chats. Again, if your goal with the gospel is to monetize it and make money, and that's your priority, that's idolatry. That is the sin of greed, not making money, not entertaining people, not being funny, not being informative. And again, even his own video refutes all the shit he says. We don't just make money on super chats. I've written books Writing a book and selling a book is not grifting. They recast everything as if we were saying that making money is grifting. That's not what grifting is. Grifting is inauthentic presentation of your message to make money when you're not sincerely into it or you don't really care about it. Ruslan himself says, I don't care about theology. I'm building a brand. We care about theology. So right there, it's totally different. Alex, what's on your mind? What's up, Alex?
Yo, I agree with all that stuff you said about grifting, and I think that there's like another dimension to this that is like we probably don't talk about it enough, is that like just reminding your audience and your viewers that they can support your channel with a donation. That's not grifting. You never said that was grifting. Nobody ever said that was grifting except like Ruslan and these guys. But I think an important thing to remember is that grifting is when you're compromising your values to appeal to a wider audience, like for sales and donations. And I think this is where like Cleve's work in documenting like the numerous instances of like Zionism, ecumenism, and like Judaizing from this group of people. It's like such important work that he's doing over there.
Yeah, I mean, we played quite a few clips of Cleve, pointing this out, right? And that's exactly right. It's like what we're saying is that when your message is primarily about making money, which Ruslan himself said was his message early on, back when he was still Black Lives Matter activist, which is super sus, automatically super sus. And then suddenly now you're a Christian evangelical YouTuber. And when people ask you, okay, where are you sending these people? What is the church? What is the theology? And that's what leads to all of these people freaking out. That shows a disingenuous approach. That's what we're saying. Not did you get a super chat? Not did you, make money online? That's not the critique. It should be obvious.
Yeah, and I got to say that it doesn't help their cause at all that they're not willing to like expose any of their views to scrutiny, and instead they're just going to resort to like moral posturing and piety signaling.
Exactly.
Like, if anything, it just like goes to like give us the courage of our convictions. Like, oh, so you are actually compromising your values and morals. Like, you don't actually have a strong affirmative position because you're not willing to talk about it. So that's it. That's all I wanted to say. If I stay on too long, then JP will never debate me, and he probably won't ever anyway. So
listen, I knew he wouldn't show up on Andrew's thing tonight. He's not going to show up he's already said supposedly he's going to debate me formally, publicly. We all know he's not going to do that. Come on, you guys. Andrea, what's up? Andrea, you want to unmute? Andrea. Dandra.
Yeah, can you hear me?
What's up?
I just wanted to basically say that I think the reason it is so important that people like Ruslan, God Logic are refuted and it's not mean or, what you hear is because there's a lot of young men that are looking for something, righteous cause, something to find a meaningful and the kind of Zio vibes Jesus way is the worst thing they can fall into.
Exactly. Well said. Totally agree. Appreciate that. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Yeah. They're not preaching the authentic Jesus, and that's why we call them out. And we will not stop doing that. John, what's up? By the way, this is a funny super chat right here. The same angry Ruslan fan says, he keeps sending $10. By the way, let's morally critique this guy. He says, Jay, I am saying your following is stupid. You know that they are stupid. Actually, we have the highest IQ audience, and we always compliment our audience as being high IQ. So he doesn't even know like what we actually do and what we talk about over here. The pay piggy thing is a joke. Here's what he says. Get this guy's super chat. He says, you veil greed by saying that you're joking, yet joking is a sin. Bottom line. So this is the level of these piety signalers, is that they have to go to actually saying that joking is sin. Well, enjoy your miserable life where you don't joke around, because you're going to stay an incel. Sam, $20. Check out the graphic novel Dead Gods by Matt Rhodes. It's about Noah
and the journey before the flood, you would find it interesting. That does sound interesting. Appreciate that, man. Michael, $10. Jay, you are the one that actually got me into philosophy. I like and orthodoxy. I love you, dog. Hey, man, appreciate that. Poncho says for $5, what the so-called Christians that are actually grifters are doing is what Peter warned about in 2 Peter 2:3. Yes, absolutely. The Bible says that the love of money is the root of all sin. Money is not the sin. Alcohol is not the sin. It's when you love those things and they become your priority over God and other people. That's the sin. Imagine thinking that joking itself is a sin. Like, these people are actually just like mentally off weirdos. Like, they've got something wrong with them. Fixated Fixer, $10. What do you think about Luke 17:20? Luke 17:20. Okay. The other thing that these guys want to do too is none of this sphere wants to actually talk about any theology or positions. They only want to talk about motives and things that you can't prove without explicit proof. If Ruslan had never made the comments about like just monetizing all this shit, we wouldn't be able to say, okay, we think he's a grifter, right? We would say he might be a grifter. But the fact that he actually said what he's up to many times over is a very easy, helpful indicator that he's a grifter, right? But I mean, like, it's just weird to me that, we're dealing with people who will say openly what they're all about, but then they only want to debate motives, which is the most effeminate thing to debate, and not the actual theological positions, because they know they're cooked. They can't actually debate that. In the filth, $5. Jay, this audience is not all high IQ. I'm actually retorted. Now, we got some slow boys, but listen, we actually help the slow boys become the fast boys over here. That's why we got a whole philosophy course, which I'm about to grift on. Yo, y'all need to get my philosophy course. I'm about to grift y'all. 27 Ortho Bro became a member. What's up, dude? I'm trying to get through the super chats here. We got a lot. Zombie. No, we did that. Welcome, Tara Jackson. Tara says, your chat is actually fire, Jay. Thank you. We actually have, there's going to be some slow boys in the audience, but we also have like one of the smartest, well-read audiences. I get book recommendations from this audience all the time. Shabu says, Timu Paul Washer was funny. That terrible piano thing with You Can Do It, Rob Schneider. He's talking about earlier. Fernando says for $20, yesterday Alex debated Luke from Anti-Nicene Christianity YouTube. He's one of the crystal solid Judaizer people crowd. He's in that crowd. Turns out he was the one that actually convinced young Don that the church died, and that's why he became an atheist. I didn't see that debate because we were super tired last night coming in from the trip to go interview Kat Von D. Dr. Alex Fitness, what do you think about David Wood and Father Hears? I just haven't had time to watch him. And look, I'm not trying to be rude or douchey, but I don't need to watch everybody's videos, not because I don't like them, but there's no Protestants that are gonna give new arguments. David Wood is just learning new things. All of the people in this sphere, whether it's David Wood or whether it's Ruslan or all of the goof troop army that he has, these low tier people, they're the lowest tier. They're all need God taco talks level people. They're not going to give an argument above just the Bible said that the five types of tradition. Like, I've been dealing with that argument for 26 years when I left Protestantism in 2000. Like, I don't need to hear all of that. I have already heard this for almost 30 years, dude. There's nothing David Wood or Taco Talks or Need God or Ruslan is ever going to say that isn't low tier shit. It's that simple. Nothing. They're never going to say anything
profound, new, because they're just now learning it. John, what's up, man? I'm you.
Yo, what up, Jay?
What's on your mind?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's on your mind?
Oh, what up, man? Yo, I've been listening to you for a long time, watching your stuff since way back in the day before live streams and all that. Back before Ken Hovind got thrown in the clink.
Okay.
And the Four Horsemen and all that.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, I just had a couple questions. One was, do you know, or do you have anything coming up with anybody like Sam Harris or Alex O'Connor? I think you mentioned some of that before, but I didn't know if you had any updates or anything like that.
No, there was one atheist dude that invited me to this event, and those guys were all billed to be there, and I thought, oh, hey, maybe he's going to try to set up a debate with Sam Harris.
Hello?
Yeah, you can't hear me. And then it turns out the whole event was me debating some random atheist that nobody's ever even heard of. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to New York for that, dude. Joker, what's up, man? Oh, I forgot that we had a question about Luke. So Luke 17, Jesus was asked by the Pharisees when the kingdom of God would come. He said, the kingdom of God does not come with observation, or will they say, see here or see there? The kingdom of God is within you. Yeah, I mean, this is the Orthodox perspective that the kingdom of God is the presence of the Holy Spirit. So the kingdom of God comes at Pentecost. Kingdom of God is the life of the Holy Spirit in the church. So the first advent is not, the destruction of the world and, battle of Armageddon. The first advent is the coming of the Holy Spirit, which is the end times of the eschaton being made present right now. Now, at the second advent, there will be more of that, Hollywood type of stuff. Joker, what's up, man?
Oh, how you doing?
Yeah, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I sent a super chat about this, and I'm not sure if you know, but Ruslan and Bryson Gray did like a 4-hour live stream, and it's good entertainment if you ever have time to do that. I just wanted to.
Oh man, so was this new or old? Like those two retards together would be like a retard apocalypse, dude.
Yeah, no, it's a couple years ago, and like Ruslan is like asking Bryson about the Trinity. He gets really heated, and he's super low tier. He's like, "Oh, it's a mystery." So he doesn't have any theological knowledge. So it's.
He already says it, and he says he doesn't care about it. So yeah, maybe down the road if we get bored, we might watch something. I couldn't stand 4 hours of Ruslan talking, dude. Shinbone Jones, $10. Protestants say that you need the Bible as the ultimate authority because the church errs. But when you go issue by issue, if you say a certain group of Protestants also err, they say it's a secondary issue. So they can't even say what the church got wrong. Yeah, there's a million different ways to cut this critique, dude. Banana up the butt, $5. Jay, what is the Gladio book they always reference? It is the Paul Williams one, but also the Daniel Ganser one is also good. And I bought a couple more books on Gladio too, so I want to get to those as well. Because there are actually quite a few Gladio books, but usually I'm referring to Paul Williams and also the Daniel Ganser thesis. Dr. Alex says for $10, Ruslan just changed the title of that video and said, no, the video of you. And now you put a video up with Redeemed Coomer called Finding the True Church. How much low-tier material can he post in one night? Well, the funny thing is that Redeemed Coomer believes that Ruslan is a heretic outside the church because Redeemed Coomer's made up a new idea that the classical Protestant church is the true church, which just totally made up. But he doesn't even believe Ruslan is in the church. So Redeemed Coomer has a new exclusivist ecclesiology. And notice how inconsistent these goobers are because they're not going to apply their rejection of exclusivism to Redeemed Coomer. Milan Kalovich, what's up? Milan Kalovich, bro, what's up, dude? What's up, man?
Hey, Jay.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask your opinion on Russia and if, Putin has sort of brought back Holy Russia or if it's just like a multi-layered game of elites where actually all of them are just playing the same game. And
I mean, I don't think there's any easy, simple answer to anything in the geopolitics realm. Nobody at that level is going to be, some saint or hero. There's always going to be compromise and layers and levels. That said, I don't think, again, it's like with any of these people, there's good and bad. So some of what Putin's done has been great. Other things I think were bad. Donald Trump, he's done some good things, also done several bad things. So I don't think there's any like, black and white easy answer to geopolitics. Swinters, is the Protestant Reformation an infallible tradition? I don't think most Protestants would say it is, but they're trying to be consistent. Brother from another mother, $10. Jay, what about Acts 8 where Philip the evangelist and the Ethiopian, is this an example that runs counter to sola scriptura? Yeah, I think so. I mean, just at a very basic level. I did not hear this brought up much. Well, Protestants are just going to hand wave it and say, yeah, but if you had an apostle or, people during the apostolic period alive, then it would make sense to have them as guides. But since the apostles have died, then we only have scripture. That's just what they're going to say. I'm not saying it's a good answer. I'm just saying that they're just going to hand wave it. Sam Oak, what's up? Storm the Cat says for $5, I like the Zero Futurism channel. Yeah, his popped up because he's got a lot of these pool rooms here. Sam, you want to unmute? Sam, you don't want to talk? Okay. Abstract, what's up?
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Yo, hey, I wanted to ask you a question. But first, I wanted to say that I do go into David Wood's chat because I listen to him, and it seems like the chat doesn't realize that they're bringing up like leftist arguments. So I just thought that was really weird that they can't figure that out.
What do you mean? Give an example.
They're just doing like double think, and they're doing like basically like, there's nothing really real. Basically like a postmodern it's just a Protestant thing that I've noticed lately, that they do these double think, and they basically are just like, we can't tell what's really real, so everything's real. The churches are all fine,
Well, that's weird because that's like a really basic contradiction. Like, how can you say that nothing's real but the church is real, but we don't know? I mean, it's just like mind-numbing weird. Jimmy, what's up, dude?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Hi, sir. Do you believe that three beings have always existed forever?
Like what kind? Like pinto beans or like garbanzo beans? What kind of beans?
Sorry, sir. I said beings.
Yeah, exactly. So pinto beans, yes. Garbanzo beans, no. White beans, maybe.
Sorry, I'm saying the word beings.
Yeah, beans. I know, right? Like a pinto bean in a chili, or perhaps in a salad for some. I know what beans are, dude.
I don't know how to spell the word I'm saying, but it is not the.
Okay, you want to debate, but you can't spell bean. It's Bean. Bear, what's up, dude?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
So, with your recent podcast carousel, do you feel like that with all these Protestants being on things like Rogan and Sean Ryan, that they should reach out to you for your view and maybe call them out and put a little bit of pressure on them to take these debates so people can see?
Sure. I mean, I would love to go on I went on Jesse Lee Peterson's. That's a pretty big one.
I seen you on San Tripoli, but I think with Rogan, with him recently having all these Protestants and these Catholics on it, it's kind of been a one-side pony show.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you went on there and you they're clout chasers, right? Let them have the clout, right, to force them and then make them engage in these debates, and maybe it would show the world how low tier they are versus Holy Orthodoxy.
Yeah, I just think that a lot of people don't realize that with a lot of big podcasts, it's not even the people that host it, right? It's not Tucker or Joe Rogan or whatever the big podcasts are. It's literally just how the scheduler producer people feel about you. It's that crazy. So if the scheduler people don't feel that you're cool or they don't like you, which a lot of times it's women. I'm not saying the case of Rogan, but like I've heard many situations of big podcasts that are like, oh, there's a kind of middle of the road woman that schedules for so and so. So all I'm saying is that plays a lot more into who gets on podcasts than most people realize, I think. Goofy, what's up, dude? Because these people aren't scheduling their guests. I mean, they might say to their schedulers, "Oh, I like this guy. I have this." But I mean, Professor Jang, that dude's obviously a retarded grifter. I don't understand why everybody just has the retarded grifters on in like in a row, dude. It's like, and remember they did the same. Billy Corson, right? Obvious grifter. He went on every podcast. He went Joe Rogan, PBD, and then West Huff destroys his career. And it's like, well, West Huff is just as dumb as Billy Corson. Goofy, what's up?
Hey, question for you. I'm 2 years into my college degree and going to be a teacher. But I was just wondering, you think the program I'm in basically kind of fast tracks you into the public school system? Not really where I want to teach, but kind of like, it's like you get in where you can. But I was just wondering if you think that whole field is too saturated in like butt buddy stuff and just being fake and gay, or if it's worth like being a solid.
I mean, I mean, I don't like the state school system and all that sounds cooked to me. I wouldn't do it, but maybe there's some place where you can make it work. I don't know. I mean, I left all that, so, and it was the best decision I ever made. Good Godfather, $3. Ruslan, I'm too busy doing the thing. The thing is grifting. Brother from another mother, $10. What do you? Oh, we did that one. Okay, I think I got all of those super chats. Let's go over here. Iron Giant, $5. I'm on my way to my second round of Inquirer classes. Pray for me. I want to be able to get out of my own way and start the catechesis. Everybody pray for Iron Giant. He's been a long-time audience member. Shabu, $8. Damn, son, this week about to grow some wings. Too much logic going on. Rhythm Church access denied. Nicholas, $5. Ruslan or any of these grifters trying to prove the original church actually refutes their stance on exclusivity. Exactly. None of these people actually think to look to see what the church had as its own view of itself in those centuries. Jesus, $5. Hey, dude, what do you think about Father Josiah participating in Girls Gone Bible? I haven't watched it, but it seems like most people are saying that he did good, and one of those girls supposedly visit Orthodox Church. So if the fruits are good, then it sounds good. Chinese or Japanese script, $5, because they can't get paid. Jay, you dummy, duh. Yeah, if they become Orthodox, they won't get paid. Making sure I got all the super chats over here on YouTube. Zachary. No, we did that one. Welcome to the new members. We got several people that joined memberships today. Wayne. No, we did that one. Yeah, we did. Little Harry says, check out Ruslan's video. Yeah, we did that.
Loki says $5. Did you watch or hear about the pastors being warned about the alien release? Yeah, dude, we did multiple live streams 2 weeks ago, last week, on UFO alien disclosure. Go watch all those. They were really funny. Nectarios, what's up, dude? What's up?
What up, Holmes?
What's on your mind?
Hey, so I know Jonathan personally.
Who?
The one with the Orthodoxy. And he had told me, and look, you can take it however you want. He had told me that he's going to give his Roots of Orthodoxy channel to some Orthodox people that he knows to run it and that he trusts.
Yeah, probably a bunch of probably a bunch of Orientals. I don't trust that dude.
Hopefully not. Yeah, hopefully not.
Yeah, well, I don't trust that dude one bit. So you can't. But once these people like are exposed as actually grifting, like, why would you believe what they're going to say after that? Alex, $2. Are you going to collab with Father Stephen Young? Yeah, when I read his book. Sons of Salazar, $5. This is for the grift, dog. Not a Mossad agent, $10. JP probably getting hit by that voice of God weapon. Exactly. Aaron, $7. No, we did him earlier. Quick Sug. Funny how Ruslan is worried about Orthodox, but he reduces Christianity. Yo, I'm just doing things, dog. Yeah, he's just working. But don't work for your salvation, dog. Little Caleb. Metaphysics Mike called into Alex's stream. He said he's going to the liturgy. Well, I mean, again, we'll see. Little Mike, $8. La Sala went to Cleave to Iniquity stream. He called them and Jim Bob to debate. They ran away. I mean, nobody is taking your cult leader seriously, dude. We don't care what he's... Go spit in a trash can, dude. I don't care. Lord Byron, $10. William Albrecht walked so that JP Uncut could sprint. The apophatic debate evader strikes again. You announce a debate, you hype it up, you create drama, you cancel, and then you say that they all ran. This is the old Sam Shamoon, William Albrecht trick. Exactly. That's an old William trick. Barrett says for $10, Ruslan believes in priesthood of all believers. He did a 4-hour stream with Bryson Gay. It's so low tier on both of their ends. Well, what do you expect? Dude, Ruslan just said he doesn't care about theology. Kevin, $5. Ruslan's mad at Nick because Nick Fuentes said people shouldn't even read the Bible because that's how we got Protestantism. Yeah, but Nick is pointing out what the Orthodox synods also say is that people reading the Bible on their own is what causes the problem. Jadar Clipwave. I'm hereticing for the dinner bell. I'm hereticing for my daughter, son. Yo, I'm hereticing for my daughter. I'm doing this for my daughter. Uncle Harry says, you got exposed. You mocked Ruslan for grifting, but then you asked for super chats. Yeah, dummy. That's not what the critique was. These people are super stupid, dude. Aristotle, $2. Jay, you're actually funny as fuck. D. Jules, $20. Jay, thank you for all this. Young Don's story that Cleve shared is actually important. As Cleve said, what is the cost of churchless apologetics? It's atheism factor. That's the point. Ruslan actually is just noise at this point. Yeah, I agree. Lico Joe, $10. Rhythm Church isn't just a church. It's a neurodivergent, body-positive, anti-capitalist safe space where we see sin as internalized oppression. Well, you know what? Ruslan was a Black Lives Matter activist like not that long ago, so he might as well start. I wouldn't be surprised if they described it that way. Craftsman, $10. Cringecore Records versus Rhythm Church Records. This is a modern-day death row battle. It's death row versus bad boy. Guess what? Cringecore is going to win. Yeah, we actually got Ruslan to say Cringecore tonight. It was funny. Mr. Funker, $10. Ruslan's efforts to destroy Orthodoxy do nothing. D Jules $5. Ruslan laughing at young Don apostatizing is the saddest thing I've seen in a long time. Yeah, he doesn't care. Travis, $20. God bless you. Thank you, Travis. Carrilos, $5. Thank you, bro. Cristo Morelli gifted 5 memberships. Thanks, dog. Appreciate that. Oh, dude says I'm gonna get owned if I do Ruslan without the KD. Oh, he thinks I'm lying on the trends. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm not an idiot though, and I would love for you to call in. Well, the reason you can't do Ruslan without the KD is that Ruslan is a common name, right? So that'd be like doing John Smith, right? Like, oh, how many people are named John Smith? Well, that's a common name in like Armenian or Eastern Bloc countries. So if you just do Ruslan, that doesn't tell you that you're going to get Ruslan. So that doesn't tell you anything. Right. So if I do like J. Dyer, John Smith, like obviously there's going to be 60 times more people searching John Smith than J. Dyer. So actually you're the idiot. And you can see it. Just look at the YouTube charts anyway, because people are not going to be searching. They're going to be searching both of our names. And you can try the different variations as well. Try bless God. Try whatever you want. Tayon, $10. Jay, you helped me convert. Appreciate that. There's too many black jokes in your audience. Well, you got to get over that, dude. Too bad. Lord Byron, $5. Roots of Grifting says, no, we did that one earlier. Excuse me. AC, Pierce Brosnan is cooler. We did that. How come nobody in none of that sphere will actually call in and make any arguments? You know what I mean? Like none of them actually have ever tried any theological argumentation. All they have is drama and idiocy, like, and pearl clutching. That's all they've done. Underwater, $10. Is there a call-in channel about catechumen questions? That's what FDA is going to do. So you guys heard him earlier tonight. He said he's going to do that. That's patristic faith, Father Deacon, Dr. Ananias. Lorenzo, $5. It's not fair. Everybody searches the word Ruslan and it'll come up, but not Ruslan KD. But if you search J. Dyer, it's not a fair comparison. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a more generic term, like if you search Alex Jones, there's multiple famous people with the name Alex Jones. So that's going to be searched more than just Lord Voldemort's, as Alex Jones. So it is a little difficult to compare a more general name, but not with like God logic or inspiring philosophy, right? Because nobody's going to be searching Michael Jones. Well, that's a generic name. So you have to compare with inspiring philosophy or with, quote, God logic. Nobody's searching Avery. Ghostly Tune says for $10, here is a video. Okay, well, I can't pull that up right now. I was going to get to some of these goofy Protestant churches. Crushing Snakes, what's up?
What's up?
Hey, what's up, man? So I had a question, and sorry, forgive me if it's kind of a stupid question, but
Sure.
When Christ is ascending, right? After, when we're reading in Acts and he's ascending, when he's going to sit at the right hand of the Father, he's in his glorified body, right? But I'm trying to wrap my mind around how he's going from this physical world into now, what we would think to be as heaven. How could you just kind of give me a breakdown on what you think of how that kind of works, as far as taking the body that he's in, which has the human nature, but also taking it into this non-physical space? Does that make sense?
Well, I don't think there's anything. There's nothing about heaven that means that it's somehow inherently not physical. I mean, we're destined for a new heavens and a new earth. So there's nothing about that excludes spatial location or physicality. Oh, you thought it was going to be an own. Oh, you thought you were going to own me. Guess what? It didn't work. Even with just the generic term of Ruslan, it's still blowing him away on YouTube. Aw, nice try though. Good try. Even with the more generic name, it didn't help you, you retard. Sovereign Rules, $10. Thank you for your experiences. I've thought that I need to re-examine my theology. I didn't know that you were a Bircher. Why would I be a John Bircher? Because of citing Carol Quigley? I mean, I think the John Birch Society got some things right, but it's also super boomer and only part of the picture. So I'm not really sure why I would be a Bircher. Aw, I'm sorry that your attempt at owning me with your Ruslan stuff didn't work for you guys. I want to see this
movie that came out just a couple years ago called Gunslingers, a Western. And your character does a voice that I would describe as maybe like a modern blues man or something like that.
So what happened there? Okay.
Yeah, what was the voice?
I wanted to do this movie Madden. I didn't know how I was going to be able to buy the time to get to Madden. And I didn't want to do a commercial. And so along comes Gunslingers. And I thought, okay, I'm a cameo in this movie. Let's have some fun with it. Could the movie be good? I don't know. The director seems like a nice guy. And I thought, but what can I bring that I'm going to find amusing?
Who cares about that? We want to know about other shit, dude. I thought this was going to be a cool clip.
I remembered.
Notice that this New York Times clip has 400 likes. That's pathetic, dude. 400 likes. I thought he was going to be talking about classic Nick Cage stuff. I don't know what he's talking about. Sovereign Rules. No, we did that one. Okay, let's see. Sour Fruit, $5. Have you read anything about cults and that cults have a hard time with humor? That's an interesting point. I mean, I think there is something to that. I haven't read anything about it, but it seems intuitively correct that, I mean, people, maybe not in every case, there can be intelligent people who fall into cults, sure, but I think a lot of times people that are swayed by cults are also very impressionable and maybe are not the smartest people. And so, low IQ people might find certain things funny, like just, crass bathroom humor or something like that. But I do think there's something definitely to layered and levels of sophisticated humor that's high IQ, wordplay, that kind of stuff that I don't think stupid people can grasp because they have a very hard time with language and concepts. And so sometimes jokes are kind of operating at multiple levels, especially linguistically. And there's a lot of nuance and timing in jokes. And if you're dumb, you're not going to catch that. So I think just like with word concept fallacies and people having a very hard time with that,
I think in the case of like JP Uncut, like I think he fundamentally actually was too stupid to realize when I was being sarcastic in those comments. Ruslan, I think, is smart enough to realize that I was being sarcastic, but he doesn't care. I've noticed that people in cults actually struggle with jokes. I think you're onto something there. Dr. Alex, $5. Get ready for Nicolas Cage. Spider-Man Noir is coming out soon. Yeah, I'm going to watch that. I think that sounds fun. Guys, remember that we have a show sponsor, which is chalk.com, CHOQ.com, the best in supplementation on the internet. Head on over to chalk.com and use the promo code J60LIFE, that's JY60LIFE, to get 60% off all those great products. A lot of fun with you guys tonight. Really appreciate you. It was a wild one. We had some, feral callers. I don't mind it. Let me see if I can... Where is the thing where you dump people into another stream? I always forget where this is. Is it under customization? No. Monetization? No. Details. Where is that? Every time I try to find that, I can never find it. Paid promotion? Yes. No. Actually, yes. No. Yes.
Thanks, Jay. You the man.
Thank you, dude. Appreciate you. Somebody remind me where that is, because I can't find it. Studio community. Studio community. Stream settings. Oh, I have to go into. Oh, I know what you're saying over here. Okay, I forgot this. I always forget to do this for people. So let's see. Is it under details? Yes, there we go. Yeah, here we go. All right. Thank you guys so much. Head over to chalk.com and I will talk to you soon.